You go a day or two
But
before a storm, it's pretty much they're felted.
I've got a guy who I texted, and I was like, hey, can you hook the next time a shipment comes in?
Yeah.
Can you hold
Don't you have a snowblower?
a few bags for it's inoperational.
Okay, I knew you had a snowblower.
It's just taking up room in the garage.
You know what I did
Literally
yesterday?
hasn't worked in 5 years.
I tweeted about it.
My neighbor's got one. Thank God he does.
I looked
I
at
won't have to shovel as much.
What a waste.
I looked at my little remote. I have like this. I don't know how to describe it, but this like little screen monitor thing that I have plugged into. It's like in my kitchen, and it checks the status of my generator.
Right.
And I said, I haven't really heard that thing go on in a while. It usually goes on like once a week or once a day to test. I haven't heard that thing. I looked at it. Oh yeah, big error signals everywhere. Yeah. I took a picture of it. I sent it to Ben. I go, "Am I good here?"
That's your bat signal.
He goes, "We'll send somebody over tomorrow."
We'll take a check of it.
Mm-hmm.
They're the greatest crop Metcalf because
they are awesome.
Can you imagine? Power goes out. I got this beautiful generator, and I haven't maintained it.
Right.
Well, Cakes mentioned Doug Kammerer is going to join us at 8:40. We've got a bunch of guests later in the program. Barry Zvaluga from the Washington Post at 8:20. We'll talk about the direction of the Washington Nationals and more as they trade Mackenzie Gore.
Pitchers and catchers report in about 2 weeks.
This is one of Jason's buddies'
Kids,
sons.
yes. My buddy Scott.
Troy Podmilsack.
Podmilsack, correct.
He's an Olympic skier. He's going to join us at 9 o'clock.
He's a big air jumper. He's ranked number 1 in the world in his event. He's 21 years old. He basically grew up in Utah, but he's ranked number 1 in this event, and it's called the Big Air. And I think Monumental's going to run some video of him as we're interviewing him.
He's definitely a better skier than Mike Marr, 100%.
Well, wait till you see what this kid does in the air. It's unbelievable.
I'm sure
he
it's
does like
amazing.
7 flips and spins, and so he's in Switzerland now training, but we'll have him on at 9 o'clock to talk about the Olympics, which start February 6th.
Yeah, that's kind of snuck up on me. And I asked you right before the show, when did the Olympics start? Because you're starting to get stories online. And the story that I got online, I think all of us would appreciate it, was Lindsey Vonn body paint picture.
I didn't see it. It's a brand new one?
Believe so. Sports Illustrated. Her body paint photo causes a stir before the Winter Olympics.
There's no chance there's still like a print, like a brick and mortar Sports Illustrated that you can buy.
This is an old
there?
one. This is from 2018.
Okay.
It's a throwback.
He's getting onioned by 10-year-old stories.
Yeah. This is a throwback.
Does it have a date right below the picture?
It goes back
I mean,
to
I could read the whole
2016.
story. It says the 2026 Winter Olympics set to begin next month. The games will be held in Italy. Vonn, one of the top athletes in the world, will be competing on Thursday. And it goes through a whole thing, and it says that she's got her body
all
paint
the pictures
photos.
of body paint she did for Sports Illustrated back in at least 2016 So I don't know.
Okay,
It's
Throwback
fine.
Thursday. First time I've seen it.
Yeah.
Throwback Thursday. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not hating on it. I mean, I don't mind looking at it.
Point is, that picture made me realize the Olympics were coming up.
That's what made you realize the Olympics are about to happen.
JP doesn't understand repurposing stories for engagement farming.
Right.
Hey, they got me. It worked.
He doesn't know there's a billion bots out there trying to get you to click on everything.
Well, that's my source of information as to what the Olympics were starting.
Well, I knew the Olympics were starting in, a few weeks because the Caps can't wait to get to the Olympic break. Because they're just leaking oil all over the place.
And
Speaking of the
they
Caps,
play tonight, correct?
Yeah.
We've got Dewey. He will join us, Brandon DeHame, at 9:45. So we are packed. When we come back, we'll open up the Junkies sports page. The Ravens have a new head coach. The Nats make a
Valdez
big
is
deal.
happy. He's got his guy now.
A lot to get into next here on the Junkies.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, you know us. We're always out there trying to keep up on the golf course. It was out there yesterday. It's freezing. Wasn't as warm as advertised. But in our advancing age, injuries happen, right? Can happen to anybody, really. Back spasms, bone and joint pain, they can slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400-plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call this number, 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. We've seen how much of a difference it can make.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check him out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
Hey, it's BMitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals Winter Sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Buyer is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter Shelter, helping local kids stay warm and taken care of this winter. While they're at it, Josh is making the math work. You can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Forester or Outback for 36 months. So do what I'm doing. Get over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out online at buyersubaru.com.
If you are facing divorce, call Cordell and Cordell today.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you are facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla. And I'm Kaylin. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how it feels like an easygoing morning. The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned. The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud. I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory. It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Partly cloudy, temperature in the low 30s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Sunday, it all comes down to this. The road to the Super Bowl runs through Championship Sunday. With Bo Nix out, can Jarrett Stidham lead the Broncos to victory against Drake May and the Patriots? The AFC Championship kicks off at 3 on the Fan. Then it's Matt Stafford and the Rams against the Seahawks' dominating defense for the NFC crown.
Seahawks get a stop.
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan. It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for?
As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Listen up for your chance to win 2 tickets to go see Chris Stapleton later this hour, right around 6:45. We'll give you a chance to win those tickets. But right now, let's open up the Junkie Sports page brought to you by Open Road.
Open Road Distillery over there in Reston Town Center. Great spot. Of course, you can grab any of their dark liquors in the Northern Virginia ABC stores. Their bourbon, their whiskey, their maple old fashioned. It's great stuff. And of course, they got great vodka and gin in the distillery. So check it out. Go in, have great lunch or dinner. It's a good vibe over there. Make sure you tell them that the junk sent you in. So Mr. Matt Myers, he wanted Jesse Minter. The Ravens have hired Jesse Minter.
He wanted anybody but Cliff Kingsbury, so he's very relieved.
Although I see that Kingsbury may be part of his staff.
Oh, well, not as a head coach. He basically.
I don't want him anywhere near the team.
You don't want the stench of Kingsbury.
Okay. I don't want him. I don't even want him cleaning toilets at the castle.
Really?
Yeah.
He's not even qualified to do that.
I don't want him. I don't want his dumb gimmick offense that doesn't go under center, that plays up tempo, that needs up tempo to be successful. I don't want it anywhere near the team.
Well, who knows if he's going to be there, but Jesse Minter is. So they plucked the guy from the Harbaugh tree. He was with the Ravens for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years as the defensive backs coach. And
this is Mike McDonald PTSD.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what this is?
This is exactly what it is.
Yep. Well, you wanted him.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm sized for him.
He's only 42 years old, young guy. He was at Michigan. He was under Jim and John.
He's off 2 Harbaugh trees.
Yeah. And now he's the Baltimore Ravens. He's the 4th coach? Fourth coach.
Marchibroda.
42 years old.
Harbaugh. Minter.
Wow, they've only had 4 coaches in their history.
Yep.
Pretty crazy.
42 years old. He's from Little Rock, Arkansas. He played at Mount St. Joseph. I believe that's in Ohio. He was a wide receiver, and then started out his coaching career in Notre Dame. Then he went to Cincinnati, Indiana State, Georgia State, and then he got into the NFL with the Ravens. He was defensive coordinator at Georgia State, and then John Harbaugh plucked him as a defensive assistant with the Ravens in 2017. So you got your guy.
You wanted him over Anthony Weaver?
Yes. It seems like all the players love Minter, and he's supposedly a McDonald genius type defensive coordinator.
Good.
So now he'll start putting together his staff.
I'm also reading that Kingsbury still seems like he's in the hunt. Somebody was saying that like Lamar's really pushing for him.
Well, that's what Rossini said.
Yeah,
But to be honest with you, I don't believe it.
Oh, you're not buying it?
I mean, the organization and Lamar specifically are the most tight-lipped people in the world. Anyone says that Lamar's saying this, I don't really believe, because he doesn't say anything.
Okay.
Yeah, who knows? We'll see.
But I consider you
sure.
more. Yeah, I consider you more of a Ravens expert than Diana Rossini, who we love.
Yeah,
but
so-
I mean,
yeah.
I'll say is that
you're
somebody
more plugged in.
I'll
Somebody
say
told her
defending.
that.
Somebody told her that. She didn't make it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody
I know,
told
but
her that.
I
Might
know,
be
but
false, but
I
somebody
could have told her that.
that's
Well,
very true.
She probably wouldn't have reported what you said, but somebody told her that of some note. But
All right, so there's still some openings. Now, the Dallas Cowboys filled their defensive coordinator position. They hired a 34-year-old. His name is Christian Parker. He spent the last 2 years as the Eagles' defensive passing game coordinator and secondary coach.
Do you consider 34 young for coaches? Because Blau's 4 years younger.
It's pretty young.
Oh, I know. I mean,
I
I
Anything
think
in
anybody in the mid,
early to mid 30s is pretty young.
yeah. Hell, you know what? I think head coaches are in their early 40s. That's pretty young.
Yeah. Well,
But-
that's because we're old.
Yeah, we are. But anyway, so he spent the last 2 years, of course, as the Eagles defensive backs coach. He worked under Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio since 2021 when they were with the Broncos. So now they've got their defense. Dallas has their defensive coordinator plucked from within the division.
Got rid of Eberflus.
Yeah, that
Where
guy's
will
had-
he land?
The guy's had a rough run the last
Yeah, I mean, he
year and a
has.
half, 2 years.
He'll
He'll land on somebody's staff. These guys always get recycled. He'll land somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in college.
I mean, some pro team might take him.
How are you guys feeling about the conference championships this weekend?
Looking forward to it. I know all this talk about the Broncos and Sean Payton and different players backing up Jared Stidham, saying he's going to rip it.
Yeah.
Find
Well,
that
he's
one
just-
hard to believe.
he's just being
It's on a
positive.
silver platter, other than New England is playing in Denver.
Yeah, that'll
But
be difficult.
I believe
The
that
number
they
went
should
down.
walk away with that win. And then the Seattle Rams game, just based on the first two games, it's even though Seattle appears to be playing the best football of all the teams, it's hard for me to really go Darnold in the Super
I
Bowl
don't have-
over Stafford.
I don't really have any affinity for Sam Darnold, but I don't want him to turn into a pumpkin on the biggest stage. Like, I feel like if he just has a horrible game and the Rams win, it's just going to add to the legend that he folds under the toughest circumstances. So I'm kind of pulling for Sam Darnold, even though I actually couldn't care any less about the dumb Seattle Seahawks. Like, I have no allegiance to them whatsoever.
I think I'd pick Patriots and Rams to win.
Yeah, I mean, that's safe. I think the Patriots game will be tough just because the Broncos defense, and they led the league in sacks. They're going to get after May. They're going to try to get after May, especially after what Houston did to him. May's going to have to take care of the ball. Okay, if he's going to be running in around edge or just trying to escape the pass coverage.
Yeah.
He's going to have to take care of the ball. Unlike what he did against Houston.
I have to root for the Denver Broncos because I brought this up last week. If Drake May wins the Super Bowl, you are going to be you're going to be insufferable with all of your Drake May love.
No, because it doesn't. I mean, I don't have to talk about how good the kid is anymore. You guys know.
I know he's good.
Yeah, he's very
but
good.
I can't have him winning a Super Bowl and have you lording
He's got to get
that
past
over everybody.
He's got to get past Denver first.
Yeah.
Now this number went down because it started out at 4.5, then went up to 5.5. Now it's back down to 4.5. So maybe some people are putting some cash on Denver. Rams Seahawks is 2.5, 46.5. The total in the Denver game is 42.5. So that game starts at 3. It's 3 and 6:30. Of course, CBS has the AFC Championship. Fox has the NFC Championship.
Here's why I would root for Drake May.
Yeah.
Especially if Sam Darnold were to come through. Do you want a Stidham-Darnold Super Bowl matchup?
No, I talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, I actually kind of do. If it prevents Drake May from winning a Super Bowl, the answer is yes.
I can't believe you're so anti-Drake May.
I'm not anti-Drake May. I actually spent 2
more
minutes.
about you
I was
than
actually
it is
watching.
Drake May.
Yeah,
I spent 2 minutes of my life yesterday watching his wife make a delicious-looking chicken salad on TikTok.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, she's like an internet sensation.
She does cooking.
Is that breaking news? You have TikTok?
I don't have TikTok. I just saw it on Twitter, like a TikTok video on Twitter. I'm way too old to have TikTok installed on my phone. That just wouldn't happen.
So we'll see what happens. In baseball, the Nats, everyone knows what happened. They traded Mackenzie Gore.
I heard the breaking news on Grant and Danny yesterday. They seemed pretty surprised.
In a 5-for-1 deal.
He gone.
So in exchange for Gore, who turns 27 next month, And I believe he still has 2 years left on his contract before he becomes an unrestricted free agent.
But he was a Boris guy.
Mm-hmm. The Nats are going to get 5 players, including the number 12 pick in this past year's draft, Gavin Feen, who's 18 years old. He's a third baseman from California. Like I said, he was the 12th pick in the draft. And they also get 4 other players, but the top guy is Gavin Feen. So I looked at the prospect list for the Nats. They put Feen now at number 5 in the Nats prospect list.
Mm-hmm. I was tweeting with some people yesterday that are frustrated that the rebuild just continues, that they've been in a perennial rebuild now for 5 or 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, it's a reboot of a rebuild.
Right.
You had the rebuild, but now you have a new regime, so it's a rebooted rebuild.
Right, because the new regime comes in, they might not like a lot of the players that you've accumulated.
They're scrapping the old rebuild.
Yeah.
I'm sure C.J. Abrams is probably next. If they can get prospects for him.
Maybe.
They're you know what it's like? If you have a house, you can do some tweaks or you can do a tear down.
Yeah.
They're doing the tear down.
Yeah. If you're a Nationals fan, I'm going to say 2030 is about when you can expect some fruit from this rebuild.
Well, hopefully we'll still be alive, Kate.
I mean,
Which team?
Would you expect anything of note to happen before, 4 years from now for this team?
Maybe a year or two before your prediction, but here's a good question.
I don't know.
Which team that's rebuilding will have a winning season first? The Nationals or the Wizards?
Wizards.
It's hard to see a Wizards winning season for at least 2 or 3 years.
The Zards. It's also hard to see a Nats winning season.
I think the
in
Wizards
2 or
are
3
actually
seasons.
winding down their tank.
I think
and
the
all that.
Wizards are a runaway in this one.
Yeah.
To have a winning record first,
Yeah.
Wizards
winning record.
A winning record.
Yeah. I think
You think the Nats are going to have a winning record in the next
I
season
don't
or
think
two?
they're going to win 82
I
games
don't think
anytime
I don't
soon.
think the Wizards are.
I think
I think they're closer than the Nats.
I think next year they're going to start trying to win games, and so then the year after.
The Wizards are 3 years into the rebuild. The Nats are 2 months into their latest rebuild.
So here's my question.
Yeah, but the Wiz have 10 wins. They're not that close to 42 wins.
Look, I know they suck. I know they're terrible, but they're ahead of the Nats.
No,
in
I'll
my
see.
opinion.
I'll put that up as our
let's see
poll of the day.
Let's see how much better some of these younger, the Dylan Cruzes of the world get.
Okay, if that's what
I'm
you're
just saying.
I would unload his ass.
That's what you're banking on.
Why did
Wizards way ahead?
Why did the Rangers give up on Fiend so quickly?
I guess
Just they wanted Gore? Just they think it's worth for Gore? I
Yeah,
guess
they
so.
want a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gore's a very attractive asset.
Yeah, no, I
Plus,
like
he's
Gore.
under control for 2 more
Yeah,
years.
yeah.
That's pretty good. You get the 12th pick in the draft. He's a big boy. And a big third baseman.
I think they're able to get this package because of the controllability of Gore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they also got a right-handed pitcher, Alejandro Rosario. They got a first baseman. His name is Abimelech Ortiz. I think that's how I pronounce his first name.
Just call him Abby.
Abby. They got a shortstop, Devin Fitzgerald, and they got an outfielder, Jeremy Cabrera.
If 2 of the 3 of these guys can hit, be decent players, probably worth it. Who knows? I know that GP was tweeting all about it, and I guess none of these are currently in the top 100 prospects. But according to GP, they do. It certainly bolsters the depth of our system here, which is what you need. And there's no reason to think that did he have a horrible rookie year wherever they started him, Fiend, last year? What did he do last year in the?
He was
his first year.
Let's see. He was in. He was in Single A. Hit 220 with 9 hits in 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Nothing to
so I don't
go
know
on.
why. I don't know why. Maybe he was
Nothing to
injured.
go on.
But he signed with the Rangers for about $5 million for a signing bonus in July of last year after the draft.
All right, I did put this up as our poll of the day, which is sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off merch. That includes T-shirts, hats, hoodies, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. So, Cakes, you're in the Wizards column. You believe the Wizards have a winning season before the Nationals. What about you, EB?
I think the Wizards.
I think it's going to be
the
a runaway.
Wizards.
I'm going to go cast my vote right now.
I think
Jason Bishop?
A winning season? Who has the winning season first?
I see the Wizards winning 42 before I see them winning 82.
I might vote Nationals because the Wizards the Wizards have to have luck. And we don't know if they're going to have luck in the draft. Like, mine would change. Like, if they don't get a top pick next year, they end up with 5 or 6 or 7 or 8.
They're not going to get a top pick.
I'm going to say,
well, then
I'm going to say Wizards just because they're further along.
I think they have
but I
good
don't
young
feel
players.
that confident about it.
I think the Nationals have more players currently that have potential to be all-stars than the Wizards.
Wizards lead in the early voting. 4 votes in, 100% Czar.
Nice. But, I mean, you've got Wood. You've got Cruz. I know you might be out on Cruz, but these are guys that have potential to be stars. And C.J. Abrams, I believe, has been an all-star.
They'll probably move him.
Here's the thing about Abrams is I could see them dealing him at some point. I'm not sure when they would. I don't know if it would be this year before the deadline because the Nats' top prospect, this kid Eli Willits, is a shortstop.
Right.
Now, I know that these infielders, especially the left side infielders, can play shortstop and third base, but if they figure like this guy is the future at shortstop, I could see them moving Abrams.
Did you see what Michael Winger said about the criticism about Denny, about trading Denny? It was
I
interesting.
did see that, yeah.
And he says they knew that Denny had a very high ceiling, but that he just didn't fit the time frame. He was just a little bit older. They wanted a younger core, and he was just a year or two older than that core, I guess. And that's why they moved him.
Wished him luck. So, you know what? I'm glad he's succeeding in Portland.
Yeah.
Don't love that answer.
That was definitely his answer. They wanted just a younger core. Bunch of guys, 18, 19 years old, to build around. So
Denny
you think yourself-
Avdia's, I don't know if he's going to make the All-Star team. I think he probably should. This year is averaging 26 points, 7.1 rebounds, 6.9 assists.
How old is he now? Is he 25, 24? What is he?
25.
He's 25.
Apparently that's too old for the Wizards.
They don't want him. They don't want him to be 26, 27 when this team is going to be competitive. Mm-hmm. It's different time frames.
You wouldn't want Luka Doncic, for example.
They don't.
25.
I don't
Apparently
think they would want
not.
him right now.
That's
he's not
not the
Luka.
way the Wizards do business.
But yeah, he was 5 years ahead of what they want. They want a bunch of 18, 19, 20-year-old guys.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but that's what he said.
Speaking of the Wiz, they lost at home last night to Denver by 10, 107-97. So they didn't give up 124, but they didn't score any points either.
Well, they didn't go against the Joker. He hasn't been playing. Denver's actually
30,
playing better than I thought
30
without
and
Joker.
15, 30 and 15. And then the Wizards are supposed to play the Hornets in Charlotte on Saturday, but because of the storm, usually it was a 7 o'clock game, but they moved it up to noon.
Right.
So
that hot ticket, Wizards Hornets, and noon tip in Charlotte.
I got to tell you,
dozens of people will attend.
I know you guys don't really watch the NBA. I'm watching a lot less, and it's mostly because the games aren't on TNT. Like, it just was an easy go-to to watch TNT. Last night, the games were on Amazon.
Yeah, they're on Prime.
Sometimes it's on NBC. I never watch NBC anymore.
Right.
Why? Nobody watches network TV anymore.
Yeah, it's very rare, unless it's like for games.
The Voice.
The Voice.
I don't watch The
I literally
Voice.
haven't watched The Voice since Adam Levine was one of the judges.
He's back on.
Oh, he's back?
Yeah, he's back. Adam Levine's back.
I haven't watched The Voice in years.
Yeah, or ever.
I have no idea who the judges are. Had no idea Adam Levine was a judge.
I'm not
Can
sure.
I guess
think it
at
just
one of
ended.
the others?
I think it just ended.
Can you give me a hint as to one of the others? I have no
I think
clue.
one of them just left.
Is
He's
Blake
like,
Shelton still involved?
No.
What about John Legend? Is he still there?
I think so, but honestly, I haven't watched this past season.
Kelly Clarkson?
Not currently. Not currently. The guy that's like the Frank Sinatra guy.
Bublé?
Yeah, Bublé.
Bublé is just announced he was
Who's the girl from No Doubt again? I'm blanking her.
Gwen Stefani.
Gwen Stefani?
No, she's periodic, but she's not every season.
Kelsey Ballerini was on it.
Who?
Yeah, she's cute.
She's a country star.
Kelsey Ballerini.
Yes.
That's a real person.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
I guess I believe you.
Yeah,
Couldn't name one of her tunes.
Nope. No clue.
Nope.
You might not.
I have not heard any of her music.
No, because I think it's pop too. But whatever. Who cares?
He'd rather watch that than the NBA.
Yes,
that is true.
Correct. But early rounds, once they get into the battles, I don't really care. I like when they turn the chair around.
Yeah,
that's what I like. Then when they stop turning the chair around, I kind of punch out. I'll watch old seasons.
Really?
You'll go by. It's like I can't fault that. I watch old WSOPs.
Yeah, I watch old seasons.
Same energy.
I like to see if my ears, if I agree with them, turning their chair around.
I'll watch old golf tournaments.
I was watching a WSOP Tournament of Champions from 2006, and halfway through it, I was like, "This is 20 years old.
That's prime.
This is 20 years old.
That's the poker peak right there.
It's Mike Mattisau,
That's
Daniel
the poker
Negreanu,
peak.
just all the big sillies, all the big names.
We had video of our tournament at the Borgata, or our tournaments at MGM National Harbor.
Right.
Would you watch those?
As long as there
They had
were
hole cams.
commentary and hole cards,
right?
100%, I would watch them. I'm just a poker dork. I'll watch all the content.
Rahm's making another rash.
Rahm is bluffing with 8-3 offsuit, and he's got no draws.
Well, he would go all in without even looking at his
He
cards.
doesn't care. He couldn't care less.
Ruins the integrity of the game.
1-800-636-1067. You can vote on our Junkies poll of the day at Junks Radio. Which of the DC local teams that's rebuilding will have a winning season first? The Nationals, who trade away their best pitcher in Mackenzie Gore, or the Wizards, who have been in the rebuild here for a couple of seasons, really since they traded away Bradley Beal a couple of years ago. They've been tanking and in a rebuild. At Junks Radio to vote, or you can give us a call at 1-800-636-1067.
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is... Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right. We are football. Are we good to go? Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, selling a home's a big deal, right? Well, you deserve a team that treats it that way. My friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Room team with Keller Williams show from day one how involved and intentional they are in ensuring your home gets the time, attention, and strategy it deserves to sell quickly and, for most importantly, the most amount of money possible. Debbie and Sarah proven to get more for their sellers because they have ready buyers looking in our area. They don't just make this claim. They can show you their list of over 16,300 buyers. Gives you a huge advantage. Sure, you can hire another agent, maybe your buddy, sister-in-law, friend, but isn't it about how much you put into your pocket after closing? The Reynolds and Power Room team specializes in making sure you make the most amount of money. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, what are they going to do? Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. So you have nothing to lose. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Room team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. Memorize this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at debbieasabuyers.com.
Cold temps, long season. This is when you lean on the thing or that someone who can handle real ice time. The Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on at Lindsay Chevy in Woodbridge. And my guy, GM Danny Dimes, has the lineup locked in. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, big minutes, steady shifts, no scrambling on the bench, real inventory, smart pricing that holds up under pressure. And by the final horn, you're just grabbing the key. Take it from me, GP, you will love it at Lindsay. LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Danny Krebs, GM at Lindsay Volvo Cars of Alexandria, where we're paying over the cap for trades. No doubt about it.
Hold up, Danny. Dowd is about it. Why are you leaving me out of this?
No, Nick Dowd. Not you. Your trade-in value. We need all cars and are paying top dollar.
No way, Danny. Dowd loves it at Lindsay. And even though my XC90 seats 7, I never feel like I'm in the box. I'm not taking any offers.
I see, Nick. But how's about...
Wow. One question though. Do you make checks?
Only the paper kind for your car. car.
Lindsay Volvo Cars in the heart of Alexandria. LindsayVolvoCars.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
First thing that comes to mind when you hear Milano Cortina 2026. Stress.
Flame Bearers Making It to Milan brings you stories from women Olympians and Paralympians moving mountains to live their dreams, and the family, teammates, and coaches who make it all possible.
It's easier to be a role model when things are going good for you, right? Winning all these medals when you're doing so well, but what happens when you're struggling?
Tune into Flame Bearers wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown, Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Told you would give you a chance to win some tickets to go see Chris Stapleton. All you have to do is be caller number 10 right now, 1-800-636-1067. You hook you up with 2 tickets to go see Chris Stapleton All-American Roadshow Friday, October 2nd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale Friday, January 16th at 10 a.m. That means they're already have been on sale for a week. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. So caller number 10, we will hook you up with those Chris Stapleton tickets.
By the way, am I a bad husband for last night? My wife is fasting because she has to do a colonoscopy today.
Ooh.
At first, I was like, I'm going to stand in solidarity with you and not eat dinner. And she's
Why?
like, no, you don't have to do that.
You don't have to do that.
And then I was like, well, I'm just going to eat dinner.
Yeah, but you were hungry.
I'm going to have these delicious street tacos from Costco.
Did your wife, whenever you've had your colonoscopy in the past, did she withhold dinner when you didn't
No,
eat?
she didn't, but I just felt bad, like just eating, like while she's like drinking this horrible solution and
Here you go. I got
running to the bathroom all the time.
I got 3 words for you.
Yeah.
Be more selfish. Okay. Be more selfish.
Not surprising advice coming from you. Okay.
Yeah.
Your house
I
is
try to live
banged
by
up
that.
this week. Your house is banged up. You got a dog.
There's a lot of
that's
moving
had an
parts.
ACL surgery. You got your wife having a colonoscopy.
There's a lot happening. I mean, sometimes
Is that this morning?
it's actually a late, like she doesn't go to the doctor till like 1:15.
Oh, okay.
It's brutal just not having, like, eating nothing and just drinking clear liquids.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to have those at
drinking
8
that dumb
a.m.
solution. She's got to drink it again like at 8 o'clock this morning.
It's the worst.
It's terrible.
Dude,
It
I've
sucks.
been doing the intermittent fasting. I went 23 hours yesterday without eating. 23 hours.
That's impressive.
I think I'm down like 10 pounds.
Nice.
It's the easiest way. It's the easiest hack to lose weight.
Mm-hmm.
It's by far the easiest way.
Well, yeah, you're just skipping meals.
Yeah, you're barely eating. I mean, like 1 meal a day almost.
23 hours. So when did you eat?
I ate at 6 p.m. and then the day before, and then I ate at 5 p.m. Because I played golf and I didn't eat anything. It's a hack. You can put your stevia in your electrolytes, and so it's no calories and it doesn't doesn't trigger your insulin response.
But it kind of fills you up a little bit.
It kind of fills you up a little bit.
You didn't eat any Ferger burgers on the course?
No, no, believe me. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's the easiest way. If you're struggling with your weight, it's the easiest way to lose weight.
Were there a lot of people out there golfing?
A surprising amount, but the weather let us down. It was windy.
It was windy.
It was not what it was cracked up to be.
Well, the temp got there, but the wind made it feel a little bit colder.
Temp kind of got there.
It was still it was low 50s.
Well, you guys were also playing in late January.
No, it's great. Anytime you can play, you take it. But I'm just saying, it was cracked up to be 55 and like pretty much like partly sunny, and it was like 20+ mile an hour winds, and it was cold.
I know where it's not going to be 20 mile an hour winds. Inside the tennis building tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. It's going to be nice.
Is that where you're going to be?
Nice and toasty.
You're going to be there 8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
Wow.
Do you play mostly doubles?
Oh, yeah. I can't recall the last time I played singles tennis. I'll dabble with singles pickleball.
Well, don't you play when you just hit with your friends? You just play singles?
Usually doubles.
Oh, even when you just hit? Well, you guys do. If you're having doubles, you're always playing sets.
Yeah, we just show up, hit for 10 minutes, and then play.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I mean, it's old man country club tennis. I mean,
where do you fall in the age range?
Oh, I'm one of the probably spring chickens.
Oh, you're one of the younger guys. At 55.
I'm definitely one of the younger of the younger set. Now, I'm not as young as Valdez when he goes out and plays with all the gray beards when he plays golf, because I know he's way younger than most of the people he's with. But I'm definitely on the younger end of the range.
None of your group has passed, though, yet.
It's passed what?
Passed away.
No. To my knowledge, no. Thankfully. Knock on wood.
Jim Irsay, of course, the former owner of the Indianapolis Colts, he passed. And now the FBI is investigating his death, as well as the recovery doctor provided him with prescription pain pills and ketamine in the final months of his life.
Nobody is surprised by this wrinkle in the investigation of his passing.
No.
Not one person is surprised by it. He had a long drug history, rehab history.
His doctor prescribed 200 pills.
I mean, it's just crazy.
I mean, 200.
The doctor should go to jail. Like, he's just enabling.
Actually, more than 200.
Dr. Harry Haratunian.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
he's in trouble.
Facing some jail time.
Much like Matthew Perry's doctor was.
Right. Who also gave him ketamine, if my memory serves correct.
Yes, yeah,
You know
ketamine.
What? Let's stay away from the ketamine.
What does ketamine do for you?
It's here's what it does.
Yeah.
It completely zones you out, turns you into a zombie, basically.
I think it makes you want a certain type of sex.
That I don't know. That I'm not sure of.
I think a certain type
What
of
are you
sex
implying?
a certain type of sex is linked with ketamine use.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know
I'm
is
gonna look it up.
Here's
I'm just I can't be clear on the air.
as it relates to pop culture. Ketamine, I believe, is the drug that Dexter would use to incapacitate the people he was about to kill, and then they wake up and they're strapped down under a bunch of masking tape and like a bunch of tarps because he's going to dismember them. Ketamine you want to stay away from. I believe that's also...
Ketamine, is it technically a painkiller or anesthetic?
Not sure. I think ketamine also was in Dwayne Haskins' system when he passed and was hit by that dump
You're
truck.
100% right.
Yeah.
I don't see
Let's
the
stay
type
away
of sexy bee. You're going to have to tell me during the break because what I see here is
I'm being kind of vague.
It causes
I'm being kind of cryptic.
Euphoric feelings, increasing the desire to have sex.
Dr. Cakes is telling you
Sex
all.
is definitely related. Trust
Everybody
me.
out there, Dr. Cakes, here's your advice. Stay away from the ketamine. Stay a million miles away. Let's not incorporate that
But
into
what else
your,
did he have? He had
your
that.
Well, when you said zone out, though, I would think that wouldn't give you the desire to have sex. Like the way you were describing it, I figured it was like the anti-cocaine.
Do you think I've gone to medical school to give you the exact,
I know you haven't.
the exact reasons
Apparently,
of what's going to do to your body?
it leads to changes in sensory experience, dreamlike states, and also a distortion of sights, colors, sounds, and one's environment.
It's kind of
so you're right. You're out.
Right.
You're zoned out.
That's how you end up walking around on the highway and getting plowed over
Right.
by a freaking 18-wheeler.
Right. And this guy had more than 200 pills of pain relievers and ketamine. Of course, he's going to die.
And what does fentanyl do? Like if we just did some fentanyl,
I think
what is that going to do for us?
Well, if it doesn't kill you, I think somehow you end up in a
you're
zombie-like
gonna have a bad
state
case of like
too.
the fentanyl lean. I'm sure you haven't seen that where people are
See all
just,
those
like,
guys on the street?
Yeah,
like this.
You've seen that?
Yes.
People like this.
You've seen that, right?
You ever
Not
seen the
really.
homeless people that are on fentanyl? They're just like standing there.
No.
They're just leaning over.
How have you not
It's
seen
kind of
that?
crazy what it does
Shocked.
to you.
The only homeless guy that I really see probably isn't homeless is the guy that I see on the street corner, Desmond.
I
You
remember
haven't
seeing a
seen it on the
guy.
news?
This was probably last summer. A guy right here on the wharf. He was doing the exact thing.
Yeah.
Just leaning over.
It's a massive crisis in our country.
Dr. Cakes is going to tell you also, unless the doctor is prescribing you a fentanyl patch, stay away from the fentanyl too.
What is
Bad
it?
news.
They give you a fentanyl patch for like pain or something?
Yeah, like you can get prescribed fentanyl, like
Is that
but
like
it's
if you're
like
at the
for
end of your
end of life,
cancer?
like
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
to
It's a
ease, like your transition.
Yeah, it's an
like,
opioid.
right? Like
Painkiller.
if you're using it under a doctor's orders specifically, it's fine.
Stay away
But if
from
you're
it.
buying
You're
it
right.
as part of a pill on a street corner, bad news.
Coming
Dr.
up-
Cakes is full of good advice.
Coming up next, we're going to hit the skins to give you the latest on the Washington Commanders. Don't go anywhere.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 1067 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
If Jarrett Stidham somehow drags the Denver Broncos to a Super Bowl, throw out every scouting report ever written. This would be the most out-of-nowhere star turn in sports history. No hype, no expectations, just pure chaos from a guy who hasn't taken a regular season snap in 2 years, and that's why everyone's counting out the Broncos until they shouldn't. I'm John Lund.
You know the junkies love Surfside iced tea and vodka, Surfside lemonade and vodka, all the flavors. I love black cherry. Well, Surfside is the perfect fit this season. Whether you're watching football, hitting the slopes, or warming up by the fire, there's nothing better than enjoying your favorite Surfside canned cocktail to keep the good times going. Made with real vodka, Surfside. It's only 100 calories, 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's smooth, easy to sip, and always refreshing. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system water heater and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In app only.
JP Finlay here for my team over at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, where they have a simple philosophy. Keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. They have a great selection of quality certified used vehicles, and they'll pay up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your current vehicle. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. I know. I've bought 4 cars from the Oarsman Group. Take it from your buddy JP. Oarsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Don't it feel good when your crowd behind you takes it in, fires, touchdown!
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60.
Let's go dominate. Touchdown! Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up! He's got it!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
The Wizards fought hard but couldn't hit enough shots, fell to the Nuggets 107-97 last night. Keyshawn George had his third double-double of the season, and he led the Wizards with 20 points and 12 rebounds, but the Wizards as a team shot just 38% from the field. The huge news, though, around DC sports, the Texas Rangers have acquired all-star left-hander Mackenzie Gore in a 5-1 trade with the Nationals. In exchange for Gore, the Nats received a handful of prospects from the Rangers, including 18-year-old third baseman Gavin Feen, who was the 12th overall pick in last year's amateur draft. Paul Taboni will be joining Grant and Danny at 2:25 p.m. today. Put that in your calendar, set an alarm, whatever you need to do, because you're not going to want to miss that conversation live right here on 106.7 The Fan. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown! Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank as we celebrate 30 years of the Junkies. Put up another Throwback 30 segment on our podcast feed yesterday. You can check that out. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit M Street Bank to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. We are packed with guests later in the show on a Football Friday. We got Barry Zerluga from the Washington Post. We'll talk a little weather with Doug Kammerer from NBC4, their chief meteorologist. He'll jump on at 8:40. Then one of Jason's buddies' sons, Troy Podmilsack, who's an Olympic skier, specializes in big air. He'll jump on at 9. Winter Olympics start on EB's birthday, February 6th.
Is that right? Wow.
And then Brandon Duhame, Dewey, will join us, Caps winger, at 9:45. So we're packed, but it's 7 o'clock. Time to hit the skins.
You know, it's going to be a dangerous birthday. It's 56. That's like, you're officially now closer to 60. I mean, you already are, but you're closer to 60 than you are 50.
You're officially, I don't know if you're late. You late 50s at 56?
Pretty close. I mean, you want to say mid-50s, but it's pretty close.
58 plus is late 50s, in my opinion.
Pretty close.
You're still good.
Hit
You're
the
still
skins.
flirting with mid-50s.
Is cooked up by our friends at Oseo. Korean barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. A dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseo means come on in.
All right, boys. So we talked about it earlier, and all this stuff has a trickle-down effect.
Yeah.
Here is the updated NFL head coaching situation. So the Ravens hired defensive coordinator Jesse Minter. The Giants, of course, took the Ravens fired head coach John Harbaugh. The Falcons took Cleveland's fired head coach Kevin Stefanski. The Dolphins signed defensive coordinator from the Packers, Jeff Hafley. And then the Titans took away the Lurch's 49ers D coordinator, Robert Salah.
Yep.
All right. So all those guys obviously out of the mix here for Washington, especially the defensive guys.
And there's still 5 spots open.
Still got the Bills, Steelers, Browns, Cardinals, Raiders openings still out there.
Right.
Brian Flores is still out there, although he did sign that deal we talked about yesterday with the Vikings. If he doesn't get a head coaching job, he's going to stay in Minnesota. I saw John Keim saying yesterday that he thinks, I don't know if he said it on his pod or if I just read his tweet, I can't remember. And John doesn't go out on a limb, so he thinks that Raheem Morris is their target.
Mm-hmm.
If John's saying that, you might want to go with it.
All I know is
you might want to go with it.
That sounds legit.
It's a great time to be an ascending head coach in the league because Jeff Hafley, who was hired by the Dolphins, did you see the story that the Raiders tried to lure him out of his hotel room in Miami for an in-person meeting with them in Miami before he was hired by the Dolphins?
Yeah, I read that.
And he said, no, I'm sticking with the Dolphins.
Right.
The competition to land your guy has never been tougher.
Yeah.
Well, teams are desperate.
And Hafley was, he was the head coach of Boston College, and he couldn't stand the portal and NIL nonsense. So he said,
out.
So he just wanted out and went to the NFL. He's a good coach. I'm not saying he's going to win a Super Bowl with Miami, but he's a good coach, and he was heavily wanted.
Yeah,
one of those
Hafley told reporters on Thursday, a little overwhelming. I had teams while I was in the hotel room trying to get me on the phone, owners trying to get me on the phone, Zooms trying to be set up. Right. I had a team that was trying to have me leave the hotel possibly to interview in this state, but I sat in that hotel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's crazy.
Wow. Somebody pointed out that Kingsbury's still being paid by the Cardinals. Right. I believe Kingsbury's set to make.
Is he really?
I believe $7.4 million next year. So he actually doesn't want a head coaching job. He doesn't have to blow him away to get a head coaching job,
right?
Because he's going to get the 7.4, and then he wants that OC money on top.
So is the 7.4? Does that include his haul from the Commanders, or that's just from the Cardinals?
I believe that's from the Cardinals. I believe. I mean, I could have read it wrong, but that's what I read.
So he's at least double dipping, and if he gets another job, he would be triple dipping.
Well, the Commanders will be paying him next year too. Is that for sure?
Well, I would think isn't he still on the hook for this year, this upcoming year?
You mean this coming year?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know that.
I think so because I think part of the reason he came here instead of the Raiders was I think the Commanders offered him 3 years. Raiders might have been offering.
Okay, so maybe they are paying.
If memory serves.
So he could be triple dipping. Yeah. The guy's going to make like $12 million being an offensive coordinator somewhere.
What a life!
It's something crazy.
You know who else could still be their defense coordinator? Dan Quinn. I don't think it's going to happen.
I think it's unlikely.
I don't think so either.
The fact that Keim said that he's their number one guy at this point. I mean, John doesn't like to report stuff like that unless he's pretty confident.
He's the culture builder CEO. He is not the guy that wants to be in the trenches calling the defense every week.
You wouldn't feel good about Raheem?
I think he would be a blah pick for me. Be a meh pick. I think he's a meh. I think he's had meh success.
I don't think. I mean, I know Dan Quinn
has some players.
He has a relationship with him, but I would think that there'd be more smoke around Raheem Morris here if he were the guy that was on top of the list. I've barely heard a peep about him being here.
I know. That's why I thought it was interesting. It caught my attention. See if I can find the tweet where I saw this last night.
Look, I think you're probably going to be right. It's not going to be Dan Quinn, and this is politics, but this happens quite a lot where a new president takes over and they have, I forget what they call it, but essentially a search committee.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one guy that is kind of in charge of filling up the new staff.
Mm-hmm.
And then they end up appointing themselves as the chief of staff.
Right.
Happens fairly frequently. So Dan Quinn could come to the bottom and say, well, we wanted Jesse Minter. We wanted this guy. We wanted that guy. Couldn't get him. So I'm just going to call the points.
Dan Quinn does not appoint himself the play calling DC.
I think I gave you 20 to 1 odds. I said 5%. So that.
I just saw it last night in my feed, but it might be an older tweet because I don't see it on his timeline.
Okay.
So I want to give you accurate information, of course, because it captured my attention right away when he said he thought they were targeting. Maybe that's an earlier tweet that somebody just put out there.
What, about Raheem?
Yeah. Trying to see. The team believes.
Well, the other thing
John Kime, this is from Team 980, 17 hours ago. John Kime believes Raheem Morris is the Commanders' top candidate for defensive coordinator. So this is from 17 hours ago. So when I saw that made me think John knows something.
I heard
he doesn't just say stuff.
I heard JP Finlay talking about some of his defensive stat rankings when he's been defensive coordinator. They're not that impressive.
That's what I've been saying for a month.
I don't care if you go way back to Hofstra with Raheem Morris. If he's not a good defensive coordinator, even if he's your pal and you've worked with him
I think
before,
he's everybody's pal. That's what I think.
How about you find the best defensive coordinator, not the best pal to hang around with at the complex?
Right. So here you go. When he's been the defensive coordinator, okay, with the Raiders, overall, let me see here. In points, okay, so he had 1 year in 2021. He was 6th in points with the Rams, rather, forgive me. 6th and 12th in yardage. After that, 28th and 30th. Then he was 11th and 9th. Okay. I guess you put that on your resume. After that, 19th and 8th. And then in Atlanta, well, this is the last 2 years in Atlanta, 21 and 16.
If I were him, I would have taken some white out and put it over the 2 in those bad numbers and slid that across the desk when I was interviewing.
Now, you said by today they would have their DC.
Players, too. You have to have players.
No, but you convinced me.
And some of those numbers are pretty good. And points allowed.
The 1 year in 2021, and then I guess in 2023, he was 11th.
Basically top 10. I mean,
okay, 6th and 11th.
Had a couple top 10
defenses. He's
defenses.
also been 28th, 19th, 21st. I don't know, man. Not impressed.
Well,
I'm not impressed.
He might be the guy, according to John Kime.
Yeah. I originally thought by Friday, by today, but you convinced me. But they probably maybe still want to talk to guys that are involved. So I think you're more correct.
I mean, they've talked to the guy from Seattle. They have talked to him. Is his name Carl Scott? I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Who's the defensive backs coach or secondary coach, whatever. They can't hire him until the team's eliminated.
Right. So maybe, I mean, who knows? But the fact that Kime's going out there and he's saying on this podcast or he's saying in these interviews he thinks that Raheem is their top target, that tells me something.
Raheem's actually interviewing for head coaching
jobs. I would go to Houston and pluck one of those guys off their staff.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, there's a reason,
Because that defense is absurd. So but you might not be able to get the coordinator, but whoever's underneath him, he might be the next really good coordinator.
So our guy, Ivan Lambert, who's been a long time, I know he listens to this show, and a lot of times he sends me little nuggets. He writes for Commander's Wire, and he threw out there 3 reasons, in his opinion, why the Commanders have yet to hire. Right? Why would you necessarily go here when you could go maybe to a better organization?
San Francisco.
Yeah. Why would you go here?
Or Green Bay.
Why would you want this job? I would argue, and it kind of ties in with the next point, the players that you have on defense, that it's a fairly awful job. We were last in the universe in defense last year. We don't have any real players that you could point to on the defensive side that you could say, you know what, that's a young star you can build around. We don't really have that.
But Quinn and Peters would say, look, we're going to focus on the defense in the draft and the free agency. We're going to put some guys in there.
Yeah, good luck.
You're going to get some dudes.
You're starting with nothing.
Right.
Okay, you got a corner that I think we like. And you got a bunch of other guys that are not great. Let's be honest. They're not great or they're old.
No,
they used to be great.
They've got to certainly got to go out and get some guys.
Competition.
Their top pick in the draft is going to be a defensive player.
Should be the top 3. They have better jobs. You have better players elsewhere. And then last but not least, you have your head coach's job security
if they have a bad
question.
Year. Right.
They have a bad year, you're likely going to be looking for a job again.
Yeah.
You better get it guaranteed like 3 years when you sign that deal.
It'd be hard to get a 3-year guaranteed deal as a defense coordinator in this town.
Might be tough.
I also think they must not have been blown away by any of the 7 guys they've interviewed. Jonathan Gannon had a pretty good resume in that he was a defense coordinator in Philadelphia, had success there, then becomes a head coach.
Yep.
They must not have been blown away by Jonathan Gannon, which I get because we've all seen Jonathan Gannon on TV.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to imagine him blowing anybody away.
Yeah, his personality is just like that of a spree killer. I mean, does not seem like a leader of men.
He's going to be interviewing, though, with Green Bay next.
Right.
He's going to get a job.
So that goes to EB's point about competition.
Is this a Dan Quinn problem? Like
I think it's
Dan needs to have somebody who he meshes with or fits with. He can't just go pluck somebody who may have a different idea or different system.
It has to be somebody he believes in, their philosophy. Right?
I know. Well, that limits the pool because if someone
that would be true anywhere, right? No one's going to hire someone if they don't agree with their philosophy.
But I don't think he worked with Kingsbury before this job.
Yeah, Kingsbury wasn't someone who he had a history with.
He just thought it was the best available OC.
It's best available, and I'm assuming he agreed with the philosophy when he hired him. Turns out he didn't as it progressed.
I'm bad at math, but here's what I
one.
know. He's 0 for 2 when hiring coordinators. 0 for 2.
I wouldn't say it was over with Cliff. They had a great offense in year 1 when Jaden was healthy.
Okay, I agree with that. But if you part with your offensive coordinator after just 2 years, I kind of count that as a loss. It's kind of an L.
Yeah.
Maybe they are waiting for the Carl Scott dude. I don't know how that works when teams are still alive in the postseason. But they've interviewed Gannon, they've interviewed Denard Wilson. All right, maybe they weren't blown away with Denard either.
I don't think they're blown away with any of these guys. They would have.
I was kind of pulling for him.
They interviewed Al Harris.
They would have thrown money at the guys and kept them.
Yeah,
they don't let them go interview elsewhere if they're blown away.
Yeah, if they're blown away, they wouldn't let them out of the building. Correct.
Yeah. Unless the other guys know that they have other interviews lined up.
Well, they do, but that's why you blow them away with money.
Yeah, but why not? If you're blown away by this offer of, let's say, as a defense coordinator, they offer you $3 million or $3.5 million. Right? I don't think it gets much higher than that. And you still could go visit the Packers. You would just cut it off, or you'd say, "Hey, I was just at Commander's Park, and they threw me a bag of $3.5 million. So our conversation before we get into the philosophy of defense, it starts with $3.5 million.
Right, that's the opening salary.
Coach.
He didn't get time though in Atlanta. He got kind of hoard, in my opinion.
I mean, he had 3 years, 39 and 57.
Wasn't good.
You can't get much more than 3 years. You got to.
I think his days.
I thought he just had 2 years.
I think he had 2 years in Atlanta.
I have 3 years as a head coach.
Is it 3? Okay.
Maybe that's wrong. Maybe that's wrong because it literally says 3 years, but yeah, if you look at it, it's 24 and 25. I don't know.
Yeah, I've listed 2 years.
Oh, you know why?
He was an interim.
Because he was an interim in 2020.
He was
He
an
had
interim.
a previous stint.
His 2020 interim.
But his most recent stint was 2 years. And then, much like in Washington, he had quarterback up evil this year with Penix being hurt.
I think his time as a head coach is done. I think he's going to be hired as a defensive coordinator somewhere. I don't know if it's going to be here, even though he's apparently being listed as a top candidate at this point.
There's a reason why John Keim's saying he thinks there's their top target.
Right.
John doesn't go out on a limb unless he's got it.
Well,
it doesn't mean they're going to get him.
So out of all of the guys, and I'm going to take Flores off the list because he's not coming here.
The list.
Yeah. Who would you want? Out of all the guys that are out there.
I
I mean, you want someone from a really good defensive team like Houston or Seattle or one of those teams. But is there a guy you want?
I'm not sophisticated enough to know, to be honest with you.
Well,
I would like Flores. In a perfect world, I would like Flores.
Yeah, but about all the names that have come up, the Joe Cullen and Denard Wilson.
Maybe Carl Scott.
Carl Scott, all right.
Maybe Carl Scott. That's just based on what they're doing in Seattle.
But then that would be a staff that has two guys with very little experience and not experience running the show.
Yeah.
Not experience calling the
Remind me, did Patrick Graham, the Raiders defensive coordinator, did he sign somewhere?
I don't think so, but
he
did
still,
interview
I think
here.
he's still out there.
He's still out there?
Yeah.
All right.
He did interview here. I don't know, dude.
So you don't want Gannon.
I don't care. I don't know enough about Gannon.
I mean, Gannon.
He's a boring guy, but maybe he's a
wouldn't
genius.
hate
You don't
Gannon.
care about his personality.
He's a good defensive coordinator. Who cares?
I don't have an opinion on him.
If he's the face of the team.
I have an opinion on Morris, and I think Morris is he's everybody's buddy.
You just don't like him because of the numbers.
Yes,
but he's had good seasons.
Well, if
Can't discredit that.
If I had who's the big guy that's retired now?
Aaron Donald.
If I had Aaron Donald, I might have some good numbers too.
Okay,
well, Ndamukong and
that's
all,
the case
he had.
for almost all the coordinators out there.
Yeah,
I mean, you got
to have players, but he had the best one. And then the next year he finished 28th.
Hey, you can hang us out on Kinlaw and Payne. I don't know. I don't know if I love that.
1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Remember, we are packed with guests later in the show. Barry Verluga from the Washington Post joins us at 8:20. Doug Kammerer, give us the latest on the weather at 8:40 from NBC4. We got Dewey, Brandon DeHame from the Capitals at 9:45. That's all right here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys. FanDuel's turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in. Take your shot at an upset or build a parlay that fits the moment. Tune in shortly. We'll have Mar giving his picks. You know what to do. Then apply your profit boost and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. All you got to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C., opt-in required, bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Need a work truck that pulls its weight? My team over at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton is your commercial vehicle headquarters. Transit vans, Maverick, F-150s, Super Duty trucks, and more, all priced to move and built to keep your business moving. Or do what I did, plug in and power up your drive in a new F-150 Lightning or Mustang Mach-E. Lindsay's Chill Deals winter sales event is on right now, so get over to Lindsay Ford, ask for my guy Jay Raptor, and tell him Cake sent you. Take it from me. You'll love it at lindsayford.com.
Jumpstart your January goals at Whole Foods Market. With hundreds of yellow sale tags, you'll find feel-good savings across the store. And literally everything they sell follows strict ingredient standards. Shop wellness favorites at Whole Foods Market.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Bayer is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter Shelter, helping local kids stay warm and taken care of this winter. While they're at it, Josh is making the math work. You can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Forester or Outback for 36 months. So do what I'm doing. Get over to Bayer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out online at BayerSubaru.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Cold temps, hot cards. You know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals winter sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff. Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Drive home with Grant and Danny.
We'll be giving away not one, but 2 pairs of Washington Capitals tickets. Got to be listening to win. Plus, more fallout from the Mackenzie Gore trade. What might be next for the Nationals? Plus, it's conference championship time. We will preview both games in depth. We will break down who wins, who loses, and why. Plus, the latest on the defensive coordinator search that will never end.
Grant and Danny. Now weekday afternoons from 2 to 6:30.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown! Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Saw this story about West Haven, Connecticut. I don't know much about West Haven, Connecticut.
I'll go one further. I don't know that much about Connecticut. I'll be honest. Don't have much of a file on Connecticut.
I'm right there with you. I don't know that I've been to Connecticut.
I don't think I have. I know there's super ritzy parts of Connecticut, like near New York. But other than that, couldn't tell you a thing about Connecticut aside from UConn.
Is there a college in West Haven, Connecticut?
How would I know that? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I know that UConn is in Stores, Connecticut.
Correct.
I couldn't find that on a map of Connecticut.
So this is from Fox News, and it made me think of you, Cakes, but there's the city.
Yes.
The city is complaining, the residents, and it's, I think it was over 50,000 people. I'd have to double check. But the city is complaining that there's a mysterious hum.
Okay.
And residents report sleepless nights and rising fear, and they can't figure out where it's coming from.
Oh, really?
A persistent, low-frequency hum has invaded the city. It's
a mystery
according to many residents, leaving some shaken by the occurrence. They're calling everything from mysterious to excruciating. For some time, residents of the city on the coast of the Long Island Sound have believed the source of the hum to be local industry. And they're demanding a resolution, but they haven't figured out exactly where it's coming from.
Well, I mean,
West Haven is got to be near Yale because Yale's in New Haven. I'm guessing West Haven and New Haven are pretty close.
It sounds like a good theory.
You've been to Yale, right?
I've been to Yale 4 times.
Does that name West Haven ring a bell?
No.
Yeah.
Here's what I do know
I don't really
about,
pay attention.
A little that I do know about Connecticut. I've heard through the grapevine that New Haven is a little bit dicey, a little bit arty.
It's
I've heard that too.
The surrounding areas around Yale,
Like
not
the
great.
pizza allegedly is good, though I've never had it.
Yeah,
But
it's good.
the city is not great.
Yeah. I've heard that too.
So 56,000 people live there, and they hired some sort of acoustic firm to try and figure out where the hum's coming from.
Could be me from my sauna. I do 2 minutes of closed mouth humming every day.
It's just shooting up the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, could be.
They say people feel the hum differently. Some don't even hear it. Others hear it, and they're not bothered by it.
That would bother me.
Mine is much more high pitched, but it's the soundtrack of my life. Just
a hum in your
it's
ears.
just something I have to deal with.
All right, you want to bang out a few of these calls real
Sure.
quick? Let's people want to chime
It's
in.
an open line Friday, 800-636-1067.
And by the way, also, if you want to follow me on Twitter, EB Junkies, I just threw out a video of a raccoon just pummeling his bird feeder. So we gave my father-in-law a bird feeder has a Wi-Fi camera triggered with a motion detector, right? So whenever an animal approaches it, it captures video, and it sends you the video to your phone. And this raccoon keeps going there and pummeling the bird food at night, and you just see how adept it is. Jason, you'll get a kick out of it. You should watch during the break. It's just using his hands, and Valdez said it's like probably how Big John eats. Just shoving food in his mouth.
Well, I mean, that's the reason why they're nicknamed trash bandits, because they're very adept with their long fingernails.
They can take the top off your...
Pry open your lid and just go in and get your garbage.
I had one at my old house that honestly owned me.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I could put a brick on top
He was
of it.
outfoxing you.
Is the bird feeder hanging from a tree or is it on a stand?
No, it's like on a stand.
Yeah.
And the raccoon could just jump up there and he's just pummeling the bird food.
Every day he's going to go there.
But the birds do come to it too, but you have to constantly fill it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if
but they're so smart.
If that raccoon is there, the birds are going to stay far, far away because he's way higher on the food chain.
I don't even know because I've never been outside to see one like up close. Even though we have a bird feeder in my house.
Yeah.
I've never dealt with it.
Mm-hmm.
Does the bird food have an odor? Like how do they know that there's food there?
That's a great question. I
Does it have
honestly
a scent?
like we don't have one that's that elaborate, but we have one that sticks on one of our windows. I think word just spreads. Once you did
There must be a scent.
the word,
Of course they send.
just
It
spreads.
has a scent,
Yeah,
right?
it's got to.
Bird feed has a scent.
Like if it's like half empty, the birds are like, I'm not that size. But we fill it, and like 10 minutes later, like one bird shows up, and then 10 minutes later, there's literally a half dozen to a dozen birds in the bush outside waiting in line.
So you think Larry is talking to Sue and getting the word out?
I think the
bird to bird.
There's bird communication. I mean, we hear birds tweeting and chirping all the time. You think they're not talking about the food that Gungun's putting out for them?
Check it out on my Twitter, EB Junkies. I just put it out there.
Yeah, I want to look
All
at that video.
All right, let's go to Paul in Gaithersburg. Paul, what's up, buddy? You on with the Junkies?
Yeah, I just was curious about your thoughts when you see Cam Curl and you see Emmanuel Forbes playing in the playoffs. You see Montez Sweat for Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like maybe the coaches are smarter, the defensive coaches. They put the guys in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that these guys didn't have talent, but they're playing for other teams. You see 3 former Washington players, and our defense sucks. Just curious what your thoughts are. That's all.
Well, I think you have to take. Yeah, I think you have to tackle them individually. Like Sweat was traded when the season was going south, and they brought in that guy that was like the analytics guy, which Josh Harris is one of his first hires. I don't think he's even around anymore.
They just started breaking it down.
Right.
Yeah.
They got rid of Chase Young. Chase Young's another guy you could throw in there that had really good season, but it was kind of like a rebuild.
Yeah.
And they got rid of Sweat. Curl was a free agent.
Yeah.
They just didn't. I guess maybe the market got too expensive for what they valued him as. I think the fan base largely wanted Curl back. Forbes, everybody wanted to move on from. So just God bless for him for finding a fit and finding out a way.
Sometimes guys
to make
develop
it work.
different times. They just get better
other
further
guys
on in their careers.
they just fit in other systems better.
Yeah. I actually don't have any.
I think Curl was a good player. He would have fit here.
I don't have any like sort of FOMO or whatever the right phrase would be of Emmanuel Forbes
No,
playing well elsewhere.
Of course not.
Is it just wasn't going to happen here?
Yeah. It was a swing and a miss here.
Yeah.
If he has success elsewhere, more power to him.
All right, let's go to Rodney in D.C. 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Rodney, what's
By
up?
the way, Forbes was ranked, according to PFF, 93rd out of 114 corners.
Yeah, I mean, let's not get
every time that I
crazy
see
about him.
Emmanuel Forbes, he's getting trucked by somebody,
Yeah.
and then
he's
out
playing.
of the game.
He's playing.
He's
playing for a better
He's playing
team.
on a winning team.
Yeah.
Rodney, what's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Look, man, this roster is bad.
Trash.
I don't care if you get Morris Chestnut, Morris Day, Raheem Morris. It doesn't matter right now. I'm not suggesting that this team can't build and get a roster. If you look at two recent coaching changes, Chicago and New England comes to mind. Those coaches went to good rosters. Okay, so they had something to work with. You know, that defensive coordinator in New England, I don't know who he is. My point is that the roster, the base is trash. You look at Shanahan and how consistent they are at building continuity for both sides of the ball, so they work together.
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody said Aaron Donald. Shit, the Rams.
Don't curse.
Yep.
They
Easy there.
My bad. The Rams gave up first-round picks for 2 or 3 years to build that roster, and then Raheem Morris got the job. So, yeah, he had an all-star roster. My point is the roster has to get better before we can, really, get better. I mean, and that's my thoughts.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you're right.
I agree
You're right.
in principle, but I also think the side effect of that is that if you believe there is a coaching hierarchy at all, that some coaches are better than others. I think we would all agree that some coaches are better than others, like anything. Some chefs are better than other chefs. You're not going to get the best right now.
Yeah, it's tough to attract the best talent when your talent on your roster is very subpar.
Why are you going to go to the kitchen with no ingredients?
Well, Adam Peters better go to the store. Better go to the
gotta
store.
go to the store.
Restock.
Right. All right, let's go to Toothpick. Toothpick, what's up, buddy? 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Toothpick, what's up, pal? What do you think?
Hey, I'm right along with the last caller, right? Is the players change on these rosters? So if a coordinator is going to a team just because of players that they have on a team, they're not going to succeed. But if you can build something, because the situation's changed, that's why we have the draft. That's why you have free agency. If you can build something, then you do set your name, and you can propel yourself to be that next head coach. So thanks for taking my call, and Bish, you are totally right. Landman is a great show.
Landman.
Which one? Landman?
Yeah,
okay.
Landman.
Everybody's high on Landman.
Yep, it is.
Let's go to Cowboy Todd.
Probably have to wait another year for season 3.
Probably.
Cowboy, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are y'all?
Cowboy,
doing?
are you storm ready?
Oh, I'm very storm ready. Went out last night and got the generators ready to rock and roll. Snowblower ready to rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Got your? Do you need your salt?
Yep, we've got a pallet of salt. I had it all set, the salt and everything we bought last week because I was getting ready to fly out to Houston on Sunday. Had to cancel that. So now, I'm stuck in this stupid snow.
By the way, how's your Frisbee career going? Whatever they call that.
Disc golf, ED.
Yeah. How's that?
Frisbee golf.
Give it its proper due.
How's that go? How's that going?
It's definitely disc golf. I actually been taking a break from it because of the new job, traveling a lot. But we'll get back at it next year.
So your ranking is plummeting. Your ranking is plummeting. Yeah.
What is the new job?
Yeah. What is this new adventure?
7-Eleven reached out, and now I drive around the whole country, fly around the whole country, and train technicians on fuel and their POS.
Who reached out?
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
Okay.
So he's working for their corporate. Nice.
Very good.
Yep.
Nice.
So many big gulps and slurpees.
Your wife's not writing any more literotica?
I think that ship has sailed.
It's over?
Yeah, that ship's done. Yeah, no, she's done. She's done with that.
Does that just mean like your wife's just not horny anymore?
No, it's me. I'm more like Bishop now.
I'm rubbing off on you.
You don't have any more? No more lead in the pencil?
Low T Cowboy Todd.
Yeah. All right. All right. What do you got about the Skins?
The Skins. defense, I really don't care about. Let's bulk up the offense. Let's get
This
those
is my
fantasy
guy.
points.
Cowboy Todd is my guy. He's my spirit animal.
So it didn't matter they had the worst defense in the entire NFL.
Yeah, I don't care. As long as we score points and I've got Terry McLaurin or someone like that on the
Cowboy
roster,
Todd and I
let's
are
score some
aligned.
points.
Oh, geez.
I don't know if I love this.
Yeah, you don't want him as your defensive coordinator.
No, but before I get off, though, we've got to give props to Valdez, man. He is killing it with this throwback. Like,
really? Look at that.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, I about died laughing when when Larry said EBDD, and the caller said what he said. I about died laughing.
What's he referring to, Valdez? I didn't listen.
It was during the shootout. You and Jason were going back and forth.
EBDD, I said?
Yeah. You called Eric a donkey D. A donkey D.
That made you laugh, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I was crying. I mean, it is great. I mean, we need to give Valdez more money. Send out his Venmo or something. It is awesome.
What's your Venmo, Valdez?
Well, when I have to pay people, it's Valdez Radio.
Oh, okay.
Just when I do that, I'm paying people. It's Valdez Radio.
Right.
Yeah.
Cowboy, thank you, buddy. I always have the same question. Where can I want to find these all on one page?
Yeah, just type in Throwback 30 on Spotify or in your
Throwback
Apple
30?
search. Yeah, Junkies Throwback 30.
And it'll show up
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the segments.
all three of them. I think three of them.
Really?
3 or 4 of them.
Did we have a winner in the junkie shootout that you played from 20 years ago? Or was it like the other day when Evie's asking a 1 minute long live question and Jason's asking where
you got to earn
Josh
those tickets.
Allen was born?
You got to earn those tickets.
I mean, the shootout is night and day compared to today's shootout. I mean, number one, the callers back in the day, they're just better.
They're sharper.
They're sharper. Their phones sound better.
Yeah.
They actually are listening to what you guys are saying. There's an actual conversation. There's repartee. They're funny.
We're yearning for callers from 25 years ago.
Those were the days of landlines.
It's night and day.
You had to have a certain
greater than landman.
Yeah, you had to have a certain commitment when you called into the show with the landline and not a cell phone.
That is true.
Hey, Valdez.
Yeah.
You're right. I can see for the most part. How many episodes have we done?
3.
I think only 3.
Okay.
You had the one with Bother the Pro.
The Drunkies, Bother the Pro.
We did the movie review with
and that was
Crick and Horsey.
that was all in this past one.
Oh, okay.
This past one is an hour and 20 minutes long.
Oh, cool.
Last week was actually you having your first kid.
Oh, that's right.
Slash Bother the Pro.
Yeah.
Right.
I made
He's
it
putting
extra.
multiple
I made it
segments.
extra long for the snowstorm.
We talked to Larry Walker.
I think we mostly talked to his brother.
Yeah.
Gary
Walker.
Gary. All right. Coming up in the next hour, we have Bears Verluga from the Washington Post. Nationals, of course, traded Mackenzie Gore. Plus, we will talk more NFL on a Football Friday as we preview the NFC Championship and the AFC Championship. But coming up next, scheduled to join us, is Mike Marr, whose hole is bigger and bigger. His penalty for being the worst parlay picker is boots on the ground. He's going to have to run to work. He's been trying to get out of that hole. He'll have more picks next here on the Junkies.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Championship Sunday. Listen to the AFC and NFC Conference Championships.
Seahawks get a stop. Touchdown, New England!
On 106.7 The Fan. We are football.
Surfside is the perfect fit this season. Whether you're watching football, hitting the slopes, or warming up by the fire, there's nothing better than enjoying your favorite Surfside canned cocktail to keep the good times going. They have all kinds of flavors, and Surfsides are made with real vodka. Surfside, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's smooth, easy to sip, and always refreshing. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
JP Finlay here for my team over at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, where they have a simple philosophy. Keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. They have a great selection of quality certified used vehicles. Oarsman Chantilly Kia offers free Virginia State inspections on your vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Take it from your buddy JP and go see my buddy Billy and Chantilly at Oarsman Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day? Well?
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at lindsayford.com.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Danny Krebs, GM at Lindsay Volvo Cars of Alexandria, where we're paying over the cap for trades. No doubt about it.
Hold up, Danny. Dowd is about it. Why are you leaving me out of this?
No, Nick Dowd. Not you. Your trade-in value. We need all cars and are paying top dollar.
No way, Danny. Dowd loves it at Lindsay. And even though my XC90 seats 7, I never feel like I'm in the box. I'm not taking any offers.
I see, Nick. But how's about...
Wow, one question though. Do you make checks?
Only the paper kind for your car.
Lindsay Volvo Cars in the heart of Alexandria. LindsayVolvoCars.com.
At National Geographic Society, we believe in the power of wonder. We're supporting a new generation of explorers to ask questions, make breakthroughs, and bring the future closer. Wonder awaits. Will you join us? Visit natgeo.org/wonder.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
You keep saying you got something for me.
All right, I believe we're going to head out to the slopes. Wisp.
Yep, we're going to get whisked away to Western Maryland and touch base with Mike Marr, get boots on the ground.
I'm going to give him a sponsorship, too. He's calling us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It is Mike Marr, also known as Money Mike, also known as Playoff Mike.
Yeah.
Is it also
but more often known
Mike.
as Mike the Mush.
Is it Mike the Drunkie this morning?
Yeah, Mike, how you feeling?
Black Diamond Mike reporting live from Deep Creek, Maryland.
Did you guys have a big night last night?
It was an electric night. I had to retire a little earlier. I went to bed around like 1:30, 2 o'clock, but I know everyone stayed up until 5, so there's no doubt I'm pissing everyone off right now, waking everyone up, being how loud I am.
They're not waking up. If they were drinking till 5, they're going to sleep right there.
Where exactly are you in the house?
I am in the family room right by the fireplace because I figured what better way to start the day than turn on the fire and heat up just like this play I'm about to give.
Don't you start a fire.
Did you actually go skiing yesterday?
No, because I didn't get in until like 8 o'clock, but I'm going to be hitting the slopes here at, I think I'm leaving at 8:30. Going to be the first one on the mountain just the way it should be.
How many people are in the house once again?
16, right?
15 right now, and then there's 2 coming later today.
Nice.
So there'll be 17 total.
Nice. All right, so perfect setup. Now, have you been waffling? Have you been going back and forth? Have you been eyeing particular games?
Yeah. How much thought have you put into this? Because I feel like for the streak to continue, lots of thought and lots of prep needs to go into it. If he just looked at the board this morning, I would actually be worried.
No, he said he had his pick yesterday. He was ready to
Did you say how much in the hole he is?
Yes. Mike Marr
Just under 2,000.
is down $1,977.93.
And he's got to make it back to zero by the end of the Super Bowl, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Not much time left.
All right, so
There's
Mike,
really only 3 more games.
Well, what does he have to only pick NFL games? Can he pick college hoops or hockey or Wizards?
I don't know. I think we were just kind of sticking in the spirit of
the spirit of the playoffs.
Well, it's impossible for him to get it back. It was only 3 games
He's going to
left.
have to hit like some 4-1s and 5-1
Big long shots.
So, Mike, have you been pondering this, going back and forth, or has one game kind of jumped out at you?
Well, there was a play that came across my radar, I'd say around Tuesday afternoon, and it just has stuck with me the entire week. And I did talk to a couple people, and they were telling me...
Who'd you talk to?
Just, consoling some people. I'm not going to really,
consult
disclose my sources.
Hey, he's down so bad. He's asking his boys if they'd like to play or not.
Hear me out. So, they tried to get me off of it, and they said, Mike, that's a terrible play. Like, that's not going to hit. And I thought about changing it, but then I remembered, this is my segment, bitch, and I'm trusting my gut. So I have my play.
All right.
I love that.
All right. What do you like there, Mikey?
All right, guys. So, you know what they call me. They call me Playoff Mike. They call me Championship Mike. And when I'm in the mountains, they call me Black Diamond Mike. Now, this player has only had 2 touchdowns this season. He hasn't had a great year, much like myself with the weekend parlay. But that just means we're both due. It's a big-time revenge game for this player, and it's a big-time revenge pick for myself after all these losses. In the Los Angeles Rams, he's very familiar with them. They kicked him to the curb last year because they thought he was washed. Y'all must have forgot. Cooper Kupp is that guy. Give me Cooper Kupp anytime touchdown plus 290.
All right.
Take that to the bank.
Now, how can I fade that?
How much? Yeah. Number one. How much are we putting on it? And number 2, how do we fade this?
Okay.
Load up a JSN.
I'll start with the first question, the more important question. We're putting all the money on it.
$500.
It's make or break.
Yeah.
$500. And I've already crunched the numbers so you guys don't have to. $500 to win $1,450, which heading into the Super Bowl would bring my total to negative $527, which would just be must listen appointment radio heading into the Super Bowl. It would be about $500.
So we need a Cooper Kupp touchdown. Has your confidence been shaken at all?
Absolutely not, JP. It's impossible to shake my confidence.
All right, how do we fade this?
I don't know.
Okay,
Bet under on catches and yards. I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
you can't bet that he's not going to score a touchdown.
The fade play is Jackson Smith and Jigba, or just take one of the tight ends. Barner is plus 200. But if you actually like making money, it's always been Cooper Kupp. I mean, this is the revenge game. I mean,
or maybe find a way to bet no receiving touchdowns at all. It becomes a Sam Darnold debacle game.
Or Ken Walker legacy game, one of those two.
All right, so you're.
So he had 5 catches for 60 yards in the Niners game, but didn't score.
It looks like you might be able to on different outlets.
You might be able to bet that he won't score a touchdown.
Yeah, I'm doing the research right now. I'll have to dive.
All right, if somebody finds a site where you can bet on a guy not scoring a touchdown, let us know. Hit us up on Twitter, Junks Radio.
Because we gotta put this in.
We gotta get it in.
I know. I got next month's Hidden Greek dues.
Are you gonna be upset when Cooper Kupp tears his ACL or something in the first quarter?
That's what I'm slightly worried about, that I just put an injury jinx on the great Cooper Kupp. But I don't know, guys. There's something just all week. I keep seeing 10 everywhere. I mean, he's number 10. I just keep seeing the number 10 running through the end zone. It's just it seems like it's meant to be. This is
you're gonna have to run almost 10 miles in the boots.
Maybe that's why. Yeah. Maybe that's why you see it.
All right, Mike, we got to run. That is Money Mike, Playoff Mike,
enjoy the slopes.
Black Diamond Mike with his pick.
If you guys excuse me, I'm gonna go hit skids with Mary Swanson.
With who?
He's doing a Dumb and Dumber bit.
Oh, okay.
He's way too young to be doing a Dumb and Dumber bit, but I appreciate that hustle.
Right.
So Cooper Kupp's player prop for yardage is 29.5.
Mm-hmm.
His player prop for catches is 2.5. So I mean, he could still get over 2.5 catches, but not score like he did last week.
Yeah, he's put us in a tough spot. He's put us in a bind here.
Mm-hmm.
I know my guy Vinny's bitter. He wants to fade something.
There's got to be sickos out there that know where to
Let
find.
us know.
Hit
us up on Twitter, EB Junkies.
But what would the odds be that he's not going to score a touchdown?
I don't know. Must
be 1,000.
That'd be worth it. Whatever it is.
1-800-636-1067. Coming up next, we'll get into the championship matchups. And who do you want to see come out of Sunday and be the Super Bowl matchup? And who don't you want to see in the Super Bowl? 1-800-636-1067. We'll tackle that next here on The Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
When Giannis Antetokounmpo starts calling out his team's effort publicly, that's not leadership. That's a breakup text. He's done caring, done waiting, done pretending. He clearly wants out, and the Bucks owe him that. Sometimes the boldest move isn't fixing the roster, it's realizing it's the end and blowing it up and starting over. I'm John Lund.
It's your boy Bish from my guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Buyer Subaru, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Buyer Subaru is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter's Shelter. That means helping local kids right here in the Alexandria area stay warm, taken care of through the winter season. While they're at it, my guy Josh is making the math work. Let's be honest, if we're really staring down 10-plus inches of snow, this is exactly when driving an all-wheel drive Subaru makes a lot of sense. Now you can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Subaru Forester or an Outback for 36 months, or go with the new 2025 Crosstrek at 1.9% APR for 72 months. Smaller footprint, same Subaru confidence in the snow. This is why I tell people to go see Josh Cochran over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. He'll walk you through it, what actually fits for your life, your commute, and your driveway after the storm. Get yourself ready for the snow. Do some good while you're at it. Get on over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Ask for Josh. Tell him Bish sent you in, or you can start online, buyersubaru.com.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard heating and cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check him out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Winter's all about layers. Coats, gloves, boots. At Dulles Kia, the layers are in the lineup. Drive a new Kia K4, just $239 a month. Step up to a new Sorrento, only $379 a month. Or go all in with a Telluride as low as $389 a month. All brand new, all loaded with tech. And now, all under one roof at Dulles Kia's sharp new facility. However winter hits, there's a Kia that fits at Dulles Kia in Leesburg or DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot! You get a goal! You get a goal! Carlson, a shot, he scores!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds & Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Here it is, the first notable move from the new Nationals front office, and it's a big one. The Rangers and Nationals pulled off a 6-player trade that sends left-handed starter Mackenzie Gore from D.C. to Arlington. In return, the Nationals netted 5 prospects, including shortstop Gavin Feen, the 12th pick in last summer's draft. You love the move, you hate the move, doesn't matter. Paul Taboni will be live on Grant and Danny, 2:25 p.m., talking all about it. And there's a new era underway for the Ravens. The team announced that they're hiring Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter to be their new coach. Minter spent time with both John Harbaugh as the Ravens defensive assistant and brother Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown, Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies this year, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle, Johnny Cake Sawville, and Jason Bishop. Got Barry's Verluga joining us this hour. Doug Kammerer is going to join us this hour to talk about the snowfall.
Mm-hmm.
But we wanted to talk about the football weekend. It's down to just 2 games. You get a little sad
It is
because
depressing.
Like,
I don't like it.
The first weekend of the playoffs
means warm weather's coming. There's a
Wild
reason for
card weekend
optimism.
was
but it means,
awesome.
He's have to wait 9 months for real NFL football. Like, it sucks.
Like, wild card weekend was awesome. You had games on 3 days, all the
Mm-hmm.
way to Monday. Some people complained about the Monday night game, but it was like, and they were all, for the most part, all really good games.
Mm-hmm.
And then the divisional round's pretty good because you still got 4 games. Now you're down to 2. It's just one day.
Right, and then you got to wait 2 weeks for the Super Bowl.
You got to wait 2 weeks for the Super Bowl. But the question is, what's the Super Bowl you want to see if you don't have a favorite team?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the Super Bowl you don't want to see? So, obviously, you got a backup quarterback in the AFC Championship game in Denver.
But that's the ultimate.
Jared Stidham taking on Drake May.
That's the ultimate
and the Patriots.
underdog story. So I am actually rooting for that. I like underdog stories. I like guys from nowhere. I don't have to see Matt Stafford necessarily for the 100th time. Like I don't mind seeing Stidham.
I like that story. I also kind of like the story of the Patriots turnaround. They had 2 straight seasons of 4 wins.
Yeah.
And then Vrabel takes over and they win 14 regular season games, I believe.
14, well, yeah. 14
And they could
3.
be in the Super Bowl.
But don't you feel like the Patriots fan base, like, they should go through some long, dark winters up there? Like,
Doesn't have some misery.
It's almost unfair.
They went through a couple.
Okay, they went through a few.
I know.
Okay, but now they've found their franchise quarterback. Vrabel, obviously a much better coach than Gerard Mayo. It's not even close.
Right.
And they're on the cusp of another Super Bowl.
Yeah. So you're rooting against it.
Kind of rooting against it.
Mayo only lasted 1 season, right?
Yes, one
Mayo,
and done.
yeah.
Who was the coach directly before him? Was it Belichick?
Belichick.
So Belichick had a 4-win season.
I guess. At
I
the end.
believe the Patriots had back-to-back 4-win seasons. I'll double-check that. But, I mean, that's a good story. I'm kind of with you. Stidham would be an interesting story. I know Cakes is just rooting anti-Drake May.
Yes,
And
he is.
It's a weird position because, I mean, Drake May's done nothing to offend me personally. He seems like a really nice kid.
Where did he fall on your board? So you're upset that Jason had Drake May number 1 on his board.
I probably had him 5.
No, there's no way I had my. Even though I love me some J.J. McCarthy, I did not have him ranked above Drake May. I probably had Drake May 3rd or 4th.
Who was number 1 on your board?
I think I had Caleb, and then Jaden 2nd. I'd have to look at the board. I honestly don't
we might
remember.
have to revisit that. I know I had Caleb 1. I think I had Drake 2.
Right.
I had Drake last.
Yeah, that's why you want to see Stidham.
That's probably
If you're
probably a factor. For
the only
sure.
way you want to see Stidham is if you're an Auburn fan or a Bronco fan.
No. I like
Underdog story,
I like
yeah.
underdog stories. I'm really attracted to that.
Stidham would be.
What if he balls out? Like, there's a possibility.
He's going to ball out against 2 really good teams.
I mean, I doubt
he
it.
hasn't thrown a pass in a regular season game in 2 years.
Yeah.
Listen.
The driest matchup, and I said it yesterday, would be Denver and Seattle. The best matchup would be New England and LA because you got some star power.
I agree with you there, and the history too.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067. Tell us the Super Bowl you want to see, and the Super Bowl you don't want to see. Yeah, I'm with you on the one that I don't want to see. I don't. Which
Denver and Seattle.
Yeah,
I think
which
it's an
means
I think it's a-
I agree with you on the Super Bowl that I want to see. So I guess I want to see. In the end, I think the Patriots Rams is the sexiest matchup.
Maybe I do want to see Pats Rams and see Drake May lose in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Maybe
you would.
that's what I want. Maybe that is really threading the needle. 'Cause you
Or
get an
if he
Super
plays
Bowl.
or if he plays poorly against a backup quarterback, you're going to come in and say, "Yeah, see, that's the Drake May I expected." That's what you'll probably say.
I don't
You're
know.
probably rooting against.
There might be some crowing.
Yeah.
Drake May hasn't played great in the playoffs.
No, he I give him a C minus or
He's maybe had
a,
one good half.
maybe a C against the Texans. Now Texans are very good,
But
defense.
even the game before wasn't good.
Yeah, he was okay.
Right.
Didn't have to put up. I mean, didn't have to put up a ton of points.
If C.J. Stroud had a half decent game,
yeah,
they probably win that game
You're
against the Patriots.
You're right. So he's got a lot to prove too.
But
against
C.J.
another
Stroud was
good defense.
horrendous.
CJ was bad. And Drake made the plays he had to with the 3 touchdown passes.
All right, so I don't have a great idea on the other side, Cakes. Are you rooting for Darnold and Seattle? Who do you want in the Super Bowl?
I don't want the Patriots, so I guess by default I have to take Denver.
You want Denver.
So I guess I want to see Denver and the Rams.
You do want the Rams. I thought you, for some reason, I thought you were rooting for Darnold.
I don't really care that much about Sam Darnold, to be honest, but I don't want to see him just
fail
completely
miserably.
faceplant. Like, how about they lose 35-31? He plays a good game. Somehow the Rams crack the code of the Seahawks defense, which not many teams have been able to do. That'd be great.
Although they put up a bunch of points against them in the last match.
True.
They did.
Well, they scored 36?
37 or 38, maybe. Yeah, I think it was like 37, 36
I don't know
or
why
38,
I care about
37.
Sam Darnold. Like, personally, it's weird.
I don't know.
I just feel like his name gets dragged through the mud all the time.
He does.
always has to defend himself.
He was looking at ghosts. He hasn't been able to
I feel like
escape that. And, of course, the last 2 games last season with the Vikings.
Yeah.
I feel like if the Seattle wins the Super Bowl and Sam wins the Super Bowl, he still wouldn't get credit for it.
No, he'll be in
Not
he'll be like
the
Dilfer.
defense, he was a passenger. The defense carried him.
What I find very weird, if he plays well in the Super Bowl and they win the Super Bowl, his name is still mud.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this: there was a graphic that I saw, and it was really to highlight Stidham. So it was putting the 4 quarterbacks and what they've done this year.
Mm-hmm.
So Stidham obviously has done nothing. Right. And Stafford has 49 touchdowns, low turnovers. Drake may have these fantastic years, but one thing jumped out at me: Darnold has had 20 turnovers this year. If you combine the interceptions with the fumbles. And he only had 26 touchdowns. So maybe they've won in spite of him. I know he's had some good games, but he has had great games of late.
Yeah, but he's still, he could still ball out on any given Sunday.
The way they're built also
and he's got
is
JSN to
he
throw
doesn't
to.
have to have great games. Like, they can lean on their defense. They can
True.
lean on Kenneth Walker, and up until he got hurt, Charbonnet. They had a good 1-2 punch at the running back spot. Now that's going to be tested with Charbonnet sidelined.
Yeah.
So maybe Darnold will have to make a few more plays with his arm.
Probably going to have to. They're going to have to probably score some points. They're not going to hold the Rams to 6 points like they did with San Francisco.
I wouldn't think.
Do you guys?
But the Rams are kind of sexy because of Stafford, because of their receivers, Kyron Williams,
Jared Verse. They have more big name players.
They do.
Do you guys
Absolutely.
find?
But it's going to be tough for them.
McVay likable? I actually do.
Yes.
Like, I find him likable. He's easy to root for. He's intense, but I don't know. I kind of maybe because he was here in Washington.
He seems like a likable dude.
He seems like a likable dude.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Find myself kind of rooting for the Rams whenever I watch.
Mm-hmm.
So you want the Rams Broncos?
Maybe. I would love the underdog story. Like the example I could give you is no one expected Phillip Rivers to do well, and he did a little better than expected, I think. But not great, but he did better than expected. Mm-hmm. That was the most interesting storyline for me, the 2 or 3 weeks that he played. I looked more forward to that game than any of the others. So that's just how I'm wired.
I'm with you.
Yeah. And so for Stidham,
I'm with you.
I'm actually interested to see what he and Peyton can come up with. They come up with some sort of rigged game plan that really, really caters to his strengths, and maybe they can pull something off.
I just don't have any real affection for Sean Payton or anybody else on the Denver Broncos.
Yeah. I don't really like him.
He's not a
lot of people
I
they
don't
hate
really
him.
like him.
He seems smarmy.
The way he treats the
Like
media.
Vrabel seems like a much more likable dude.
Vrabel's likable.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Now, a lot of people don't like Josh McDaniels. But
I don't know that I've ever rooted for
Vrabel's
the Patriots,
likable.
but I feel like I'm going to root for the Patriots in that game. Ultimately, I don't really care. I don't have a dog in the fight.
I don't know why you'd
Doesn't
want
really
to see
matter.
Jared Stidham in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. It is an underdog story.
Unless you're rooting against the Patriots for whatever reason.
And people compare it to Nick Foles. The problem is Nick Foles started a bunch of games in that regular season.
Oh, he had so many. He's got a ton of starts.
And they started rolling
You don't
with
think
Nick
it'd be
Foles.
an incredible story if he pulls off a win?
If he won the Super Bowl,
He wins this game, and then heading into the Super Bowl.
Oh, they could win the game, but because the Patriots don't play well or the defense dominates.
Well, they might play because he actually plays solid.
I'd be surprised if Jared Stidham was the reason they won.
Well, he don't have to be the single reason, but he just quarterbacks them to a win, and he doesn't really throw up all over himself, and is competent.
I think winning one game is not that big of a deal. Backup quarterbacks often come in and they'll win a game.
It's a pretty big game to win.
It's a big one.
A big one for sure.
I think it would be a big story.
But backup quarterbacks
of course
can
it would
win
be a big story.
A game.
But it's just not the one I want to see.
That's because you're all in on
Drake May.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a Drake May guy, but you're also anti Drake May. That's another reason.
I'm actually not. He seems like a super likable guy.
I'm pro Jaden Daniels. I'm not anti Drake May. There's a difference.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of another.
You'll be anti. You'll be anti if he wins the Super Bowl and everyone says Adam Peterson taking Drake May.
How great he is. Yeah, but that's just temporary.
Probably.
I honestly think all of this slobbering over all these other guys is temporary-ish. They're going to be good. I think they're all proven they're pretty good. But I think that Jaden's still going to shine.
Well, Drake May is shining and will always shine.
Need a big revenge story.
But Josh Allen, if Josh Allen played for the Patriots, you'd be rooting for the Patriots.
I like Josh Allen.
You wouldn't be rooting for Drake May.
Drake May's very likable.
He's very likable.
You love him so much.
Yeah,
it's
the
hard
only
to wrap
negative
your
on
arms around.
Drake May is you. It's not him. It's
the
you.
only reason you're rooting against Drake May is because
of you.
Because I had him ahead of Jaden Daniels.
Well, hold on.
It's just your constant jockeying.
Well, Eric, you're not going to like when
he does
people
less
say
jockeying than you guys do criticizing.
I mean, I gave Jaden Daniels props last year for his year. I wasn't anti Jaden Daniels.
You had to.
I wasn't anti Jaden Daniels.
Anti Drake May.
You actually
sounds like it.
I didn't really pay attention.
You guys are actually.
You want to see a backup quarterback?
I paid attention to this year. Probably less than 20 minutes of my life.
I'll say this: you guys are far more preemptive than he is jockeying.
Yeah.
You guys are getting ahead of his potential jockeying. Like he doesn't walk into the show every day and go, "Let me shoehorn some Drake May love."
He does. He takes a very perverse pleasure in hyping up Drake May, and also at the same time taking shots at Jaden Daniels at every turn.
What do you mean? How did I take shots?
You take shots at Jaden Daniels all the time.
When?
I mean, I don't have them cataloged, but you definitely do.
What, that he's not available? We all talk about that.
That Drake May's better than Jaden Daniels?
Oh, yeah.
I believe that.
Yeah. There are always
I
those.
don't take shots at him.
If Drake May,
I don't say Jaden Daniels is overrated or he sucks.
You might have to go through some of the tapes.
If Drake May goes to the Super Bowl and wins the Super Bowl,
yeah,
I think it's pretty clear.
It's clear.
You should give him his flowers. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm also pointing out that he takes a little perverse pleasure.
Well, you're offended. You're offended by saying that.
Everybody likes to be right. You like to be right.
Of course. I love to be right.
That's why he's still in the tank for Bilal Coulibaly.
Right.
He won't wave the white flag of surrender.
Some of Michael Winger's comments of late make me think that Bilal could be on the move sooner rather than later.
But I'm not anti-Jaden Daniels. I think he's a very good quarterback. If he stays healthy, the question is how long is he going to be on the field for his career?
I agree. Listen, all I can compare it to is that I found myself, and really for the first time, it just came upon me, vociferously rooting against Caleb because JP just jocks him so much. And I was watching that game, and I was just rooting hard against him.
Why can't you just agree with somebody on a player or a team or
because that's their guy.
I don't know. You take a stance.
Who, Jaden?
Yeah, Jaden's their guy. And
I get it. I think Jaden is a good player.
Yeah, but not as good as Drake May.
No. Drake May's proven he's a damn good quarterback.
You get the scoreboard this year. I had the scoreboard last year. Let's see how it plays out.
Drake May's done it for one season. Jaden Daniels did it for one season. In the way I look at it, they're basically photo finish right now.
Especially if they
tied.
lose. Especially if they lose in this one.
All right, but
they lose.
I mean, it's hard to say photo finish cakes.
And you guys are going to be happy.
It's hard to say photo finish
be a
because
wash.
one guy's played a lot more games, and you have a little more faith in his availability.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's younger, by the way.
He's bigger.
He wasn't that great in his first year.
It wasn't bad.
He wasn't great. You know who was great in his first year? Jaden Daniels was great in year one.
But he had terrible
Drake
coaching
May's
staff.
In year two.
Yeah.
But whose trajectory has been like this?
I mean, I don't know if that's Drake May's trajectory.
It's going up.
It's definitely going up.
Yeah.
Jaden's took a dip.
Yeah.
Jaden's went like this. And, I don't know.
EB,
with a lot of in and out of the lineup.
Just brace for the Jaden 2026 revenge tour incoming.
Look,
it's going to be sweet.
I'm pro both players. I like one better.
Pro Drake.
That's fine. You're anti one,
right.
and you're pro the other. You love one and
He's
you hate
also
the other.
anti-Bo Nix because he was desperate for Bo Nix to lose last
Definitely
week.
anti-Bo Nix.
I'm more.
That's a lot.
I'm more
That's true.
anti-you.
Oh, let me ask you this. If Bo Nix was playing in this game,
Yes.
would you be rooting for Drake May or Bo Nix?
I would root for an asteroid to hit the stadium.
Exactly.
That's what I would root for. Okay.
Can't talk
That's
to these
the
guys.
definition of a hater.
Can't talk to these guys.
I'm a hater.
All right,
This is
guys,
not
take a
documented.
break. Barry Verlugo from the Washington Post joins us next here on the Junkies.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
When it comes to your money, what is more valuable than peace of mind? How about nothing? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors know your financial journey is personal. Whether you're looking for a second opinion on your portfolio or want to build a plan for steady income in your retirement, Trajan Wealth has got you covered. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps veteran who knows the meaning of true independence, founded Trajan Wealth so their advisors could always put your interests first. Turn to the pros at Trajan Wealth for a custom-tailored plan to reach your goals on your timeline. Schedule your complimentary introductory meeting today at TRAJANWealth.com. You owe it to yourself to get a second opinion on your financial future. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Cold temps, long season. This is when you lean on the thing or that someone who can handle real ice time. The Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on at Lindsay Chevy in Woodbridge. And my guy, GM Danny Dimes, has the lineup locked in. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, big minutes, steady shifts, no scrambling on the bench, real inventory, smart pricing that holds up under pressure. And by the final horn, you're just grabbing the key. Take it from me, GP, you will love it at Lindsay. LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
Sunday, it all comes down to this. The road to the Super Bowl runs through Championship Sunday. With Bo Nix out, can Jarrett Stidham lead the Broncos to victory against Drake May and the Patriots? The AFC Championship kicks off at 3 on the Fan. Then it's Matt Stafford and the Rams against the Seahawks' dominating defense for the NFC crown.
Seahawks get a stop.
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown! Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Barry's Valuga, Washington Post columnist. Hey, Barry.
What's up, guys?
Did you get out and play golf like EB yesterday?
I should have, man. I had a billion things going on, but I mean, it feels like the day to get it in because we ain't playing for a while now.
Yeah.
That's right.
Sucks.
So we were just having this conversation about which Super Bowl you would want to see of these remaining four teams and which wouldn't you want to see. What do you want to see as a columnist? What's most interesting to you?
Not Jarrett Stidham, I think. I mean, I Drake May is most interesting to me. Vrabel is interesting to me. I think the Seahawks are pretty interesting just because of their coach, and Darnold will be like, you know, I heard you guys talking, like, if he wins the Super Bowl, would he be like Trent Dilfer? Would he play really well? And he has a great receiver. I'm just not interested in the Broncos without Nicks because to me, it's not like Nick Foles and that Eagles team. It's like a one game appearance where I'm not a big Bo Nix guy, but at least if you're in the Super Bowl with that player, he's your guy. Like whether you think he's good or bad.
You don't like the underdog element of it?
I don't like the backup in the Super Bowl. I want best on best, basically.
Couldn't it be Sean Payton legacy, though, to win a Super Bowl in New Orleans and then win one
Peyton's
in
kind of
Denver?
tough. He's tough to root for unless you're like
I'm
a
not
Broncos
disagreeing
fan.
with you there. I'm just saying that.
I'm with Cakes on Peyton. Like, it's kind of tired. Like, he looks worn out. Like, did he do a great job in New Orleans all those years? I guess he did. I mean, he had Drew Brees. Like, they were a great combo. They won the one Super Bowl. He's just not like a leading man figure to me. Whereas I feel like Sean McVay is that. Like, I guess if you're asking the matchup I'd like the most is probably Patriots Rams because the star factor there. I mean, the Rams just like give me Puka Nacua in a Super Bowl, like Matt Stafford in a Super Bowl again. Sean McVay trying to dial it up against Mike Vrabel, and then we could let Jason crow about Drake May if he wins the whole thing, right? So, that's the one I'd prefer, and if I don't really care on that as much on the NFC side as long as Stidham doesn't make it.
Hey, what do you make of the Commanders' choices at offensive coordinator and then what's happening here at defensive coordinator and why it's taking so long?
Well, so my thought on the offensive coordinator thing is, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, I'm all in on David Blau. Like, how do you even know? I mean, how do you know? But the only thing I can take away is they thought that this guy is a star in the making, and it would be better to give it to him too early than too late and have him go to the Lions and dial it up and be the next Ben Johnson or whoever. And, I don't know that Adam Peters and Dan Quinn are scarred by the history of, coaches that walked out of that place in Ashburn and went on to be stars elsewhere. But the fan base certainly is. I'm surprised that Mike McDaniel took another offensive coordinator job and didn't even have a conversation with the Commanders, given the history between him and Quinn. So that leaves me a little uneasy. But I just, having those guys not said anything publicly, I got to believe they think that the young guy, Blau, is going to be kind of a star in the making.
I think that, listen, I've said it about all these coaches. Like, what do I don't know these coaches' philosophy and their toolbox and how great they are. But what I do know is they know Blau because he's been in their building for 2 years. And if you read some of the quotes over the last 2 years, they have been raving about him consistently. So he is unproven as an OC. But it's not like he's an unproven guy from somewhere else. Like, they know exactly. Like, you know how you can interview well and be a dud? That guy's been in the building for 2 years. They know exactly, I think, what they're getting from him. And so that's where I'm putting my stock in. Am I all in on him? No. But they seem to know. I have to think they know exactly what they're getting.
Well, and I think the conversation, if it's an interview or a conversation, whatever, centers around, okay, David, you've been here for 2 years. You know the quarterback. We know that we want to do something different with him that maybe doesn't expose him as much. The most important thing about next year's season isn't who coordinates offense or who coordinates defense. It's how many games does Jaden Daniels play and what production does he have when he's out there. If that's north of 15 or 16 games, the season's likely to go a lot better than this past one did when he only appeared in 7 of them. So that conversation must have been really intriguing. Like, this is what I would do differently. This is how we didn't protect him. This is how I'm going to get him under center. I don't know. That's become such a big deal. But, I mean, Eric, you're right. Like, I'm just kind of shooting from the hip here because, one, we haven't heard the reasoning in a public way. And 2, we haven't heard from David Blau about, look, you worked with Cliff Kingsbury for 2 years, one of them super successful, the other one not. What is it that you're going to do differently that's going to get not only this offense going, but to get the best player, the most important person in the building on the field more often than not?
And then the defensive coordinator position, I kind of get a kick out of just ribbing them. It's the worst job in the universe. Like, we're the worst defense. We got no talent. We got a coach who's on the hot seat. I'm not surprised it's taken this long to fill the job.
Yeah, neither am I. And, to me, the coordinator's kind of secondary because Quinn, like you said, is on the hot seat and he coaches, he came up on that side of the ball. Whether he wants to call the formations and plays this year or not, it seems like he probably doesn't. I mean, now that they're down to a guy who's never done it before again, that seems to be a strange position to be in because, they tried that way with Joe Witt Jr. and midway through the second season, Quinn had to take over play calling duties from him. So, I mean, I don't want to be dismissive of the defensive side because you have to be better than the worst. But to me, so much about the upcoming season is about how much Jaden stays healthy, how Blau uses him, how the offense gets going and gets more consistent. Like, is Terry McLaurin out there and available 17 times like he used to be? Can they run the ball? Like they ran the ball pretty effectively last year. Does the line, which was a pretty good group, I think this year, take another step forward? I seriously don't want to be dismissive of defense, but I think about it a fraction of the time I think about getting the offense going.
Yeah, love to hear that.
I know,
Barry.
but
You're my guy.
if we can't stop anybody, Barry, the games they're almost unwatchable.
I get it. But if Jaden Daniels isn't out there, then you're not unlocking the best version of yourself, period.
Yeah, it's unwatchable then, too.
Yeah.
All right, so before we let you go, man, I hope Paul Taboni knows what he's doing. Now, and I'm not surprised.
We met him. He seems like he's
He
like
does.
a sharp dude.
No, he's a sharp dude.
Yeah.
And we, I'm not surprised that Gore got dealt. I'm not. He had 2 years left, so you get a nice little haul. You get the 12th pick in the draft from last year from the Rangers. But man, this rebuild is just going to take more time, and I'm just wondering, as a writer, as a sports writer, what do you think of this plan that Paul Taboni and all these young guys, these young boy geniuses are put in place?
Well, so here's what I wrote this morning, and I've thought this all along, and the trade is a perfect time to kind of introduce this idea, and that is that, essentially, the Nats fans are, halfway through a horror novel, and they're just like, oh, my God, we've been suffering for, 6 seasons now, and we were told that trading Juan Soto was a big part of taking a step forward, and last year Mike Rizzo and Dave Martinez were like, we want to play meaningful games in September, and that didn't happen, and they lost their jobs. And Paul Taboni didn't read the first part of this horror novel. It's at page 1 for him of a different book, and he can't act as painful as it is. And I talked to him about this last night. It's tough for the fans, and you have to acknowledge that. But this front office also has to divorce itself from what turns out to be the mistakes of the past. And that is not to say that I thought you had to trade Soto. I thought the package they got was good in return. I still think James Wood is going to be a force here. But in trading Gore a piece of that Soto package, that is a transactional way of acknowledging that we don't think the rebuild of the previous regime was as far along as that regime thought it was. And that's
right.
The only way that Paul Taboni and his crew can act. They can't try to cover up for what they feel like were the mistakes. And again, it wasn't the Soto trade. It's that the depth that Mike Rizzo saw, this group doesn't see, the depth in the minor league system.
Right.
So it's tough. It's going to take more time. And I think there's going to be a ton of empty seats at that ballpark for this summer and a couple summers to come.
Yeah.
We put up as our poll of the day, which team is more likely to have a winning season first, the Wizards or the Nationals? What would you bet on?
Oh, man, that is like a death sentence. Maybe I would say the Wizards. When would I have ever said that before? I think that might be right.
Yes.
Because, we're going to get into a situation where Gore's traded, with 2 years remaining before free agency, because that's, you can get the most value then. I mean, there's going to be a time when James Wood is in that situation. Are they?
Yeah.
It's Paul Taboni's job is to get to a point where James Wood is 2 years out from free agency, and you're definitely not trading him because he's a centerpiece of a team that's on the cusp. Think about the 2011 Nationals that went 80 and 81. And that's not a good season. That's not a winning season, but it was the springboard into 2012, the first division title. That's the position he has to get him in. Can he do that before Michael Winger and Dawkins get the Wizards on the cusp of a winning, a 42-40 season? I'm not sure he can.
Might be a photo finish, though. All right, we got to run. Good stuff,
Thanks, Barry. See you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, pal.
You can vote on that poll at Junks Radio. Coming up next, big weather event this weekend. We'll check in with Doug Kammerer from NBC4.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here from my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Buyer is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter Shelter, helping local kids stay warm and taken care of this winter. While they're at it, Josh is making the math work. You can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Forester or Outback for 36 months. So do what I'm doing. Get over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out online at buyersubaru.com. It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system, water heater, and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
Cold temps, red hot cards. You know when the hand is right. The Chill Deals winter sales event is on at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban. That's a hand you like to open. A flop? Real inventory, silly savings. The turn? Aggressive pricing that makes you lean in. And by the river, you're not guessing anymore. You're just grabbing your set of keys. Take it from your pal Cakes. When a hand plays out like that, you go all in at Lindsay Chevy. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Chevy, together, let's drive.
The new year brings new health goals and wealth goals. Protecting your identity is an important step. Your info is in endless places that could expose you to identity theft, leading to lost funds. LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Resolve to make identity health and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com.
BMitch here. Cats fans. It's a new year and a power play of a ride. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have locked in with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Caps Harley-Davidson, signed by the entire team. Drop the puck on a new year, in the saddle, and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
Hey, what's up? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Plug into savings in a new sled just like mine. How about a 2025 Mustang Mach-E up to $9,500 off the MSRP and 0% APR for 72 months? And get this, no payments for 90 days. Silent, smooth, sleek, and stuffed with savings. Or a new 2026 Explorer from Ted Britt Ford, $4,250 off, plus no payments for 90 days. More space and more savings. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford and tell them Danny sent you.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton. I support Feeding America because they help provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them, too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown! Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Believe we first started getting anxiety and panic from EB on Tuesday morning about this
First day
impending snowstorm.
Not for me. My wife gave it to me.
Yeah.
And then now I'm just like, but
you became anxious.
Well, when you hear 20 inches, and plus I'm supposed to travel this weekend. Luckily, that event's been canceled.
Yep.
But yeah, I think it's normal to have some healthy anxiety about potentially having
100% agree. 100% agree.
Why wouldn't you have a little anxiety?
Because it's just a pain in the ass.
You might lose your power.
Now, the guy on hold right now disagrees with me. He loves this stuff. He wishes we got 50 inches.
I know.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I don't know how he loves it so much.
Well, he's a demonic person.
That's bizarre behavior.
Yeah.
All right, let's check in on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in DMV, with Doug Kammerer from NBC4, their chief meteorologist. Hey, Doug.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
So this is the thing I don't understand, DK. I mean, I know it's your business, okay? And you love the airtime because when there's snowstorms, you're on the air for like 47 minutes out of the hour.
True.
But if we get a ton of snow, which you like, don't you hate shoveling? Or do you just have people come to your house to take care of that?
Yeah, you have minions that handle it.
Yeah, that's right. I have a whole crew that just comes up and shows up out of nowhere. No, man, I love it all. You know, I told my next door neighbor yesterday, he'll be out of town. He goes, does our neighborhood, do they do snow shoveling? I'm like, I got you, buddy. I got you. I mean, I love anything outdoors, man. I'm out there. I'll be shoveling. I'll be doing whatever you need.
You don't make your son do it? We met your son when we were doing the Altcast. He's a teenager.
That's right.
Yeah.
Should make him do it.
He's now at the University of Miami. That was a tough loss for them last week or earlier this week. But yeah, he's down there right now. Just started his freshman year down there.
So
I'm guessing he won't be flying back in for the snowstorm.
No,
guessing.
No, he will not.
Yeah.
And trust me, yeah, he's not one to get all ready and go out there and do some shoveling for me. So no, I love it, guys. You're right. I mean, I love when we have winter. I mean, you love this area because of the seasons. You know, we get them all. We get every type of weather imaginable, and in the winter, when it's cold, let it snow.
All right, Doug. So I haven't been following this a lot, but it seems like when I'm getting reports from people that you guys are maybe waffling a little bit on the severity of this. It may not be quite as severe as we anticipated 4 or 5 days ago. Is that true or no?
Well, it's not going to be, you guys were just talking about 20 inches. I mean, This is the reason why I had to jump on this thing so far and so hard as early as Monday, because the Apple app was talking about 20 inches of snow. I mean, they were talking 18 to 23 inches at one point.
Right.
I never, ever said that. And we don't put out our numbers until 48 hours out. So my very first snowfall map was last night.
Right.
And right now I've got 6 to 10 inches for the D.C. metro area. But then we've got ice. So you talk about severity.
Mm-hmm.
I would much rather have 20 inches of snow than 10 inches of snow and ice. And that's what we're going to be having here. I think we could have a significant amount of ice. And I'm actually really worried about freezing rain, especially in our southern zones. I don't think D.C. is going to see too much freezing rain. I hope not.
Good.
But there's definitely a chance for that. And freezing rain is by far the worst type of weather we can get in this area.
And DK, when you talk about these models that you track, you always talk about the Euro model versus the American model, or the GFS, whatever that stands for. But the Euro model you always claim is the most accurate. Why is the Euro model more accurate than the American model?
They've done so much to put money into the system. They update theirs twice. For every time we update ours, they update theirs twice.
Okay.
So theirs is just a better model. It has been a better model for the last 20 years. I mean, it really does a great job. And the American model just is a poor model. It really is. I mean, last weekend, you guys know this, we didn't see any snow. It came down. It looked pretty for a little bit, but it didn't accumulate. I mean, the GFS at one point had 3 to 6 inches of snow last weekend, and the European had half an inch melted. And that's exactly what we got.
Right.
So the European is just a better model. It continues to be.
All right, so the Euro model is saying that the sleet's going to come into the area sooner than the American model is, correct?
Yeah, the American model, I mean, again, you know me, I would love it to be all snow. The American model has got almost no ice mixing in around the D.C. metro area, so it does have more snow. It has well over a foot of snow in the D.C. metro area and then has nearly 15, 16 inches to the north and west. I just think we're going to get warm air, and that's climatologically what we get in this area. We tend to get warmer air aloft, and by aloft, I'm talking 5,000 to 10,000 feet. That's where temperatures may go above freezing, and 34, 35 degrees. It melts the snow, and then the snow comes down into a very cold atmosphere. We're going to be around 20, 22 degrees when it's snowing outside. So when that stuff comes back down, it not only picks up, it turns into ice. So freezing rain is the worst. Remember, sleet, guys, is not bad. If we get sleet, it bounces off of you, no problem. It bounces off trees. It bounces off power lines. Freezing rain will stick to everything, and it coats it. And the Europeans actually put in the D.C. area at well over half an inch of sleet, or rather a half an inch of freezing rain. And if we get that weighs down trees. You literally have trees breaking off. You have power outages. It's going to be bad, and somebody's going to get that. We're going to hear that over the next couple of days. You're going to see video on the nightly news of trees breaking and falling apart. I'm hoping it's not our area, but right now I'm thinking we have a good chance of that, especially D.C. southward.
All right, so fast forward to Monday morning, because I live in Ashburn, as you know, and we got two guys who live in Montgomery County. All right, so if we usually get up at 4 o'clock and leave the house at 4:30ish, what's the commute coming from those areas going to be like going into D.C. on Monday morning? What do you think?
You guys don't all have like studios in your houses and things like that now? What's going on here?
We could jerry rig it if we had to.
If we had to, but I don't think they're going to let us do that on Monday.
They're not fans of it.
Okay, gotcha.
Believe me, I'd rather stay home and do it, but I don't think they're going to let us.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I mean, you look at Monday morning, the main highways may be okay, but any secondary roads, I mean, if it takes you a little while to get to the highway, you're going to have a really hard time doing so, because not only, once again, 6 to 10 inches of snow out there, especially if we get freezing rain, it's going to be really hard to get in, guys. So if you can do something to, maybe Monday's the one day you go, hey, look, bosses.
Yeah.
We love you guys, and I'd love to see my friends.
But I want to live. I want to live.
But I prefer to come back home today.
Right. How do you guys do it when you have a storm? I mean, you live in Bethesda, I think, so your trek isn't as far. But the people who have to be there early, how do they get in?
We have hotels. Yeah, a lot of us stay in hotels.
You just stay in hotels. Okay.
Yeah. Like I'll never forget, 2016. I had to go in early that morning. Oh, you guys will love this story. So I have to go in in 2016. We had that blizzard, and I went in the morning, and we had about a foot of snow that morning. I actually did a video. I made it in, no problem. Connecticut happened. It was actually pretty good, but that storm was all snow. But the city did a really good job of Connecticut Avenue. So I got into work, no problem. I made a video that morning about how I was able to wipe my car off. Everything was great, but take a look at my wife's car. She still has a foot of snow on her hood. She's not going anywhere today. Mm-hmm. That was pretty much it. And I'll tell you what, locally, everybody was like, hey, nice job with the snow. We love the storm. And then the thing started going viral, and I started getting hit as the worst husband in the world. Oh, my God. That was the toughest thing I think I've ever – I had over 1 million views. It was the first time I ever hit over 1 million views. And it was like people from Canada or people from New Zealand telling me how bad of a guy I was.
Oh, my gosh.
That's hilarious.
That's funny.
Hey, Doug, so how when will we start seeing them like dropping salt and all that stuff? How prepared do you think? I mean, these guys have had plenty of notice. There's no excuse to not have these roads treated perfectly.
Yeah, but that's the thing about this. This storm is different because the brine that they use is a salt solution. So it only works down to about 26, 27 degrees. And this snow is coming down around 20 to 22 degrees. So the brine's not going to work. So they're going to get out there. You're going to see the trucks do something that they don't normally do. They're going to have to use sand. They're going to have to use salt out of the back of the truck as they're going down the street. But it's going to be really, really hard to milk this stuff. So that's why when you look at next week, I don't have a single day above freezing. As a matter of fact, I got another Arctic push. So you get this Arctic air coming in tonight, by the way, and then you get another Arctic push next week. We don't go above freezing for the better part of the next 10 days. Wow. So that's extremely hard to get anything off. And once you pack down that snow, it's going to be really hard to get it out of there. So we're going to be with this, guys, for a while.
If you had to predict how many days of school are going to be canceled,
a whole week probably.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I really think so. I really think around the D.C. area, I think you're talking about at least canceled through Wednesday. Maybe you have delays on Thursday and Friday, but I could really see them canceling the rest of the week just because this is not going anywhere anytime soon. And you're going to have all these neighborhoods, especially you guys in Montgomery County. You guys know how that is. Bethesda area might be okay, but up around Clarksburg and Damascus, you're not going to be able to get around up there for a while. So, it's so much tougher.
Although those hillbillies all got trucks, they'll be all right.
Clarksburg's as suburban as you get.
Too.
Yeah. Damascus ain't.
Damascus is a little different, but Clarksburg's a straight up suburb. No
all
different
right,
than...
DK. Well, hopefully we don't get the amount of snow, and hopefully it is sleet and not freezing rain, at least in our area.
So you love the weather, but you don't want the snow to come?
I love
the inconvenience.
I love thunderstorms in July. That's what I love.
Okay.
I don't love 15 inches where I got to shovel my way out of the neighborhood for hours.
Not fun for anybody.
Doug, is there any chance that what's the most soul crushing is like the next 10 days of under freezing? Is there any chance we can get warmer weather? Is there any chance?
Yeah, in March.
In the next 10 days? Not really?
No, there's not. I mean, it's just one Arctic outbreak of another. And here's the thing. I mean, yesterday we were 56 degrees. We're kind of missing what's going on today. We've got a cold weather advisory, which is something that they changed the name of it. It used to be a wind advisory. Now it's a cold weather advisory. Mm-hmm. We go from 56 yesterday to -6 later tonight. So we drop literally 60 degrees. Mm-hmm. Between yesterday and tonight. So, that cold air, it's coming tonight first.
Oh, what a disaster. All right,
man.
I'm glad I can make you guys happy.
Yeah. Can't you tell? Brighten our moods.
Yeah.
What you did.
I know you'll be smiling on air today, so.
Thank you, buddy.
Exactly
Appreciate
it.
Thanks, DK.
All right,
thanks,
pal.
guys.
Thanks,
hey,
Doug.
be safe out there if you do have to drive.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
But tell them I said, if you need me to sign a note or something like that for your bosses, let me know.
Yep. All right, gotcha. Thank you.
All right,
guys.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, coming up next, we're actually getting the Winter Olympics. Jason has a buddy whose son is part of the U.S. ski team.
Yep.
He specializes in big air. His name's Troy Podmilsack.
Yep.
We'll talk to him next here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Brought to you by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Everybody's been waiting to dunk on Sam Darnold his whole career. Seeing ghosts, too shaky, too replaceable. But beat the Rams on Sunday and the narrative flips fast. Wins don't ask how you got here. They just shut people up. One big win and suddenly Darnold isn't a punchline. He's the quarterback of a championship team. I'm John Lund.
All right, guys, FanDuel's turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in, take your shot on an upset, or build a parlay that fits the moment. Maybe you can cornhole a Cooper Kupp pick in there if you want. Then apply your profit boosts and go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. All you got to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call. Text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cold temps, hot cards. You know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals winter sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Your holiday decor is down, and suddenly your house looks very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Winter's all about layers. Coats, gloves, boots. At Dulles Kia, the layers are in the lineup. Drive a new Kia K4, just $239 a month. Step up to a new Sorrento, only $379 a month. Or go all in with a Telluride as low as $389 a month. All brand new, all loaded with tech. And now, all under one roof at Dulles Kia's sharp new facility. However winter hits, there's a Kia that fits at Dulles Kia in Leesburg or DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
If you are facing divorce, call Cordell and Cordell today.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you are facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
At National Geographic Society, we believe in the power of wonder. We're supporting a new generation of explorers to ask questions, make breakthroughs, and bring the future closer. Wonder awaits. Will you join us? Visit natgeo.org/wonder.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital.
The Goldaway slam to
WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer. Oh, baby, the Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
Nationals make a big trade. The Rangers receive left-handed pitcher Mackenzie Gore. The Nats receive shortstop Gavin Feen, right-handed pitcher Alejandro Rosario, first baseman/outfielder Abimelec Ortiz, infielder Devin Fitzgerald, and the fifth player involved is outfielder Yeremy Cabrera. Now, don't mistake this for a case of the Nationals taking quantity over the expense of quality. They successfully snagged three of the most interesting prospects in the Rangers farm system in Feen, Rosario, and Fitzgerald, while also grabbing two hitters in Ortiz and Cabrera, who have a little something working in their favor. Now, obviously, they didn't get the top prospect in the Rangers farm system, so it's going to be all about development, which leads to the big question is, what comes next for the Nationals? From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish Cakes, EB, and JP. Going to talk some Winter Olympics right now.
Very good.
Joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, is the son of one of Jason's buddies, Troy Podmilsack, also known as T-Pod.
T-Pod.
From Reston, Virginia, or at least that's where he was born.
Yeah, raised in Utah, but yeah, from the Northern Virginia area. Troy, what's up, buddy?
How's it going, guys?
Good, man. By the way, we're running your video right now on Monumental, so if you want to check out what this kid does, he's unbelievable. He's ranked number 1 in the world in the big air specialty or the big air event. So he's going to be at the Olympics in Milan starting in February. I believe you're training right now, not in Italy. You're in Switzerland, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm in Loch, Switzerland.
Okay. How's that going?
Going well. Jet lag's been pretty hard. Sleeping-wise has been a little tough, but
right.
We're getting used to it now.
Right.
I just need to compare with it. Troy, are you 20 or 21 at this point?
I think he's 21.
21.
I'm 21.
All right. At 21, how many different countries have you visited at the tender age of 21?
Oh.
Ooh, I probably wouldn't even be able to give you a number.
Like 50?
Not to sound braggy.
Like have you been to 50 different countries, 25, 30?
He probably hasn't been to that many
honestly,
warm weather
no, not that much.
Yeah.
It's really just like the Alps
Okay.
where we're at.
So it's the mountain-intensive countries.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
probably done 0 Africa.
Okay.
Probably
No,
Australia.
Yeah, all the cold weather
My
countries.
bigger takeaway is at 21,
Yes.
he's visited more countries than I will probably visit in my
Ever.
entire lifetime.
100%.
Which is impressive.
Of course.
Well, you're at like 2.
I think I've got 3 or 4 under my belt, but I mean,
Hey, 3 or 4 is pretty good.
3 or 4 is not bad.
Okay, you've got Aruba, Jamaica.
Costa Rica,
Yeah.
Oh,
Canada.
Oh, you have been to
I
Canada.
might be 5 or 6, Troy. I might be catching up to you.
All right, so Troy, so you're in Switzerland now. When do you leave for Italy?
Honestly, I don't know the exact date. I've been pretty in the dark with everything, but I know it's early February. I think around the 2nd or 1st.
Okay.
so I'm watching some of your highlights, and sometimes the ski falls off. Sometimes you fall down.
nightmare.
What's the worst accident you've had? Going all the way back to, look, you started skiing when you were 3, so you've been basically doing this your whole life.
By the way, he was the youngest person ever to complete the double cork 1440. Whatever the double cork 1440
It
is.
sounds impressive and dangerous.
And he did it when he was 12. And explain what the double cork 1440 is.
That would be, so 1440 would be the amount of rotations you do. So
Right.
it'd be 360, 720, 1080, and then 1440.
So 4 of them. Okay.
And then we say cork because it's not an actual flip, although it looks like a flip.
Mhm.
It's kind of to the side a little bit more.
Yeah.
So that's why we call it cork.
Okay. And what's been the worst accident? Because we have showed some of that on the video.
Oh man, there's a lot. I would probably say I wouldn't be able to pick out one in specific, but whenever you pull your ski off midair, because it's not going to be a fun time when you land. You can tell right off the bat that
Bad
you're
news.
just
Right.
not going to end well.
Right. Some of the incredible jumps that you do when you land backwards. I mean, how do you do that? He does like 8 flips and he lands backwards on the skis.
Oh man, that just comes down to training. I mean,
reps.
The more you do it, the better. I mean, you can ski backwards just as well if you as you ski forward if you train enough. So.
So did you ask him how?
Yep.
Did you ask him how he got started in the tricks versus just sort of being a regular skier? Like, how, I assume it's just something you did for fun, and you realized you were pretty good at it, and then it kind of went from there. I don't know.
Yeah, I just saw my older brother doing stuff, and he was trying to trick everything and flip off of stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm definitely more into that than just trying to make it down the run. So every little side hit or jump, you would just catch me trying to trick it or flip off of it from a young age. So
And then what do you
do? And then I got a little more serious later on. But
what do? You hire, like, at what age do you hire your first, like, coach to teach you, all the tricks?
Well, from a young age, I'd say about 6, I was in a coaching program, but it was more like kind of like a daycare thing more than actual coaching. I'd say I got my first serious coach when I was around 13.
Okay.
12, 13, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're already entering competitions, et cetera, all through your childhood?
Oh, yeah. There's a league. It's called USSA, and it's pretty much a competition league for younger kids trying to go to bigger events. So depending on your discipline or your ranking, that can put you into better, higher events. But that's kind of the starting division. And I was competing in that from about 6 years old.
Wow.
Cool.
Were your parents skiers?
Nope, they're snowboarders.
Yeah.
I think that's why I wanted to be a skier.
Right.
To be a little different.
Yeah.
Right.
His dad would tell me that he would, at age 3 or 4, he'd say, Troy would come up to him and say, "Dad, watch this," and he'd just do a backflip in the living room.
Right.
I mean, he's kind of a natural. All right, so talk about the competition, the big air competition, and you're also in slope style. You can kind of compare the two for our listeners and for us. But in terms of the big air,
definitely for us,
yeah.
we need help.
It's just in terms of the big air, how does your team look? I know there's a qualifying round before you get to the medal round, but how's the team look? And then what are some of the other skiers / countries that are really good at it?
Mm-hmm. Well, the U.S. team right now is kind of turning out to be a bit of a dream team. We have by far the strongest team for our discipline. I would say it's not even close. So we had probably about 8 guys fighting for 4 spots, and every one of those 8 guys could probably go and win the Olympics. We have 2 of the number one ranked skiers in the world right now. We got Alex Hall, who's the number 1 rank in slopestyle skiing. And we have me, who's the number 1 rank for big air. And so our team just has crazy talent.
How would you describe slopestyle for those that don't know? Is it kind of like snowboarding or skiing meets skateboarding, or because there's obstacles and stuff?
Mm-hmm. I would say it's sort of like skateboarding in a way because there's rails that you have to jib off of.
Yeah.
There's usually 3 rails and 3 jumps, and then each feature progressively gets bigger. So start with a smaller rail into a little bit bigger of a rail, and then sort of a launch rail into a smaller jump, a little bit bigger, and then the money booter.
All right. So
because skiing's not hard enough, Cakes, that they got to add rails.
Can I ask
I mean, we kind of tapped out at moguls.
Oh yeah, moguls. We ran away in fear.
It's unbelievable what this kid does.
Can I ask a basic question? I'm sorry because I'm not there in person, so it's hard for me to see. Like, how high is the jump itself, and then how high do you get in the air?
So I would say it really depends where you're at. If you're at X Games, the lift of that jump can be about like 30 feet.
Wow.
Tall. But I would say maybe at most you're really not going that high. I think it's more so the distance that you travel. But
okay,
I'd probably say some jump, like the biggest jumps we hit, you're probably 50 feet in there, maybe 40.
I mean, you're not, and you have no fear of it. You love that feeling.
Oh no, I'm totally scared. Like pretty much the whole time. It's actually like kind of agonizing in a way because there's really no time when I'm up there where I'm not really scared. But that's kind of why I like it.
All right.
How do your parents?
You've said that before because I remember a reporter asked you, "How do you feel about this jump?" You said, "I'm terrified."
How do your mom and dad handle it? How do your parents handle it's obviously a dangerous pursuit, but it's something you love.
His dad told me yesterday he doesn't even want to think about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of odd for me because I always sort of thought he didn't really care.
I think, dude, he's nervous. He's nervous.
He's sort of in a way of a extreme athlete himself. He's on motocross and dirt bikes and stuff like that. So to me, I just thought he thought it was normal. But my mom can't stand it.
Right. She can't watch.
So
I'm curious.
Are you gonna debut like a new move?
Yeah.
You are.
Oh, really?
Yep. So I decided to skip. So I got my qualification spot back in December. I got the second one, and I decided to skip the rest of the comps, just train and kind of work on some secret stuff. that will be unveiled at the Olympics in 2 weeks. So, yeah, I got some stuff in the works for sure.
Now, will guys see you like practicing it in warm-ups? Or are you saving, like, do you practice it in warm-ups?
Yeah, depending on the trick, there's some tricks that I won't practice in warm-ups just because of how dangerous they are, that I would really only want to be doing it once during the competition.
Right.
So even in practice, I won't do it. But
that's nuts.
I think, yeah, by the time we're in practice, most of the people will see what I'm doing.
So whatever you're going to do, that your secret move, has that ever been done before by anybody else in the world?
It's hard to say just because there's so many people. I know for a fact it hasn't been done in competition.
Gotcha.
We're joined by Troy Podmilsack, Olympic skier specializing in big air. Going back to what you just mentioned as far as doing a trick once, I'm looking at the YouTube video, the first one that comes up, and I believe this is from the X Games, where you're at the top of the jump and you're off the podium at this point, and you're discussing with your team. You're like, I'm going to do the 2340, and they're like, I don't know if that's the best idea. We want you to be able to ski like next week, next season, and I mean it's one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
It is,
and you land it backwards, and you somehow survived it. It was crazy. Like, that's the sort of move that you're talking about, right? Like something of that level, or maybe even more extreme.
So what is
right?
that, 8? Is that 8 flips?
I can't even do that math.
No. 3 flips, and I think it's 6.5 rotations.
Right. Okay,
So,
all right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
All right, so I'm looking at your bio on Team USA, and at the end it says when he's not skiing, he enjoys golfing, eating pizza, and bench pressing.
It's a pretty good trio.
What is your?
Is that true?
What is T-Pod's max right now?
Where'd that come from?
Oh, that's definitely something I said like when I was like 17, which was probably what I was doing back then.
So
I mean, sort of. I do like those things, but it's probably not.
You might
good
modify it
description of
at the age of 21 now. You might have a different answer.
I'm 38 and I like that.
Yeah.
Nailed Valdez.
That's pretty funny.
All right, so so you leave Switzerland, you go to Italy early February. You got the opening ceremonies on the 6th, and then your competition starts. The slope style's before the big air, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay. But big air is going to be, I believe qualifying is on the 15th, and then the medal round will be on the 17th. So we're going to be watching you, man. Good luck. Stay healthy. And it's going to give our listeners another reason to watch the Winter Olympics to root you on, buddy.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the
buddy.
time.
Best
Troy.
of luck, man. Be safe out there, pal.
Yep.
Troy
Appreciate
Podmilsack.
All right, buddy.
All right, TC, man.
Born in Reston, known as T-Pod.
Yeah.
T-Pod's way better. I mean, no disrespect. It's not a great last name.
Yeah, it's
Much
hard
like
to
Wertheimer, my wife's maiden name, Wertheimer's not great.
It's hard to say. Yeah.
Podmilsack doesn't roll off the tongue.
Yeah, that's why he likes to be called T-Pod.
T-Pod.
Yeah.
That makes much more
It's
sense.
terrifying that the jumps are so dangerous you can't even practice them.
Right.
Like, you just got to do it.
But
You're going to do it one time.
But you have to
That's
have
nutty.
you have to have his mindset. Like in that video I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like his whole team is up there during the X Games, basically saying, "You might not want to do this move." And he's like, "I got to go.
Gotta
for
do
it.
it. Right.
I got to get on the podium."
I'd love to know
I'm doing it.
what he's going to unveil.
Yeah.
Probably a triple cork.
I don't know. It might be like a 3680 or something.
I don't know.
All right,
But
so
that's cool. It gives me a reason to watch that event.
yeah.
I didn't get to ask him, but I wanted to ask. So, to me, this seems much more difficult than just the regular old ski jump. How would he fare, like if he just did the regular old ski jump?
I'm sure he'd be fine. It'd probably be butt easy for him.
Easy.
All he has to do is
lean forward.
That's what I'm saying.
Instead of a million
Now you have to have
twists,
bigger skis,
you gotta do this.
but all you do is they basically just tip you over at the top of the ski jump.
Yeah.
They just tip you over, and then you just go.
Not that hard.
It's not that hard.
Now I couldn't do it because I'm old and I've got a lot of fear.
Oh,
But he can do it.
You'd break your back.
Oh, he's so broken.
So anyway, so that's Troy Podmilsack, and make sure you watch him whenever, or look at the event schedule and make sure you watch him when they are doing the big air competition.
Check
I believe
it out.
starts on the 15th.
And slope style, which is skiing meets.
But his
skateboarding.
strength is the big air.
It's just.
I mean, he's favored to win the gold in the big air.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to know a gold medalist.
I hope, man. I hope that'd be very cool.
Have you ever met him?
Have never met him because when he grew up in Utah. His parents lived in Virginia for a few years, and the kid was very young.
Gotcha.
So I didn't know him.
Gotcha. All right, we got Brandon Duhame from the Caps. He's going to join us coming up at 9:45. But coming up next, let's make our official picks. We'll get in. I don't know if we're going to put $5 on it. We'll have to have a tiebreaker because it's just 2 games.
Right.
But we'll get into the NFC Championship, AFC Championship next here on the Junkies on a Football Friday.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Need a work truck that pulls its weight? My team over at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton is your commercial vehicle headquarters. Transit vans, Maverick, F-150s, Super Duty trucks, and more, all priced to move and built to keep your business moving. Or do what I did, plug in and power up your drive in a new F-150 Lightning or Mustang Mach-E. Lindsay's Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on right now, so get over to Lindsay Ford, ask for my guy Jay Raptor, and tell him Cake sent you. Take it from me. You'll love it at lindsayford.com.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies for Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. Dr. Sean Coomer has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. I had a great experience there. You will too. Visit elegantsmilesdds.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check them out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Danny Krebs, GM at Lindsay Volvo Cars of Alexandria, where we're paying over the cap for trades. No doubt about it.
Hold up, Danny. Dowd is about it. Why are you leaving me out of this?
No, Nick Dowd. Not you. Your trade-in value. We need all cars and are paying top dollar.
No way, Danny. Dowd loves it at Lindsay. And even though my XC90 seats 7, I never feel like I'm in the box. I'm not taking any offers.
I see, Nick. But how's about...
Psst, psst. Wow, one question though. Do you make checks?
Only the paper kind for your car.
Lindsay Volvo Cars in the heart of Alexandria. LindsayVolvoCars.com.
If we continue to consume our natural resources at the rate we do now, by 2050, it could take 3 Earths to meet our needs. The Earth can't speak up when it needs help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Bayer is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter Shelter, helping local kids stay warm and taken care of this winter. While they're at it, Josh is making the math work. You can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Forester or Outback for 36 months. So do what I'm doing. Get over to Bayer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out online at BuyerSubaru.com.
Next on The Fan, it's BMitch and Finlay.
The snow is coming. Repeat, the snow is coming. Chief meteorologist for NBC4, Doug Kammerer, will join BMitch and Finlay at 11 to give us the latest forecast. Plus, we're going to make our picks for Conference Championship weekend, along with Maryland Governor Wes Moore at 12:15. And then, phone lines are open for Ask BMitch Anything.
Brian Mitchell and JP Finlay. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
All right, it is a Football Friday here on The Fan. Only 2 games. We were lamenting earlier that the season is coming to an end and there's going to be months of no football. This is the last weekend. You have multiple games, but it's just
sad.
2.
Makes me sad.
Does make
Deep
you
down
sad.
inside. Just does.
Yeah, you're going to have to start watching college hoops. Getting ready for conference tournaments, NCAA tournament.
I don't know if I'm that sad. Not sure I'm quite
I know
that,
you're not.
Quite that sad enough.
On the local front, there aren't many good options because the Wizards are rebuilding. I mean, you watch them, but they're terrible. The Capitals are floundering. Let's be real. We'll talk to Brandon Duhaime shortly, but they're basically playing 500.
Yeah.
Yep. Terps and
then
Georgetown
the
are
Terps
bad.
and Georgetown stink.
Okay, but you got George Mason.
Hey, Mason's selling.
Yeah.
Mason's very good.
You got GW. They're pretty good.
Dude, Mason's so good that Skin's going to get plucked. This is it.
Yeah.
This is it.
But you got
he's not
Coach
gonna be there.
Cooley up on the podium saying there are way worse things in the world than Georgetown being 1-6. I mean, that is not a great look.
Yeah.
Things are not good on the hilltop.
All right, so 3 o'clock on Sunday, you've got Patriots at the Broncos. The Patriots are laying 4.5. The biggest story in this game is Bo Nix at the end of the last game fractures his ankle and has to have a season-ending surgery.
Just the worst
So
luck ever.
Jared Stidham steps in as the starter for the Denver Broncos. They are hosting this game against the Patriots. Drake May has kind of had the fumbleitis in the playoffs in the 2 wins for the Patriots. Now, he had a couple of amazing passes as well.
Yep.
The one to Diggs, the one to Butte.
Yep.
Great passes. but he's had a bunch of turnovers, and he's facing a Denver Broncos defense and can get after quarterbacks.
I know. They lead the league in sacks, so they've got to do a much better job protecting him. He's got to do a much better job, especially in the pocket, taking care of the ball. He does. Because you can't keep playing careless like that and expect to keep winning games, especially on the road, playing against a good team.
But Denver could win with their defense. You know what's funny? Yesterday I'm working out, and on one of the TVs, I think it was NFL Network, because Denver's playing New England, they showed the last time that Denver played New England in the AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
And that was prime Von Miller, EB. That's right before Von won the Super Bowl MVP.
Yep.
And Brady ends up throwing a couple of interceptions in that game, and he's getting just pressured so fast by Von Miller. And I can't remember the name of the white guy that was, I think it was Wolf.
Yeah.
Derek Wolf, maybe?
Yeah, maybe Derek Wolf.
Something like that.
Yeah. That rings a bell.
But that was against Tom Brady. Like, pass rush, if the pass rush is overwhelming, they can get that win just strictly with their defense.
I mean, they've racked up 68 sacks, 11 more than the next team. 17 guys on the roster have at least a half sack. I mean, they just attack you from everywhere.
I wanted to go with Denver with the underdog quarterback in the defense, and it's the defense kind of leading the way, but they did give up like almost 450 yards to Buffalo. That is Josh Allen, but it just makes me feel like maybe the defense is not at their peak right now. So it might be hard for me to pick them with Stidham.
What was especially surprising was James Cook and Allen gouging them on the ground. Like that doesn't usually happen.
Yeah.
So Vrabel, I mean, he'll definitely lean into Ramondre Stevenson, Travion Henderson, and Drake May to an extent.
Correct.
Right.
To milk clock,
Meanwhile,
keep the ball on the ground.
And New England's defense, and we're talking about Denver's defense, New England's defense is damn good.
They're really
I mean, they play great in the playoffs. They're giving up 224 yards a game in their 2 playoff games.
Right. I mean, they're a top 7 to 10 defense, both against the run and against the pass.
I have to pick New England in this matchup.
And
I don't
Pats,
want to, but I have to.
You throw on top of that, the Pats have won every game away from home. They're 8-0 on the road.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be easy. No. Believe me. It's not going to be easy. They're not going to blow out Denver. But I just think that May will make enough plays. I think the defense will pose enough problems for Stidham, and Stidham will make the mistakes that a backup does, especially in a big game. And I think New England will win a close game.
I'm with you. I think it's tough to pick Denver, the unknown of Stidham. But reading on ESPN, when Josh McDaniels took the Raiders gig, he traded for Stidham. Then he goes to New England. He wanted Stidham to join him. Mm-hmm. And then the first move that Peyton made was to bring in Stidham. So there are people around the league that believe a lot in Jared Stidham.
Yeah.
I mean, that may be the case, but he hasn't thrown a pass in 2 years.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna take the guy who's more experienced, who's better in Drake May, and I think the Patriots win 24-21.
I mean, I think Stidham will probably make some plays where you go, all right, this is the reason why Peyton likes him or why McDaniels liked him. He'll make some decent plays, but over 60 minutes, I just don't think he'll make enough.
Right.
They also get J.K. Dobbins back.
Right.
And you might scoff at that, but apparently the Broncos have averaged 1 fewer yard per carry since he got hurt on November 6th.
Right. Yeah, R.J. Harvey stepped in nicely as a rookie, but Dobbins is probably a more reliable, at least like first and second down plotter type of back.
All right, I'm going to just yards. Are we going to put money on this? Are we going to make picks?
Sure.
Have a tiebreaker in the second game?
Valdez, a lot of scoffing from Valdez.
How do you want to do it?
I mean, there's 2 games. It's going to be very hard to do.
We pick the 2 games and have a tiebreaker on total points in the third game.
Well, it's going to come down
to
the
tiebreaker. You have to go 2-0.
Yes. Got to go 2-0, and you got to win the tiebreaker. So it's going to come down to the tiebreaker.
Right.
I'm going to do the different bit. I'm going to take Denver.
Let's do it for $1.
You know what?
All right, I like that.
Let's just pick the games. We're doing it for $1. What's $1 going to do to you at this point? You win $6.
I don't know.
Because he wants to make the wager. I said, let's do it.
JP, are you taking Denver just for the
different bit.
The different to try? Like, you don't think Denver's going to win. You're just trying to win money.
Yes and no. I mean, I if you put a gun to my head, I would take New England. But I think Denver has a pretty good chance because of the defense, because Drake May hasn't played that great. And a lot of these NFL experts are pointing out that Will Campbell, who they drafted, has been getting torched.
He's been struggling against, but against really good ends, by the way.
So
really good ends.
Drake May,
Will Anderson is a freak.
Oh, he's
Right.
a Pro Bowler.
Okay, but Denver has the 68 sacks.
I know.
In 2 games, Valdez, Drake May's been sacked 10 times. He's thrown 2 interceptions, and he's fumbled 6 times.
He's lost 3 of them. Yeah.
So could Denver win
He's
a
gotta play.
lower scoring game? Like, could I see Denver winning a game 17 to 14?
23-20 or something.
With a strong running game,
Yep.
with Stidham doing just enough, and the defense, creating problems for Drake May?
Mm-hmm.
I could see that happening. And they're home.
I'm not going to be surprised. I mean, like I said, I just think Stidham is going to have to make plays, especially in the fourth quarter, that will, he's going to turn the ball over.
It pains me to say this, but I have to pick the team with the better quarterback option. And right now, that's Drake May. And it's not even particularly close.
But like I said, I think it's going to be a tight game, and Drake May has got to clean it up. I mean, he's got to take care of the ball in the pocket. Can't fumble the ball 3 times.
If the Patriots and Drake May lose, if Drake May loses to Stidham in the playoffs, that's an embarrassment.
Well,
I'm sorry. It's
a big weekend.
If he plays poorly, yes, I would agree. If he plays well and puts up points, but they still lose, then
there's going to be a certain body part of yours that is clenched very tightly throughout this game. I won't mention it, but
it's football.
You know what it is.
It's unpredictable.
He loses a game, finishes second in the MVP, and then next year he's probably. Do you believe he's going to suck next year?
He's still proven he's one of the best.
What do you expect from Drake May next year?
I expect him to be a pretty good quarterback next year.
I mean,
you lose a game. It's not like a lifelong embarrassment.
No.
Especially if it goes down a certain way.
We always remember, JP. We never forget.
Tom Brady lost to Nick Foles.
Okay,
lost to Eli Manning twice,
and that's a blemish on his resume. If this is a legacy game for Drake May. If he loses, the path to the Super Bowl couldn't be more wide open for the Patriots and Drake May.
Yeah, you're right.
It's literally San Francisco is staring Drake May in the face.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if he botches it, fumbles it,
yep. He's going to get criticized, yeah.
I mean, they got to face Justin Herbert and the Chargers. Justin Herbert, we know his playoff failures. Okay, they got to face them. They got to face C.J. Stroud, who just loves turning the ball over. And now they get to face a backup on the way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's a pretty easy path.
It's a cakewalk to San Francisco.
Didn't have to face Mahomes. Didn't have to face Allen.
Right.
Yeah. Didn't have to face Lamar. I get it. It's a big one, and all eyes will be on him.
Anyway, I could see Denver winning, so I'll go with Denver. All the rest of you guys are going with New England.
Yes.
I like the Rams in the second game, even though it's on the road. They played 2 tight games.
I want to see the Rams win because I like the matchup better, but I think Seattle's going to win because of their defense at home.
I think I'm picking I'm picking Seattle too. I think they're playing the best football, and I'm rooting for the Rams. That's a weird position to be in.
I want to see the Rams win.
I'm actually picking both teams that I'm not rooting for.
And I know Matt Myers.
care.
Matt Myers is rooting for Seattle because he loves their head coach.
Right.
He loves Mike McDonald.
I love McDonald.
Yeah, I know.
I'll take Stafford over Darnold.
I will also take Stafford over Darnold. I think it's hard for me to bet against Sean McVay in big spots. I just feel like,
although he got pwned in one of the Super Bowls by New England.
That's true, but I'll take him in this spot. Rams.
Man, Seattle just gets after you, man. Every position, they're pretty freaking strong. But I can see Stafford and Puka and Devontae and Williams putting up numbers. I just think it's going to be very difficult in Seattle to win that game for them.
Are we going to do the total or no? We're not doing that.
I guess nobody wants to wager on it.
Okay.
For some reason, we wagered last week, but not this week.
Fine with me. Valdez, did you go on record with your 2 picks? So you're picking. You want Seattle? Are you picking Seattle too?
Yes, I think Seattle's out of these 4 teams. I think Seattle's the best team.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
And it's an embarrassment if Drake May doesn't go to the Super Bowl. It really and actually I would put Jane Daniels above Drake May in my rankings because if Drake May loses to Stidham in the playoffs, that's unforgivable.
Right, but hold on. But if he plays well, but they still lose.
Still unforgivable.
No, you can't do that.
Yes, you can.
No.
All of a sudden, we care about how quarterbacks play in the playoffs versus wins and losses.
Yes. If he completes 72%.
Slight nuance there all of a sudden.
I know, slight nuance, right, Cakes?
Right.
All of a sudden,
all the quarterbacks wins guys now there's nuance.
I never hear anyone talk about how a quarterback played when they give out their playoff
Incorrect.
records.
We just talked about Josh Allen a billion times, how good he was in some of these games.
Well,
and they
we've talked
lost.
about Jalen Hurts playing good in the Super Bowl that he lost, that he would have been MVP had they won.
Yeah.
It gets talked about.
Legacy tainted if Drake May loses.
All right.
I would probably put J.J. McCarthy ahead of him.
Yeah. Now I know you're joking.
That's my guy, Valdez. I'm glad you haven't lost the faith. I'm glad you're still waving that flag.
But they're big ones. Reason to watch.
Now just hope that Cliff Kingsbury becomes the OC
in Minnesota,
Baltimore.
in Baltimore,
Baltimore.
Yeah, Baltimore. Valdez would be so distraught.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar's gonna be so tired if that's the case. He's so winded. So many plays.
So much for handing the ball off to Derrick Henry in I formation. Be all shotgun.
Hey, the Commanders did put up a boatload of rushing yards with Cliff at the helm. I wouldn't sweat Henry. He's still going to get the load.
So 3 o'clock and 6:30. Those are the kickoffs.
Which one do you think is more likely to be a blowout? Like if there's one that's going to be a blowout.
I mean, I guess you got to say.
I don't think either of them are going to be blowouts.
I mean, the one that most likely drop the ball will be Stidham. I mean, if you had to bet on it, you'd be like, it's just the moment's too big, too inexperienced.
I could see the Rams blowing out the Seahawks if Sam Darnold slips on a banana peel. Well, if he has that sort of game.
They had a huge lead the last time.
Right.
Seattle stormed back to win it at home.
They were up. I think they were up 21 or.
I think they were up 16.
16. Okay. Yeah, and they cut it to. Well, they won by 1 in that game, correct?
Did you say was one of the games high scoring and one was lower scoring?
Yes.
Is that how it was? Yeah.
But the most recent one was the overtime 38-37.
Yeah, I mean that's silly. If you get a shootout like that, I mean those are butt fun to watch. But I don't know.
The Seahawks stormed back in that game.
Yeah.
And then they went for 2 to win it, right?
Yep. Yeah, the first one was 21-19. That was in L.A.
But Darnold has...
The one they won was at home.
6 interceptions against the Rams this year.
Mm-hmm. So maybe he's due to lock in. Who knows?
Andy had a rough game against him in the playoffs last year as a member of the Vikings.
And Stafford, in the last game, I know people talk about Seattle's defense, but this is, a month ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He threw for 457 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks.
Puka had 12 catches.
Stafford feels comfortable against them.
Puka had 12 catches on 16 targets in that game.
It's pretty impressive.
By the way, Valdez, did anybody hit us up with a site that allows you to bet against Cooper Kupp scoring?
I've yet to find one.
Right.
I think we might know a guy who would take that action. I won't mention any names. I'm just going to keep it on the down low. But I think we know a guy.
Gotcha.
We've got a guy. All right, when we come back, we'll be joined by Brandon Duham from your Washington Capitals. AV is built for D.C. Here in the nation's capital, AV is creating solutions that protect our troops, our homeland, and our way of life. From autonomous unmanned aircraft and counter-drone technologies to advanced satellite communication systems and next-gen missiles, they're delivering innovation where it matters most. Battle-proven, warfighter-trusted, engineered for the future. Proud sponsor of the Washington Commanders, Capitals, and D.C. United. Visit avinc.com to learn more today.
106.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Catch 'em all, Kyron. In the regular season, no NFL team allowed more RB receptions than the Seattle Seahawks. That allergy defending the flat is a wonderful formula for Kyron Williams, who grabbed 3 passes in his last meeting against the Hawks. Give me the over. 2.5 Kyron Williams receptions at +110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Cold temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. It's the Chill Deals winter sales event at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, and my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and much more. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply.
My team over at Orsman Alexandria Kia has a simple philosophy: keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed with the Orsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras, plus a great selection of quality certified used vehicles. And they'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value for your current vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Take it from your pal BMitch. Orsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system water heater and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
New year feels like you're playing shorthanded. Time to capitalize at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more, all priced to clear the zone. And you'll be in and out quicker than a line change. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's Football Friday on the Sports Junkies.
Touchdown! Washington leads!
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Scheduled to join us shortly is Brandon Duhaime from the Washington Capitals. They've lost 4 in a row?
4 in a row. First time since Coach Carbs has been here, they lost 4 games in regulation in a row.
You know, the weird part of the NHL standings is you look at the standings and all these teams are above 500. Like every team in the Atlantic is above 500. In the Metro, there's only one team because the whole overtime loss situation throws you off.
Right.
All right, we've got Brandon Duhaime from the Washington Capitals joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. And Dewey, I was asking Cakes, I saw this online maybe a couple days ago, and we had asked you, did Willie make you wear a suit for like a couple weeks straight or something?
Yeah, I was on a 2-week suspension, unfortunately.
How?
I had to.
Can you
I had to
fill
go
us in?
suit and tie for a few weeks.
Oh Lord!
What happened? Like why?
Yeah, he didn't like one of my fits, man. I'm telling you, it was like he calls it a waffle shirt or something. He didn't like the texture of it or something. I don't know.
That's kind of what I'm wearing right now.
So you're wearing a long sleeve like waffle shirt that you would wear like underneath
Yeah.
like a vest or something, and Willie just took exception to it. Like
Yeah. He didn't like it.
Oh, so that's like a fashion faux pas. You're not allowed to wear that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he told me I got to wear a suit 2 weeks. But.
whenever
is
Willie
there
says goes?
I guess.
Is there some sort of okay? I get kangaroo court concept, but was there a court proceeding?
No. He's the judge, the jury. He does it all.
Executioner,
So
he's all three.
There's no going against it.
What?
Yeah.
Willie is the law, apparently.
That's crazy.
Is that
exactly?
You're the guy that was doing the barking like a dog bit too, right?
Yeah, doggy.
Yeah.
Did Willie make you do that too?
You got dog walks
No,
down the
that
hallway
came
by
from me.
Carlson.
That's all me.
That's
Yeah.
all you. You just voluntarily wanted to walk like a dog.
Yeah.
I mean, good times.
Part of his persona.
So fill us in on what's been
Exactly.
going on of late. What I've noticed is you guys have struggled maybe to generate offense. You've lost 4 in a row. How do you get out of this?
Yeah, I mean, the only way to get out of something like this is, fight your way through it, and you really got to work through it. I think the highs and lows is important to go through. Obviously, we're on a low, and it's just super important to kind of stick together in times like this and work our way through it.
So I'm on Russian Machine Never Breaks, a Capitals blog of note here in the D.C. area, and after the Vancouver game, this is just being reported that assistant coach Patrick Weller told Monumental Sports Network's Al Koken, who we've known forever, that it was communicated to players that the Caps' third period against the Canucks was, quote, the most important moment of the season.
Ooh.
Can you take us through what was, told to you guys in the locker room between periods 2 and 3 about the urgency of trying to get 2 points against the Canucks?
Yeah, I think for us right now, every period's going to be the most important period coming through here. We're not checking the standings every day, but we're not oblivious to it. I think we're a few points back where we're still in the hunt, 100%. I know it might not seem like it when you get 4 losses straight, but we're right there, and we just got to piece together a couple wins and start playing our game.
Yeah, and Coach Carbs, he's not, pulling any punches. One of his quotes after that game was, everything is pointing to the fact that our season is hanging in the balance, and that's where we're going to have to dig in and give everything we possibly have and play like we're in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So, the playoffs are a ways off, but you guys are basically in playoff mode just to try to
qualify
get there for the playoffs at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I think these next 30 games or whatever's left here is going to be, I'd say it's playoff mode for us. It's going to be every period, every shift. Every play is going to be super important heading into this final stretch here.
So you guys visit Calgary next. Fill us in on the Flames.
Western Conference team, not too familiar with them. But just a good, hardworking team. They've always had that kind of grit to them, and good young team. And we gotta, it's got to be our best effort tonight.
By the way, good timing by the schedule makers. You guys are going to miss the snowstorm of the century. You guys are on the road until looks like Thursday at Detroit.
And where they're going is not going to be any
Well,
weather?
I mean, they're in Calgary, Edmonton, Seattle, and Detroit. So, I mean, those places,
Detroit,
some of them
that
might
won't be fun.
affected.
Yeah, but he
Detroit.
doesn't have to worry about shoveling his own driveway.
That's right.
Yeah.
If he has a
my
driveway.
fiance's chopping wood in the backyard right now to get some firewood to make sure that just in case the power goes out.
Oh,
who's doing that?
Who's doing that? Your fiance?
My fiance is back home right now chopping wood in the backyard.
Oh, man.
my
That is
God.
What
hilarious.
are you with a frontiers woman that she's chopping wood in the backyard?
That's funny.
She's whatever. She lived in Minnesota with me and in some good snowstorms. So I think she's gonna be okay.
Hey, Dewey, I have to give you a quick golf clap. I was on WashingtonCapitals.com about half an hour ago, and right underneath the game preview, they've got a link to Diving with Dew on YouTube.
Oh, nice.
Look at you.
This is what I've been talking about, man. Finally, a little traction. You know what I mean?
I mean, everybody's going to be spearfishing before you know it.
Yeah, love it.
Well,
Did he say how long he can hold his breath?
You can ask him.
How long can you?
Like underwater, if I'm
Yeah.
swimming around,
Yeah.
probably like a minute would be a really good dive.
Ooh, that's impressive.
yeah.
Pretty good.
If I'm just laying here and really want to test it, probably like 2.5 maybe.
Jeez.
Oh, but while you're swimming, it just wipes you out.
You can hold.
Yeah.
your
The second you start moving and thinking, and that's kind of where it goes south. Once your heart starts racing a little bit, the oxygen kind of gives out.
2.5 minutes is that's almost like Navy SEAL level.
It's pretty
That's
good.
impressive.
How do you know when to go up? Like you just instinctively know I'm pretty much tapped out here. Got to go up.
Yeah, your body knows that probably takes like 10, 15 seconds to get back up. So you gotta give yourself
Do you
that time frame.
panic?
Well, that's part of it. Like the better you get at it, the less you panic, and you got to kind of control your heart rate to keep it low. And that's where the lower your heart rate, the longer you can stay down there, kind of.
Gotcha.
That's impressive. All right, well, best of luck tonight. Hopefully you guys grab 2 points against Calgary, and best of luck on the rest of the road trip.
Yeah, appreciate it, fellas.
All right, buddy.
All right,
Thanks,
buddy.
Dewey. Appreciate that. You know who's panicking?
Go back to sleep.
Spencer Carberry's panicking because they've lost 4 straight.
You know what, EB? I think that's ammunition for you, for all the people that kill you for letting Dina shovel snow, and you've said that she says that she likes it.
She likes to do it.
Show you text.
He's a professional athlete, and he's got his fiance chopping wood.
I know. He's married to
she's like the handyman.
old school woman right there.
Yeah.
Like that's.
Yeah.
I've never met a woman that goes in the backyard.
If
and
my wife
chops
had to do
wood.
it, she would probably chop wood.
No, I actually chop wood. I actually that's something I like. I don't like shoveling. Chopping wood, though, when you split the wood, it's a silly feeling.
You have a good axe.
I have an average Home Depot axe. I have an average axe.
I'll be honest, it felt good to chop up my sofa years ago to get it up the stairs.
Oh, yeah, you did that.
It was kind of
Hysterical.
liberating. It just feels good. Breaking stuff feels good.
You got to find that for the throwback, Valdez.
Yeah.
Cake's chopping up his sofa.
All I am is an innovator.
I had a little sweat last week because I built this crate for the dog in the garage.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I panicked that it wasn't going to fit through the doors. I had to whip it. I couldn't go through the side door. I had to go through the front and get it through. But I got it.
Everybody be
All
safe
right,
this weekend.
Everybody have a great
Be
weekend.
safe.
BMitch and Finlay up next on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
New Broncos starting quarterback Jarrett Stidham has a chance to add his name to a pretty illustrious list. Backups to win a Super Bowl. Jeff Hostetler did it with the Giants back in 1990. Nick Foles back in 2017 with the Eagles. So if Stidham steps up to the plate, beats the Patriots on Sunday, and wins Super Bowl 60, we'll be talking about Jarrett Stidham in the same tones we speak about Jeff Hostetler and Nick Foles. I'm Nick Costas.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Cold temps, long season. This is when you lean on the thing or that someone who can handle real ice time. The Chill Deals Winter Sales event is on at Lindsay Chevy in Woodbridge. And my guy, GM Danny Dimes, has the lineup locked in. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, big minutes, steady shifts, no scrambling on the bench, real inventory, smart pricing that holds up under pressure. And by the final horn, you're just grabbing the key. Take it from me, GP, you will love it at Lindsay. LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
BMitch here. Cats fans, It's a new year and a power play of a ride. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have locked in with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom one-of-a-kind Caps Harley-Davidson, signed by the entire team. Drop the puck on the new year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here. Kick off the new year with huge savings. I'm talking huge savings at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. How about $6,750 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt, your F-150 headquarters, plus 2.9% APR for 60 months. And this is no payments for 90 days. I love Ted Britt Ford. Best buying experience I have ever had. Went there about 10, 11 years ago now. Multiple cars from Ted Britt Ford. That's because they treat you great. They'll treat you great, too. Go see them and tell them Danny sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here from my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria, where giving back is just how they're built. The Subaru Loves to Help event is on, and Buyer is proud to support Operation Warm at Carpenter Shelter, helping local kids stay warm and taken care of this winter. While they're at it, Josh is making the math work. You can score as low as 0% APR on a new 2025 Forester or Outback for 36 months. So do what I'm doing. Get over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Tell them Bish sent you in. Check them out online at buyersubaru.com.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Catch 'em all, Kyron. In the regular season, no NFL team allowed more RB receptions than the Seattle Seahawks. That allergy defending the flat is a wonderful formula for Kyron Williams, who grabbed 3 passes in his last meeting against the Hawks. Give me the over. 2.5 Kyron Williams receptions at +110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
As expected, Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza announced on social media he is foregoing his final college season and entering the NFL draft. Mendoza is an overwhelming favorite to be the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft by the Raiders. Oregon quarterback Dante Moore was also considered a potential number 1 pick. He opted out. He's returning to the Ducks for one more college season, making it all the more likely that Fernando Mendoza is the first name called on draft day. And over in Major League Baseball, the Nats making a big move here. They acquired shortstop Gavin Feen, right-handed pitcher Alejandro Rosario, shortstop Devin Fitzgerald, outfielder Yeremy Cabrera, and first baseman Abimelech Ortiz in exchange for left-handed pitcher Mackenzie Gore. Paul Taboni is joining Grant and Danny today, 2:25 p.m. You are not going to miss that live interview. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's BMitch and Finlay.
What do you think he'll say?
Let's find out. Hello, operator.
You can watch the show live or on demand on YouTube.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west, and the whole city has Snowmageddon fever.
Yes,
You're listening
indeed.
to BMitch and Finlay. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I am well, Jay. I walked into some stores yesterday. I went into Home Depot, went into Giant, and you would have sworn somebody just went in and stole everything.
Dog.
It's some bare shelves out there, bro.
So I hit the Wegmans in Tenleytown at I honestly think the time of day matters too. What time did you get to Home Depot and stuff? Damn, I still got to go to the hardware store. Damn.
After I played golf.
Just reminded me.
We got to go get some salt and salt.
I bet there's none left.
It may not be.
My wife's
Because
going to kill me.
I heard people last night talking.
Damn
but
it.
I already had I had 3 bags in my garage.
Better get some kitty litter.
I had three bags in my garage, so I was good with that.
If anyone is listening and can get me a couple bags of salt, I will pay you for them. You can drop them off Half Street.
Yep, and you could upcharge them too.
I'll be very serious.
$20 per bag.
$20 a bag. Give me 2 bags.
Upcharge.
That is a very real offer.
I would also like a bag.
Landfill also needs a bag.
And he gonna pay you $20.
Landfill, did you happen to hit Sheets?
No, I couldn't make it.
Oh, I'm
Sorry, bro.
struggling, dog. I'm gonna have to drive.
I went to Home Depot after playing golf yesterday, Jay.
How was golf?
16 holes, baby.
It wasn't that warm.
It was.
Was
At Westfield, it wasn't bad. I had on a regular golf shirt with was it Solheim Cup?
Yeah.
Quarter zip and 38 on the front.
Damn.
And was on my way towards like a 37, 38 on the back.
Playing golf, dog.
Bruh,
That's a 75.
Playing good.
Damn.
Playing good, Jay.
I went and played 3 holes like last week, 2 weeks ago, and was pretty happy with bogeys. BMitch is out here shooting 75.
Dude, listen. I'm trying something new. I'm just trying the smooth thing. And the ball just goes farther.
Well, dude, you generate a lot of club speed, and if you slow that down with the way you swing through, I think you'll be in business.
It's been working.
That's great.
Because I told you I played out there last week with Brendan, so I'm trying to keep this thing going.
So I went from here to Monumental, hung out with the Monumental people for a while. Then I hit Wegmans in Tenleytown. I pulled in. So have you been to that Wegmans right across from Sidwell?
No, I've never been in that one over there.
So it's the old Fannie Mae. It's still so crazy to me that Fannie Mae is now a Wegmans. I know they built a new joint out in Reston or whatever, but like that Fannie Mae building was like an institution. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now it's a Wegmans or like a Taco Bamba. But whatever. Life goes on.
Wegmans one big buildings.
Sure. But you pull down into the parking garage, and the parking garage goes like 3 floors deep, right? Mm-hmm. But people are so dumb that there was just this giant line to pull into the first floor of the garage.
Everybody gonna wait.
And I'm just like, you people are morons. So I just cut around and went down to the second floor, empty.
Yeah.
Cool. Step 1, found parking. Step 2, the line to get on the elevator to go 2 floors.
Like we hear about like this obesity problem and people don't exercise enough. Stop making elevators for 1 or 2 floors.
See, I was talking about yesterday. People are just lazy, bro.
Dog. So there's a line for the elevator. And I'm like, all right, I'm just going to walk. So and they have escalators. I just walked up the damn stairs. It was not a big deal.
Yeah.
First real problem encountered. No carts. I've never seen no grocery carts at all. And people are hoarding these joints. There was a family with like a grandma and a daughter and a baby with 2 carts. And people were eyeing them up like, do they need both of those? And this lady just yelled, we need both. And I was like, all right. So it was a man up situation. I just, like the little baskets you could carry. So I
get multiples.
I got 3 of those.
Yeah.
And I'm walking around. But I really like you can only carry so much because then eventually I got to get it back down to my car too.
Yeah.
And I wasn't waiting for the elevator, so I got to go down the steps carrying all this stuff. Made it work. I got just about everything I needed. My wife sent me a list. I legit got everything on the list. And it was a bit of a war zone at Wegmans, but I got it done.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm like, I need booze. If we're all stuck in this house,
Gotta go
I'm
back
gonna
in.
need some booze. So I went to Total Wine in Chevy Chase. There's a new Total Wine in Friendship Heights, which I expected to be another war zone. Easy. That was chill.
Yeah.
So in my head, until 4 minutes ago when I realized I forgot to go to the hardware store and get the salt, in my head I'm like, I got everything done. Father of the Year.
Yeah.
We're ready.
No, you're not.
Well, yeah.
That hope somebody brings some bags.
Now that's true because I don't have any salt. But, Doug, this morning, taking the girls to school and Lauren's car is on, I was like, why is your car on? Like, I got this. Like, I'll drive the girls to school. She's like, oh, I'm just going to run to the store. I'm like, for what? I went yesterday. She's like, oh, just a couple things. I'm leaving to come downtown when she gets back from the store, and there's like 6 more bags.
Uh-huh.
What do we need? I got the whole list yesterday. What,
JP,
what do we need?
You got the list that she told you to get. You didn't get the list of the other stuff she wanted to get that she know you would probably complain about, so she just went and got all that.
Probably accurate.
Bro.
Probably accurate.
Dude, when I tell you stuff about ladies, bro, you know I'm right. Come on, bro. I've been dealing with this for a long time. I know. I pay attention, too.
You're a smart man. So from there, I dropped the groceries. I unloaded everything. I got the big 8-pack of Guinness. I'm ready, dude. When you shovel snow, cold beer hits.
Really? I remember. Did I actually ever show you the glass? I was shoveling snow, and I told Maya to make me a drink.
How old were you? How old was she?
She had to be about 15, 16.
Yeah, because the last real shoveling snow was probably 2016, maybe.
I said, make Dad a drink. And she made a drink. I'm going to find this drink.
What was it?
You're going to see.
All right.
I was like, I'm supposed to drink all. I said, what am I supposed to do with all that? She said, you'll drink it. Bruh, it is ridiculous.
I love a beer.
Beer?
You can't have the beer.
No beer.
Like, when you're shoveling snow, you can't start with a beer, but when you get about done and you got a sweat going in the cold.
The last snow was 2016, right?
Yeah, that last big one. When you're shoveling snow and you're almost done and you're sweaty, you crack open a beer right there, and you can keep it cold because you can just put it down in the snow. That's a good beer right there.
Yes, indeed.
So last night, though, and Jeff, remind me, I know last year you wanted to go. I went to the car show last night. I was with Biaggi. I didn't realize I was with Bob Hager. He lives right around the corner.
Yeah, right around the corner from me.
He was asking if you were still in that house. I said, yep.
Yep.
So I was with our guy, Garv, all our boys from Oarsman Automotive of Virginia, Willie K. It was, damn, that's a cocktail.
That's all bourbon.
Really?
That is
Show
no
that
mixer.
to Monumental. That's
no
a drink.
mixer or anything in there. It's all bourbon.
That
brother.
was what 15-year-old Maya brought you?
She's like, you got. I said, why you doing so much? Say, because I didn't want you to tell me to go get another one. That's a 24-ounce glass
of bourbon. Damn, I'd be
smart.
That'd be curtains
bro.
after that. That'd be bedtime if I drank 24 ounces of bourbon.
Yep, that was the 24. That was the 2016.
Yeah.
Snowmageddon.
Yeah, man, that was a big one. So I go to the auto show to meet up with all the Oarsman
Had to
boys.
get all the units.
Yeah, you got to make sure that's working.
Yes.
And then the auto show looks awesome. If anybody, we're probably about to all get snowed. Like, kids aren't going to school for a while.
Uh-huh.
And assuming like by Tuesday or so, the metro and everything's up running fine, take your kids to the auto show.
Yeah.
They got all sorts of like.
I've done several things there. I've done appearances.
I'm sure,
and
yeah.
it's they got every concept car you thinking about. They got them in there.
Well, and for kids, like I think about your grandson, Like they have, like you can go drive like the little Jeeps and stuff.
Oh, he'll definitely he'll lose his mind. Although he'll be looking at his mama while he's trying to drive.
When you have little children, you're just trying to pass the time.
Entertain.
You just need time killers.
Yeah.
The auto show will be a good one. Next week, you're looking for something to do, I recommend it.
Get it done.
Then we went to True Lux for dinner. You been in there?
Yeah.
I've never been in there.
Yeah.
I feel like you would love it.
Let me ask you a
all
question.
seafood.
Let me ask you a question.
Am I saying it wrong?
No, that's right.
Okay.
Did you tip? They didn't tell you that they already had the tip in? They're very good at that.
I wasn't in charge of the bill.
Okay.
I assume they took
you
care
were what's called him. Okay, yeah.
It was like their big
normally
dinner.
what they do, like they add the tip in. It don't matter how many people, and then when you go on the tip, they don't say nothing.
I bet.
Yeah,
they're not going to mention that.
No, they don't say it. I quickly found that out.
So what I did find out, what makes True Lux pretty dope, if you got a big group dinner or whatever, if you get a private room there. Now, let me clarify. I don't know that this was the case, but because they had a private room for this dinner, because there were like 15, 20 people, comes with a bartender. So you're not waiting for drinks. Like there's a bar set up in there.
Good thing.
And dude, it was stone crab season. I like stone crabs, but I've never had enough of them where it's like I kind of get full on them. Stone crabs are banging.
Yeah, they are.
Last night that was hitting the spot. It was great just to hang with those guys. It's like when we do the ad reads and stuff, like we're actually friends with these dudes. They were all asking about you. And then
they don't ask about me after the damn. They go to the car show in True Lux. Call me before.
Next year, you're on the list.
I was on the golf course.
Yeah, because I had to get down there at like 6. I don't think you were going to make it. We also finally, White Bryant of all people, put this in the text thread yesterday. Yesterday, I was ranting about the Nats doing nothing.
Yeah.
Like all of baseball's going crazy. Hey, to the ball club that's a block and a half from us, do something.
Well, you know what White Brown was thinking? I'm going to shut him up.
No. White Bryant said they must listen to the show because they finally
he just
did
wanted
something.
to shut you up by showing you, hey, they doing something, son.
So they finally made a trade. Mackenzie Gore is
5 pieces, right?
Going to Texas, a 5-for-1. Here's what you get back. Gavin Feen, I believe it's pronounced Feen, not Fine, is now the number 5 prospect in the Nats system.
Okay.
So that's an immediate injection at shortstop. I wonder, trading for him, what that means for C.J. Abrams. Maybe they want to move C.J. to second or something. I don't know. They get a pitcher, Alejandro Rosario, who's now number 11 in the Nats system.
Okay.
A infielder. I don't know that some of these young guys, you're not sure what position they project out to. Devin Fitzgerald now goes to number 12 in the Nats system. An outfielder, Jeremy Cabrera, now 17. And then probably just a bat. They list him as a first base outfielder. Abimelech, wish me luck on saying that, Ortiz. So that is 5 prospects that are now in the top 30 of the Washington system.
Okay.
And this was something you had to do.
True.
Gore is good. Gore on a good team might be way better. Like if he has run
he's good,
support
but you know, right at this point when you're rebuilding, what is he doing for you?
Dude, he's not, this team is not going to be good while he's able to be good.
Yeah.
So, this had to happen. It makes me wonder, especially if the highest prospect in this trade is a shortstop, if CJ's on the way out. And I like CJ. It's a guy I've gotten to know a little bit. But if his best baseball is right now, next 3-4 years, he probably wants to go somewhere else too.
Hell yeah.
So I'm glad the Nats made a move.
Yeah.
The other, arguably bigger move for what it means for the sport, what it means for DC, Trinity Rodman re-signed with the Washington Spirit last night.
Yeah.
You and I have been to Spirit games. We enjoy the product. It is a really well-run organization.
Definitely.
And I feel like, so Michelle Kang is the owner of the Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Remember I went to the American Dream Museum, whatever that new museum is right by the White House?
I remember you mentioning it.
So I went with my oldest daughter, and we watched, they had this movie about people that embody the American dream. Mm-hmm. And it was cool. They had Virginia Ali, the owner of Ben's Chili Bowl, Ben's widow, I guess. She was in it. Michelle Kang was in this movie about her path, her career, how she got there. And, when we were at the playoff game that you and I went to, Michelle Kang was right there. Like, we were kind of not quite in the owner's box, but right next to it. And she was so locked into the game.
She's more locked in than I am at a football game.
Dude, absolutely.
Yeah.
She was locked in. And granted, her team's in the playoffs. She should be.
Hell yeah.
But for eventually, like, the NWSL, the Women's Soccer League here is the best in the world, right? But the English clubs and the French clubs are getting serious about it.
Yeah.
And what happens over there is they typically start throwing a lot more money around. But here in the United States, on the women's side of things, they have the television deal. Those stadiums are selling out. Like, they're making real money.
Hell yeah.
And they can pay real money and continue to be the best league in the world. And for Trinity Rodman to sign a record 3-year deal.
Over $6 million.
It keeps her here through 2028.
It keeps her here, and I also think the league is very happy about that.
Everybody
because
is.
The
Everybody
international
should be.
started to call.
Right.
They wanted her around, and then she ended up staying here. And listen, bro, if you go and watch them, she can play. And they got a few people on that team. Not a few. A lot of people on that team who can actually play.
Totally.
So this can be the mecca of it right here. And I think by keeping your, like you said on the little text thread we had going with Joey, identify talent and keep it.
Yeah, dude.
Too many times in this city we identify talent and then it ends up producing somewhere else.
So they had a press avail yesterday, and Rodman said, I've always had a vision of kind of an idea of what I want my legacy to be and continue to be. For me, we're doing that with help, obviously, and I'm so grateful for that. I think this is just opening up opportunities for American girls with dreams, and I'm one and was one of them, so I'm very grateful about that. And she said, and it's perfect timing with the World Cup happening in the U.S. Michelle Kang said, not only me personally, but all of us at the Spirit are profoundly grateful that she has chosen to stay with us for another 3 years, despite some very compelling alternatives.
Yeah.
Like,
but it tells you, though, she grew up, she's Dennis Rodman's daughter.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty strained relationship, but yes.
But still, you've seen more. You've seen more than other people seen.
Yeah.
You know more. You watch her style, she's very much like her dad. The different colored hair and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So, it can be strange, but you learn a lot from people when they're in the spotlight.
It also forced the NWSL to create this rule because with the way the salary cap is in the league, they weren't going to be able to pay her. So they realized we got to do something here, and they created, I think it's called the high impact player rule that you're allowed, I think MLS has this. That's how they got Messi and stuff. You're allowed to pay one person a boatload to keep them.
Yeah.
And that's what you're going to have to do. Otherwise, because
you got to have stars.
Like Arsenal and Chelsea, as they develop their women's programs, they don't have a salary cap.
You gotta have stars in any league, and this is one that's truly, truly growing. You gotta have stars.
Yeah, dude, and I know MLS has its niche, and people are into it. And unfortunately, in DC, ownership of the United is a joke, which just keeps United terrible. And I hope ownership hears me saying that. Be better. You're killing a product that matters. But clearly, Michelle Kang is not that.
Yeah.
And I think going to Spirit games, I've now been to 3 or 4 of them.
Me too.
It's awesome. And that's a great product. And
had a lot of fun.
Doug, if you just want to talk about the business side of sports, that joint's going to keep growing.
Yeah.
We were talking about the NFL the other day, has to really try to push the gas on international because that's their only real growth because they dominate everything in the States. That joint can grow a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's a good day for DC sports. Mackenzie Gore makes a move. The Spirit re-signed Trinity Rodman. People are doing things here in the Navy Yard. Both those stadiums are within a 10-minute walk? Navy Yard is happening. We got a busy day today. All right? Doug Kammerer is going to join us at 11. We got to talk some snow. We're going to do some Ask BMitch Anything. Barry Svrluga is going to join us later in the program. We're going to talk some football and talk some Nats with Barry. Governor Wes Moore is going to join us at 12:15. We're all going to make our picks. So everybody knows we're going to do, and I've confirmed that the governor's cool with this because there's only 2 games. We need at least 5 bets.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do both games against the spread, both game totals, and then we'll agree on a location. Snow predictions.
Total. Gotcha.
I might see if Doug has a good suggestion for a location.
Mm-hmm.
I also think because the geography of the 5 of us is pretty kind of spread out. Like, from your house, Landfill might live. Who lives further out? You or Landfill?
I don't know. Probably me.
But and then Jeff is on the east side of the city, so we got some variants of where we live. So we'll figure all that out. You are listening to BMitch and Finlay, just getting warmed up on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than.
Quicker than a line change. You'll love it at Lindsay. LindsayFord.com.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton.
trade.
Yes.
For me,
I think it was a great deal for the Nets.
800-636-1067.
And for McKenzie.
800-636-1067.
It's a win-win right there.
Dude, I'm with you. Like, this was something that had to happen for the new guys in charge of this thing, Taboni and crew. They had to prove, one, almost just like they're in charge and that they're willing to make a major move. You know what I mean? I was texting with Toby about it because he heard me yelling about this yesterday, and he's like, Mackenzie Gore cannot be on this team by opening day. And that to me was the most obvious part of all this. I think the bigger question is, Jeff, hit those phones. Is Abrams next? And I don't know that answer, but you're really tearing this thing down. I'm pretty sure you should trade CJ. And I get that sucks. He's been an all-star for the organization.
Mm-hmm.
The only dude that is completely untouchable in teardown is James Wood. Like, period.
Yeah.
You're not moving that dude.
Because when you expect them to really be going after stuff? 3, 4?
20, 30?
3 or 4 years, 5 years.
Well,
and I think
he'll be hitting, what's going to happen with this
he'll
work
be
stop.
hitting his stride then.
Yeah, you cannot, for an organization, and granted, Taboni and these dudes had nothing to do with it, Wood is untouchable because we've already lived through this with other great future Hall of Fame level players.
Mm-hmm.
John isn't hurting it. John, what'd you think of the Gore trade?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for letting me come on. I think it's a good trade. He's a great pitcher. He's got a lot of good value. And with any trade, you always hope that what you got is going to prove to make the trade, a steal. But, yeah, I'm very much in favor of it. What I love about baseball versus hockey or football is, one great trade can really put you over the top.
Yeah, it's a long-term
It
play.
takes time, though. That's the difference
Sure
between
does.
baseball. Baseball, you make one great trade, it may take 4, 5, 6, 7 years for it to hit. Those other ones, one get hit today.
I mean, if you look at the Soto trade, these are the pieces that they're now flipping again.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, John. Appreciate you, bud. The Post had some great reporting on this. I'm reading from a report that came. I know Chelsea had a byline. Spencer Nussbaum, Andrew Golden, and Chelsea Janes on this article from the Post. According to multiple people in baseball who spoke on the condition of anonymity, the Nats had a high bar for trading Gore. At times, high enough to stall negotiations. One person who works in the front office of an American League team also shared that the Nats were targeting infield prospects as they explored a potential deal. In this return, in the trade they got for Gore, they got 3 infield prospects. At least 4 teams were involved in discussions to acquire Gore. So he was a real asset.
But I think, they got a deal done. But moving forward, they got to get to the point where it's not about thinking you won every damn situation because you're going to end up stuck like they have in a lot. That's why they still holding the damn team because they name a price and feel like, oh, that's what it got to be. No. You got to learn how to negotiate properly. So they got to stop all that just because what they deal is they think. You can think what the hell you want. Better go with the marketing statement sometimes.
Totally. And I think phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. I also think the Mets trading for Peralta on Wednesday sped everything up because Taboni spoke to the media yesterday and said we were comfortable taking this to the trade deadline.
Every time you say Taboni, I think of that little hockey thing, clean ice.
Zamboni?
Yeah, every time you say it, I think of that. It just pops in my head immediately.
That's funny. He said we were comfortable waiting till the trade deadline because it's possible you get to the trade deadline and there's a really good team out there that knows they need a starter. Maybe they'll pay a little bit more, but it's also possible you wait to the trade deadline and Gore has a strained oblique and hasn't pitched in a month. You know what I mean? I like just getting it done when the market's hot.
When the market's hot, you got to make it happen.
Nate's in D.C. Nate, what do you think of the Mackenzie Gore trade? Nate, you there, dog?
Yep.
What's up?
What is up? So I'm keeping it quick. How
Are
y'all
you?
doing today, by the way? Yeah, I'm gonna keep this one quick. My fault. This one reminds me of, and it's crazy that this just happened. They asked the Wizards brass recently about the Denny Avdia trade. It reminds me of that. It kind of is just basically, a good player that will be great later on down the line for, prospects and trade capital now to build out. It's kind of like a parallel to what the Wizards are doing. It's
Definitely.
just that it's going to take a little longer to pan out.
Appreciate you, Nate.
All right, man.
All day.
Take care, buddy. Jeff, what are the chances Nate smoked a blunt this morning? Pretty high?
About 95%.
Nate, you know what Nate likes to do? Chill and watch baseball.
Hey, you need to do something when you watch baseball.
America's favorite pastime, right?
Two of America's favorite pastime. I got this tweet from Navigating the Nats. He said, Fiend is 18. He's projected as a third baseman. Willits is the long-term answer at short. They'd probably like to move CJ to second, but it might be best to move him now while he has the most value. According to the Post reporting, I'm reading now, Washington has also been shopping shortstop C.J. Abrams and outfielder Jacob Young. Young is a Gold Glove caliber center fielder with 4 years of control. And while the bar to move Gore was high, the bar for Abrams, who has 3 years of control, could be even higher.
Damn.
Washington's front office also has indicated it is open to prospect for prospect trades. One such move played out earlier this offseason when the Nats dealt Jake Bennett to the Red Sox for Luis Perales.
You think that's a 5-1 with better talent or a 6-1? CJ.
For CJ?
Yeah.
I don't know, man, because I think
that dude has extreme talent, dog.
Extreme talent, and if the right team
get him and get the right people to get around him, he can be special, dog. I'm listening.
If he gets in
he can be special.
You got to find what city, because we know when CJ got in a bit of trouble in Chicago when they had a noon game and he was at the casino at 5 a.m.
They all over the country now.
Are there any baseball cities without a casino nearby? Like Kansas City?
But
is there a casino near Kansas City?
I think you got to have the right person.
I like CJ.
Right people. You get the right person around him and getting his ear and let him understand. Listen, bro. Some of the best enjoy going out and hanging out. You just got to know when and when not. Hell, when I played, I enjoyed my damn self. But when it came down to business, I was there for business. And I think that's what most of these younger kids got to understand. It's not about, I got to always do what I want to do. No, you take care of your business, and guess what? All that other stuff comes naturally. If you mess up and try to do the other stuff, you're going to lose out the opportunity to do that business that you can do. So, I mean, MJ did his stuff, but when it came down to play, he played. Guys got to understand that you can't mess up your job just to go out there and have a little damn fun.
Yeah. Brian is in La Plata. What's up, B?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, brother?
Hey, I like to trade, but I guess the only problem I'm having is we're getting raw talent, 18, 19-year-olds. And you guys are saying we can't get rid of Woods because he's a future. But you guys said we'll probably contend in 2030, but in 2030, James Woods is only going to be 1 year away from free agency. So there's really going to be no overlap between the core we have now and the future. It's almost to the point of like they just need to almost, if this is what they want to do, just like you said, trade everybody and start from scratch. Because right now it's just the success of this team and the future, what they're looking at, it's TBD. And that's what's kind of frustrating. We're really.
But you got to have something. You can't completely start from scratch with everybody. You got to have something hitting their stride when those other guys are starting to grow.
Yeah, I mean, they need these guys. Gore, Dylan. I'm sorry, Woods, Dylan Cruz.
James Wood is under team control through 2030. Is how I understand it. Now he hits arbitration at 28. The great wild card in this, and let's. Sure as hell hope, because baseball has so much momentum right now. The games are so much faster. Like the rule changes have been so good. Let's all hope that baseball isn't moronic like they were. Was that 95 when they had the strike? Mm-hmm. Like
94, yeah.
94?
The strike. Yeah,
like, let's hope you don't lose a season, because if you lose a season, I don't know what that does to team control years. But dude,
yeah, does it push it back a year? I mean, honestly, at this point, a lockout that can't hurt the Nats at any point in time. I mean, we're at the point of we got nothing going on for us now. So let everyone feel the effect and hopefully reset all the rules.
So are you saying you want Wood on the block? Because I do not.
No, Wood cannot be on the block. He cannot be on.
CJ can, in my mind.
We got to have something left over from the Soto trade. The Soto trade was so big for us. I have no problem trading Gore because that trade was so big. I almost like the residual effect.
Well, dude, that's what this is.
Building.
You got to keep in mind. Yo, thank you, Brian. I appreciate the call, bro. Like, this is the Soto trade still paying dividends because they got Gore in the Soto trade. So, like, you could almost consider it just like the continuation of it, like the bloodline of the Soto trade.
Mm-hmm.
Specific to Wood, I'm out on that. You got control through 2030. I hope to God, B, seriously, that. All right, so they're making this trade now. You got all these young guys. Then you've got this potential work stoppage in 27. But let's say they figure out some sort of financial framework that the learners will start spending again.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe in 29, they work out a long-term deal with James Wood. And if I hear from Natstown, oh, we can't deal with Scott Boras, that means you are refusing to compete.
Yeah.
Because the best teams in baseball deal with Scott Boras. That's how it is.
All of them do.
And, dude, for the fans that want to give them a pass, oh, you can't deal with Boras, guys. Yes, you can. When you won a World Series,
if you want to win, you better. Because he deals with most of the top people.
Well, I don't want to get pre-mad. Right? I'm going to chill here in the moment and say I like what Taboni did. And I understand it's tough for fans to realize this is another, the goalpost is getting moved farther down, but we all knew that. Like there's no end zone in sight. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll take these calls all the way to 11 when we're going to talk to Doug Kammerer about the snow. Larry, Danny, Dennis, everybody on hold. Stay right there. It's BMitch and Finlay.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
Hey, it's JP Finlay, and you've heard me talking about all the great services I've gotten with Better Services. That's BETTAR. They helped me out during the flood. They got me new appliances, found the exact oven my wife wanted. But what's even better, I've had them out to the house for their handyman services. They fixed some holes in the wall that my kids ripped down a gate. They put some cabinets up for me. They did a ton of work. The handyman service is super affordable, super convenient. If you got stuff you need done, say you're going to have a Super Bowl party, hit up Better Services, get the handyman over there. They'll knock it out in no time. The guy was there for like 90 minutes at my house. It was amazing. And my wife liked it because stuff got done because I don't do anything. Better Services does a great job. You can go check out their showroom in Kensington. Look at all the appliances. They've got all the brands. They'll give you next day or maybe even same day delivery. It's a family-owned company. Merlin does a terrific job keeping that ship running tight. She's been great for my family. They'll be great for your family. Hit them up, betterservices.com. Follow them on Facebook at Better Services, BETTAR, betterservices.com.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards. And DC Sports Talk all day.
Puts up a shot. Whoa! Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. Sunday, it all comes down to this. The road to the Super Bowl runs through Championship Sunday. With Bo Nix out, can Jarrett Stidham lead the Broncos to victory against Drake May and the Patriots? The AFC Championship kicks off at 3 on The Fan. Then it's Matt Stafford and the Rams against the Seahawks' dominating defense for the NFC crown.
Seahawks get a stop.
This is your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
BMitch here. Cats fans. It's a new year and a power play of a ride. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have locked in with Harley Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom one-of-a-kind Caps Harley Davidson, signed by the entire team. Drop the puck on the new year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products design smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Forget about easing into the new year. My guys over at Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling are coming out swinging. Now, for a limited time, score up to 25% off MSRP on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab. That's up to 25% off. Real savings on one of the most in-demand trucks on the road. I'm not doing the math, but that sounds like a ton of dough. Starting the year with torque, not talk, at Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling. Cruise by and tell them Danny sent you, or check them out now at tedbrittchevy.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the
relatively successfully. I don't know that it had a lot of velo to it, but it was a strike.
I think I would have took that yard.
I don't know what oh, yeah. That was a meatball, dude.
He was about to say, I don't know what that means.
Took me a minute. But then we started talking to Sav J here, Savannah McCann on the Fan, who knows her prospects. And I don't know if the callers are going to like this. Sav J doesn't like the Gore trade.
I don't. And I'm going to start with something positive because that's what my parents always said to do. You know, start with something nice and then go into the negative.
Slam them.
They call that an insult sandwich.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's start with the positive. I do think trading for Gore was needed. This is the right time. And I love that Paul Taboni is making moves because moves have to be made.
Yeah.
However, I think you needed some sort of blue chip prospect in this deal to make it feel like the Nats are closer than where they were before. Because all of this deal shows me is that we are no closer to being competitive than you were 5 minutes ago. So I wish Sebastian Welcott is the top prospect in the Rangers farm system. He's also a shortstop. I would have loved to see, and of course the Rangers don't want to part with him, but give us Sebastian Welcott and maybe 2 other guys that are a little interesting. Maybe they'll pan out. But right now you're taking a chance on 5 guys, which what are the odds that, 2 or 3 of them pan out when Sebastian Welcott at this point, tried and true, top prospect. I wish you would have gotten someone like that in return. They also have a top pitcher that would have been interesting to get back in this return, but it's going to be a lot about development. And I just don't think telling fans right now that, oh yeah, we got 5 guys that might develop. That's not the sexiest thing at the moment.
Yeah. Do you think they'll flip CJ?
I think you have to. I mean, if you're going to tear it down. And I know.
But not Wood.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Not ever. Pay him.
100%. Pay James
Let's
Wood.
live in a world where they can pay somebody.
Yeah. Yes, that is
Even
option
if
number
it's
1.
Freaking dream world. Let's live in it now.
Sell the team.
Yeah.
That's the way I say.
Bingo. Thank you, Sanjay.
Of course.
I want to let these folks on the phones weigh in. Yo, a lot of people from La Plata. Larry's in La Plata. What's
I
up,
like
Larry?
La Plata, man. I'm always riding bikes down there.
What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys. I think one thing we need to realize is there's never going to be another Juan Soto trade for the prospects that we got. Someone like Soto is never going to come up on the market like that, and teams will not make that mistake again what San Diego did. I think it was perfectly justified to trade Gore. I like what we got back, and I agree with BMitch. Under the right circumstances, C.J. Abrams can be special. I did not approve when Rizzo shut him down publicly because he was going out and drinking a little bit, and that put a bad image on that player. When at his worst, he's a 20 home run, 30 stolen base ball player. We can get something for him. We definitely need to move him. We need to move him now. But I agree that the Gore trade is good. And, again, you pay – and again, the talk about James Wood, yes, you pay James Wood. You don't pay a Boris pitcher. You pay a Boris outfielder. Pitchers, once they get that big contract,
process. What I hate is the people that are like, oh, you can't deal with Scott Boras. Okay.
You can deal with
then you can't win.
Yeah. Because, I mean, most of the top dogs, as I keep saying, they're in his cage.
Southern,
you got to deal with them.
Southern Maryland is popping. Dennis down in Southern Maryland. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, guys. First of all, I agree. They had to trade Gore. But I think everybody's delusional if they think that James Wood isn't going to be traded before his contract comes up. Because look at it this way. You're looking at the possibility of these prospects not panning out for 3 to 4 years. He's going to be at the top of his market then, and they're not going to pay him. You know they're not going to pay him. They don't pay anybody.
Let's not be pre-mad, bro.
I'm mad for the last 7 years.
Yeah.
I'm mad from the
He's
first.
mad.
And I'm not going to get happy anytime soon, apparently. I love the team, but
Let's try to paint a vision for you, Dennis. They get some financial clarity on the back end of this coming CBA, right? The Players Association, owners around the league have to figure something out. They got a TV deal now. They're out of the Masson mess. Now they've signed this thing with MLB TV that should be a legitimate revenue stream that was fairly illegitimate for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, if the learners are still looking to sell, which frankly I think they are, they never got the price they wanted, and they've shown a long time standing stubbornness. If they don't get their price, they're just going to eat it. Like, that's why there's still not naming rights on that stadium, which is just crazy.
That's silly.
But
one more
if you
thing.
get some
One more
financial
thing
clarity,
before I go, real quick.
Go ahead.
Real quick. I don't think that for 15 seconds that if there's a salary cap floor that they're going to hold on to that team. If they have to pay money, they're going to sell the team.
I like that.
Oh, cool.
Now you're talking, Dennis.
All right. There we go.
See you guys.
Very, very smart point right there. Let's go salary cap floor. Yo, because your options, if you put it, because the NBA did that. They put in the floor.
Something better than nothing. You got. Let's say I got a price of $3 million, and the person said I'm gonna give you 2.8. If I stick to 3, I'm stupid. Because if I stick to 3, I get nothing.
You and I, yes, they're sitting on billions. Even though they've lost
I
it, like that
understand,
just changes
but
their.
they could have a lot more if they would have not turned down all the stuff that they could possibly got.
I didn't think about that salary cap floor. That might be the path.
So that's then we're gonna start promoting.
You know what just sucks is there was a time where we celebrated the learners as great owners. For a decade, they spent.
Yeah.
They did.
Then they won, and they didn't want to spend no more.
I think COVID impacted a lot. If you're in the commercial office space business, like the world has changed.
Hey man,
dog.
you made a lot when it wasn't COVID.
The world has
You ahead of the
changed
game, believe
and
me.
left me here. Danny is in D.C. What up, Danny?
Hey guys, how are you?
We're good, bro.
It's the 50-50 man, so you probably know who I am.
Oh, what's up, bud?
So-
Yeah, good to hear from you.
I'm good. So yeah, I believe you have to trust these guys and see where this goes. The new regime is in place, and see what takes place. And then
I'm
just
with
go
that.
from there.
I just don't trust
I talked to a
ownership.
guy in Texas yesterday, and he said that we got 5 picks, and the one of them was the 12th round or the 12th pick in last year's first round draft. That shortstop, I believe, right?
Yeah. We'll see,
we
man.
just have to take a look and see what happens.
All right.
Appreciate the call, bud. Good to hear from you. It's interesting because 2 major things happen in town, right? They trade Mackenzie Gore and Trinity Rodman gets a long-term extension.
Mm-hmm.
It's the perfect example of I don't know enough about Taboni, but I'm glad he made the move. I think he's approaching things the right way. Like, it's the same as it was with Riz. I had faith and trust in Riz. I just didn't trust ownership.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give Taboni the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I just don't trust your bosses, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the Spirit,
I trust the bosses.
Michelle Kang put her money on the table and said, we're going to grow and make money together and try to win championships.
There you go.
Like, that's where this thing should go. Where we know this thing is going is snow. Doug Kammerer helps us figure out how much is coming next.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by
Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Maryland made, super smooth, loved throughout the DMV, and now available in select Virginia ABC stores. One dude who might need some Scotties because he's about to work his ass off is our friend, Mr. Doug Kammerer, chief meteorologist at NBC4, joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Doug, what up, dude?
Dude, it's 11 o'clock. Vodka Red Bull sounds about right now. Yeah, let's do it.
Yo, before we get to the snow, I don't think people understand and not just you, Amelia, Jessica, all the weather people out there. When you get an event like this, what is your work schedule now to Tuesday?
Yeah, my work schedule is like your work schedule during the playoffs game or during the Super Bowl. I mean, we don't stop. I've done a couple of radio shows today already. I've already been updating online. I've been sitting here watching as the new information is rolling in. So there is no stopping in this. Last night last night was the night I really needed to get some sleep, so I was able to finally do that. But I don't see a whole lot of that coming next couple of days because once this gets going, and it really starts today. I mean, we just got issued the winter storm warning for our area. Once this really gets going, there's not much stopping. So you'll see my big fat head in a lot of places next couple of days.
So you're saying it starts tonight. What starts tonight?
Well, what starts tonight is the cold air. So we've got a cold weather advisory that's in effect. So if you're thinking about heading out tonight and you're like, oh, it's a Friday night, let's go out before the storm hits. We're talking about the wind chills overnight tonight that will be, 5 to 10 degrees below zero.
Wow.
So
Damn.
we're talking about it's going to be the coldest air we've seen in a while around here coming this way. And that's what sets the stage for our storm. And our storm won't even start until tomorrow night around 11 o'clock. With some snow developing tomorrow night. But again, it's just going to be brutally cold out ahead of it.
So I'm going out tonight. My wife's birthday's tomorrow. We're going to see Eric Church at the Anthem tonight.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Cover up those ears.
When we get out of there, I'd say he comes on at 9. He's done by 11. Are we in big trouble?
I mean, it's going to be cold. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely be ready for it. Now, the coldest air starts to move in around 10, 11 o'clock tonight. So, it's going to be normal cold. I'll say normal cold because, this December and January has been cold. So as long as you're bundled up for that, you'll be fine. The worst of it starts to come in right around that time. So when you get out of the show, yeah, you're going to be feeling it. You're going to be feeling the wind. You're going to be feeling the cold coming down. So make sure, I'm sure you guys are going to come right home after that. But I'll tell you, it's going to be a cold night for sure.
Damn. All right. So let's get to the main event. Once the snow arrives, when does everything kick off? We know it's tomorrow. What are we looking at?
Tomorrow night around 11?
Yeah, so tomorrow night around 11 o'clock, the snow moves in. Fairly light at first and then really starts to pick up. So by the time we get to 7, 8 a.m., the time people are starting to wake up, we've got a couple of inches of snow on the ground, probably good 3 to 4 inches of snow on the ground by 8 o'clock. We get another 4 hours of snowfall through about 11, 12 o'clock. Right. So you put that total up around 6 to 10 inches is what I'm thinking there in the D.C. metro area. And then you add in, then it starts to change the ice. And this is the most concerning part for me. If it's sleet, we can deal with sleet. Sleet is okay. Sleet actually gives you a little bit of traction on the roads. And what is sleet? Sleet is little ice pellets that fall from the sky and they bounce. They don't stick to anything. They don't get on power lines. They don't get on trees. Sleet would be fine. And there's a couple computer models that have given us, 1 to 2 inches of sleet. Man. That's a lot of sleet. Now that's on top of the 6 to 10 inches of snow that we're going to get. So if you don't get out there and shovel the snow before the sleet comes in, it's going to be super heavy at that point because the snow's going to be nice and light early in the day. So if you get out early and try to shovel, you should be A-okay. I'm going to try to shovel when I get up around 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow or Sunday morning, and I'll probably do it again before I come into work. But if we get freezing rain, then all bets are off. Freezing rain is so much worse because freezing rain comes down. It's literally rain that freezes on contact. So it'll freeze to the trees. It'll freeze to power lines. And if we get enough of it, and I think some of us in our area will, you're going to start to see trees breaking, and that's going to bring down power lines, and you're going to see a lot of power outages. I think that's going to be in our southern zones. I don't think we have to worry about that around the Beltway. but it's definitely a concern for me because, I do have one of the best models that are out there. You know what I'm talking about, JP.
The Euro?
The European model.
Yeah,
absolutely.
man, the Euro gets it done.
But, Doug, you say 7 to 10. Well, you say the metro area.
Yeah.
You're talking about the inside the Beltway? Because I live outside the Beltway.
Yeah, I'm talking about the whole DMV. So you're talking about, Fairfax County, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, anywhere that's right along I-95. The counties along I-95, that's where I've got the 6 to 10 inches. If you're outside, outside areas like, upper Montgomery County into Frederick County, if you're into parts of West Virginia, that's an area that I've got upwards of 14 inches coming down.
Damn.
And that could be all snow. And if it is, that number then jumps to maybe 16 inches of snow. And they might not see any ice up there. We're down to the south. I've got areas of southern Maryland that I'm thinking about from Waldorf south, including like areas like Fredericksburg and King George County. I'm thinking they get maybe 5 to 7. I may lower that 4 to 7. Let's say 4 to 7, and then they get ice. And this is the area I'm most concerned about for power outages. Would be southern Maryland and areas down south of Quantico.
Oh man, I mean this. I really hope that doesn't happen. Right, like a big snow event is kind of fun for everybody, but you start getting ice and you start getting these real problems. That's like dangerous.
And just let the people driving the 4-wheel drive understand one thing: 4-wheel drive does nothing for you when there's ice.
Nothing does anything for you in ice, right?
No, B-Mitch. I mean, think about that, right? 4-wheel drive does one thing for you: it helps get you out of jams. It does not help you when you're going 30 miles an hour down Wisconsin Avenue, or 30 miles an hour down Route 50 going through Falls Church area. It's not going to help you. It's only going to help you get out of a jam. If you get into a jam, you get stuck. 4-wheel drive, that'll help to get you out of it. But if you're driving down and you've got some speed on you, ice is gonna do whatever it does, and you're just gonna fly right off the road. So don't think you're right. Don't think you're I got a big bad car and it's 4-wheel drive. I have no problems. Trust me, you will.
You will.
Talking with NBC Washington's chief meteorologist Doug Kammerer here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Doug, if you're worried about your heat this weekend, get a Ruud system because that joint will stay on.
Yes, it will.
This is an honest kind of help me understand question, if I can, Doug.
Yep.
If the cold weather is rolling in, and it's going to be freezing cold, how can it be freezing rain? Shouldn't it be snow?
I love it because I'm getting that question all the time, and it's so funny. And BMitch, you reposted one of my maps. You posted something, and you get these guys on there that are talking. You're ridiculous. It's 22 degrees. There's no way it can melt and be freezing rain. It's got to be all snow. Well, yes, at the surface, and I love how you respond to people like that, BMitch. I don't do that like you do, but.
But the one guy talking about, they're professional liars. I say, shut up.
And I appreciate you for doing that because I'm sitting in there going, you're a professional liar. And I'm like, well, actually, sir, this is what I'm looking at. And you did a great job with that. So thank you very much. But what it is you've got, not only do we have we have 22 degrees at the surface. So it's well below freezing here, but about 5,000 feet up. And really it's between 5,000 and 10,000 feet. That's where the snow is falling. If it's above freezing at that point, and why would it be above freezing at that point? Because we've got very warm air from the Gulf that's working its way in at 5,000 to 10,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that temperature at 5,000 to 10,000 feet goes to, say, 35 degrees. Well, when that snowflake falls into 35 degrees, it turns into a raindrop.
Yep.
And as it falls, if the cold air is dense enough, and by dense enough, I'm saying, let's say it's 1,000 feet deep, that cold layer is 1,000 feet, it has enough time to refreeze and become that sleet pellet.
Yeah.
And again, it'll come down, the sleet, the rain will refreeze into a little sleet pellet, and it'll bounce, and we'll be okay. If the warm layer is just off the surface, maybe it's at 1,000 feet now, and it's coming down. Now that raindrop does not have enough time to refreeze into an ice pellet, and it literally comes down as rain. So if you're outside, you'll get wet, but everything else, the cars are below freezing, the trees are below freezing, it will stick to them immediately. And we, by far, have the worst problems with ice. I would rather us have 2 feet of the kind of snow we've got coming our way than have a half an inch of ice.
Yeah.
Because it weighs down the trees that much more.
Well, and it seems like this ice isn't going to melt for a week if we get it. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean we're going into one of the coldest stretches we've ever seen. I mean we could be below freezing for 10 days.
Wow.
And that means, the Potomac is going to completely freeze over.
Is it?
All of your lakes and ponds. Oh, yeah. This is going to, by the time we get to Wednesday, the Potomac will be frozen over north of the Woodrow Wilson and probably, part of it south of the Woodrow Wilson as well.
Like,
it'll be frozen over.
Could you go ice skating?
I wouldn't advise it.
No. And that's exactly what I was about to say.
I wouldn't advise that.
A lot of the lakes, a lot of the ponds, they're going to freeze over too. And every single year we have stories about rescues on those things.
It's not going to be cold like it is up in Michigan. It's not like the Great Lakes where people park on them. That's frozen for like a long time. You don't think you could, don't go out there trying to ice skate off a week or 2 days or 3 days.
The two dumbest dudes on this program, when Doug said the Potomac's going to freeze over, me and Jeff both looked at each other. I was like, I'm walking on that joint.
I was thinking about it too, man. Never been that far.
J-Dogs forever.
You know what? I would say,
they got
if
them
you want to do that, just make sure you have your life preserver on.
Speaking of, Doug, our guy Jeff has a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Doug, I need to know because the club is still planning a party for Saturday night, and I'm the closing DJ. I need to know if I'll be fine from 12 a.m. to 2:45 a.m.
Yeah,
okay, here's the thing. Now, which club are we talking about?
It's 202 Lounge in Chinatown.
Okay, 202 Lounge in Chinatown. I know another big party going on at Echo Stage. That party, I think I got Benny Benassi coming in there, and he's the DJ closing out. He's done at 2:00. So exactly right.
Are you going? You can't go this time.
No, I cannot go. I do go after work sometimes to that place because I do like. They do call me Dancing Doug. But I told them, I said, hey, guys, I think you're going to be fine. And so you'll be good down there in Chinatown. I think you'll be fine. The snow's going to start, but it's going to be really light. Now, because it's so cold, anything that falls will stick. But I think by that time, by 2 o'clock, 2:45, I think you'll still be able to get home okay as long as you don't have too big of a drive. And I would just say, just make sure you take it really slow. Because by that time, maybe we have a half an inch to an inch, which could still be very slick. Mm-hmm. But I think you'll be okay at that point.
Wear your boots too, Jeff. Don't wear no slick shoes.
All right.
I want you to come here with a hickey on the back of your head because you fail.
Doug, so because we have you on a Friday and there are games this weekend, we'd like to invite you to participate in our picks.
I love it.
Last week, Maryland Governor Wes Moore and Chris Russell tied for the win. They went 5-1 last week. Now, because we only have 2 games, we're kind of manufacturing some stuff here, but we also need your help.
Okay.
So we're gonna pick both games against the spread, and we're gonna pick the totals of both games, over unders.
I think they went 4-1, Jay.
Yeah, you're right. 4-1.
Okay.
But our 5th bet, Doug, is going to be
snow totals.
Snow totals. But we need between the 5 of us on our show, we all live in different spots. We need a good location that we know we can get an accurate snow total from.
And this is on Monday morning?
Yeah. Most likely. I mean, is the snow done Monday?
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's go with Dulles Airport. And the reason why I say Dulles Airport is because the National Weather Service actually goes out there themselves to look at that snow. They will measure it themselves. So we know that is going to be an accurate report. They've got a snowboard. They go out there. They do the right thing. So let's go with Dulles Airport.
Okay.
Good. That's right. That's right in my backyard.
All right, Dulles it is.
That's where the National Weather Service is located.
All right, Dulles it is. Bang. So you ready to make your pick, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start with the early game. Patriots at Broncos. Patriots are 4.5-point favorites in Denver.
Yeah. And they're 4.5-point favorites because of Bo Nix.
Yeah,
I mean,
crazy.
Here you got Denver going. You've got. I won't say obviously he's not a rookie. Second year in the league. You got Bo Nix coming through, and he's just been amazing. And then he goes down and you didn't even notice that he got hurt when he went down like that, but that just deflated all of the Denver area. Now you got a guy playing. I think he's got 4 games under his belt.
Yeah,
is that right? So
he's been around.
I got to go with Drake May, another second-year starter. How about that?
Crazy.
So I'd go with Drake May and the Patriots.
All right, Pats minus 4.5. The total in this game 42.5. Which way you going? Over or under?
It's going to be super cold. They got a little snow coming down, but that shouldn't be a problem.
That's funny, B. We hadn't thought about the weather impacts in these games.
Mm-hmm.
Doug's thinking about it.
Yeah. I would go 21-17, so that's going to be the under.
All right.
Sounds like a weatherman.
Doug's on the under in the
Doug
AFC
goes straight to the
title
weather.
Going to be some wind, too, so, you got to think that because out there at Invesco, you got they got the wind going there, too. So
you got the wind and a backup quarterback?
Yep.
Now we're going to Seattle, where I'm guessing it's going to be cold, too.
It might be rainy.
Seahawks are 2.5-point favorites at home hosting the Los Angeles Rams.
I would love to pick the Rams. Don't ask me why. I've just kind of been following them for a while here. But I got to go with Sam Darnold. I mean, good gosh, you look at that guy's season last year with Minnesota, and then they dropped him. I mean, they literally just dropped him.
Yeah.
And then he goes to the Seahawks and has a season like he's having. I mean, I got to go Seahawks.
Okay. Hard to argue. I mean, the way they dismantled the Niners was just a thorough.
That was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And what really stands out in these later games, guys, is the defense that these teams have. That's what really stands out in these games. I mean, the quarterbacks are able to do what they're able to do, but the defense is able to put a stop to the teams that have. You saw what they did to Purdy, and you saw what they did to McCaffrey. I mean, that was, that was amazing too.
All right. Total of the Rams Seahawks games 46.5.
46.5. I think that's going to be a bit of a shootout there. So I'm going to go with. Let's see, what would I do?
But their last game,
24.
41, 38,
so
something like that?
52 points. So I'd go with the over on that one.
Okay. Sorry, I'm writing this down for official purposes. And then, honestly, I'm sure people love hearing your NFL picks, but they might – like, when me and B make our snow prediction, people are going to be more interested in our NFL picks. But for you, Doug, making your snow prediction for Dulles Airport, that might be what they're
I might be
locked in
leaning
for.
whatever Doug say.
Well, all right, this is Dulles Airport by Monday morning. We come on the air at 10 a.m.
Monday morning.
Mm-hmm. 10 a.m.
and
Monday.
again, it's going to mix with that sleet. But I'm thinking 9 inches there.
Okay, 9 inches. Bang, got it.
That means BMitch is back of BMitch's house.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's right by B's house. Last question. This is from I don't know if you know this, Doug, but we're now on TV on Monumental Sports Network.
Oh, my God, yeah, I love it.
Great. Our producer at Monumental is Joey Sabat. He texted me a question. He said, can you ask Doug if you can go ice skating on the C&O Canal because it's more shallow? He says he knows the Potomac is too deep, but what about
Joy, you can.
What about the canal?
I'll answer for you, Doug.
Because absolutely. Because once that goes, and I would give it a couple of days. I mean, I would not get out there until you got Saturday night, Sunday night, Monday night. I wouldn't get out there until Tuesday at the earliest, but probably Wednesday, because that thing, as you mentioned, is shallow, so it freezes a lot easier. It's also not flowing nearly as quickly, so it will freeze pretty good. You just want to make sure that you've got enough ice under you. But I've seen people ice skate on that thing quite often. So I think
you really can ice skate
Joy, he said go today.
So you really can ice skate on the canal?
Yeah, I've seen people do it. Yeah,
that'd be fun.
Absolutely.
That's kind of cool.
I'm not doing it.
I've seen people set up goals out there, play some hockey out there.
No way.
I've seen a lot of stuff.
Where do you how do you access it? Because you got to kind of climb down the banks.
You got some rocks.
There's a lot of areas where you can access it. Yeah, there's a lot of areas along right along Claire Barton Parkway. You're able to park and get out.
I know you can walk along it, but I mean, like, if you're on the towpath, the drop down to the water line is like 4 or 5 feet.
Yeah, I think there's some areas that make it a little bit easier for access. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Cool.
And by the way, I love you guys on Monumental because that's where I watch you because I'm not in my car at this time when you guys are on. So I'm catching you guys on Monumental all the time.
Awesome. We appreciate it, dude. Thank you for the time, man. I know you're going to be super busy. You let me know when you're ready for a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull. I'll find
you. Yeah, well, you have to because do I owe you or do you owe me?
Hey, don't worry about it. Both of y'all gonna be drinking.
Hold on, no, because we kept track of this all year.
Yeah,
Doug and I were in the pick-up pool, and Doug was leading me all year. And B, for the first time in my life, I closed strong. I beat you the last week to win by a point.
The last week,
yes.
I had him the entire time, and the very last week, I made some bad picks, and Jay picked some good ones. So yeah, so now I owe you wings and beer.
Wings and beer. B-Mitch knows me. Usually the opposite happens, especially on the golf course, where I play pretty well and then completely fall apart. So,
but when friends bet drinks,
there's no losers.
No loser.
Yeah, New Year, new
absolutely.
me.
We're both winners in that scenario.
There you go.
Yeah, dude.
There you
go. Maybe we do it during the Olympics because there's not much work for us during the Olympics, Doug. It's all Olympics. We're chilling.
I will have my show during the Olympics, the O-Zone, which comes on at 7:30 Monday through Saturday. So I'm working 6 days a week. So
Doug's gonna be
Saturday
busy.
night, 7:30. Tune in for the O-Zone. But after that, I'm available.
It's just me chilling then. All right, Doug.
That's right.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, Doug. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, guys. See you later.
All right.
Be safe.
The great Doug Kammerer. Seriously, give him a follow during these crazy weather times at Doug Kammerer, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. This is a serious weather event, and let's hope this ice doesn't come in.
And take it serious.
Because that changes. Snow is fun. Ice is legit dangerous. And I'm pretty dismissive of most things, not of that. We're going to open the phone lines up next for Ask BMitch Anything, 800-636-1067. Man, we're going to open these phone lines up for Ask BMitch Anything. Ask BMitch Anything is sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. Last night at the auto show, I was wearing the Collars & Co. merino wool long sleeve joint with the Collars & Co. Blue window pane blazer. Boy, looked fresh to death. I'm going to start Ask BMitch Anything. 800-636-1067. We got breaking news here that's banana land. That I want to make sure isn't fake, but it's not fake. B-Mitch.
Yes.
Per Adam Schefter.
All right.
The Buffalo Bills are interviewing Phillip Rivers for their head coaching job.
Well, we didn't think he was going to play quarterback this year.
What do you make of that?
Hey, man, listen. Did you hear that press conference the other day? You think they're going to go outside the box?
Yeah. I mean, that is wild, dude.
Yeah, but he came back and he was ready to play. He's been coaching in high school. He understands this game. You watch him play football a few weeks ago. He understands the game of football. You never know, man. Sometimes just opportunity and people being desperate sometimes get people in there.
That is wild.
I don't think it's that wild. I think they saw Jeff Saturday get that job that time. Phillip Rivers was a quarterback. And he's been coaching, and not what level sometimes. Hell, let's look at Coach Cinetti. He was at JMU.
Yeah.
Went to Indiana, and he looks like he's smarter than every damn coach in the country right now. So I don't know. We'll see if they truly give him a chance at that.
I kind of like it, man. Roll the dice. You know what I mean? Like, I think of all sports, there's this need to be, like, conventional for everybody. And I think more and more, and maybe some of you got to credit the analytical community to, like, look at different things. But I think more and more, man, people are trying to find different ways. And I think Rivers is something different. But I'd love to watch it. I know that. And he has the build of a coach more now than he does a quarterback. Let's go to Big G in Sterling. What's up, G?
Hey, how y'all gentlemen doing? Happy New Year, y'all. I ain't talked to y'all in a minute.
How you doing, brother?
Yeah, we miss you, dude.
How you doing? Me, you, and B-Mitch had a conversation about the best teams in the NFL at the time. And both of y'all picked New England. And me and Jeff picked Seattle. And I told y'all, long as homeboy don't throw no interceptions, we'll be good. What you think, B?
About what?
About Seattle.
About them doing what?
Winning it all.
They got a chance. I think the Rams going to whip their ass, though.
But look at that defense, though.
Hey.
You think the Rams whipped their ass?
I don't know, man. Listen, the Rams beat them the first game. They got a mysterious play call in the last game, but the Rams scored 38 points on them. So the Rams know something about that team.
That was then, and this is now.
We gonna see. We gonna see. We gonna see, G.
Then, this is now.
We gonna see. See if you know what you're talking about.
All right, B. I want you to hold it. I want you to hold that. This Big G from Sterling. I want you to remember this conversation.
Hey, man, listen. I don't have no money to ride on it, so I'm gonna talk trash.
I ain't gonna put no money on it either. That's the way it is.
All right, brother.
All right, Big G.
All right, bro.
Got you, man.
Yo, listen to this, B. It's funny. You made me think of this. You know how I never check LinkedIn, and you're always telling me I need to check LinkedIn?
Uh-huh.
Guess who I got a message from?
Who?
The marketing manager from Epic Clean Tech. Do you remember who Epic Clean Tech is?
No.
The water technology company behind the recycled water beers we talked about on the radio.
What they say?
We'd love to send you some of the beer if you're open to it. You most definitely should try them.
Well, we're going to let Landfill say he'll try some. Jeff going to drink some. And White Brian. I'm not trying it.
If they send us some, I'll try it.
I'm not trying it.
All right, I'm going to respond to this. We're going to get some recycled beer.
I could go get you some water right now and have them recycle it. I can do some stuff to it like they're going to do for you. See what you want to drink.
Here's what the marketing woman says. Fun fact, all water on Earth is technically recycled. The beer is a real and digestible way to show what's possible when it comes to water reuse.
All water on Earth is recyclable. So you trying to tell me when
I
it
think
rains and it goes down?
It goes up in the air, right? Like it evaporates or whatever.
Yeah, but that's totally
goes through the
different than you
trees.
telling me you just got out of a damn building and it's pea water and everything else. Come on now, please.
I think B and I should try to explain more science. I think water falls in rain and then evaporates back up to the clouds and falls back down. Is that roughly the science?
I can understand that part of it, and I see that as a great sequence. But I'm not going to look at that like taking some water out of a building and then going and recycling it and making me some beer.
Deb from the chat is on the line. What's up, Deb?
Hey, how are you?
We're good. What's happening?
Getting ready for this dang snow. Anyway, my question for BMitch is, did you play the Waukapa golf course in Scottsdale?
The which one?
Waukapa. You played it, right?
Weekapaw. Yeah. I played that one. And I'm going there in the end of April and May. We got a 3-day tournament there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I just got back and I took your suggestion for the olive and ivy and olive or whatever.
Okay.
That was really good.
Cool.
And then we went out to the golf course. I didn't play. I just took in the scenery.
All right.
That's a great trip.
And
Deb.
had lunch there.
Yo, how's the chat doing? Because we're not, now that we don't have to log in for the cameras, I'm not on there as much. How's
You can
everybody?
still go on it.
How's everybody living in the chat?
You know, what goes on in the chat should stay in the chat.
Well said, Deb. Well said.
I got you, Deb.
All right. Have a great weekend, Deb. Good luck with the weather.
All right, thanks.
Well, actually, you say that. I'm going to look for the chat.
We have Wildcard Scotty on the line.
Let's go with it.
And I know it's Ask BMitch anything. I'm going to start with a question for Scott. Hello, Scott.
What's happening, fellas?
What's up, Scotty?
I am here to make amends. It's 11:39. You want to bring us lunch on a Friday? You are very, very welcome to do it today, sir.
What kind of bunk stuff is
Hey,
that?
Scotty.
I call.
Scotty, go.
Scotty, you got dropped.
Scotty, go.
Because you can't say that last word you said, bro.
And Scotty, if you are bringing us lunch, please bring me some salt. My wife's going to be very upset. Jim is in Manassas. What's up, Jim?
Oh, boy.
All right, one chat body to another. BMitch Finlay, Aquarium Boys. How's everybody doing?
What's up, brother?
Yeah, checking in from the gym. Love y'all. Given the occasion, BMitch, I was wondering what your favorite snow day activity is.
My favorite snow day activity? Sitting around chilling. I'm going to be honest with you, bro.
Tell you what.
I don't listen. I like when it snows and when everybody stay off the road, I absolutely love to get out the house because if you stay on, I got all the road to myself. And I would rather go to a bar when they got some sports going on and just hang out. That's when the real dudes come out and hang. You know, them softies, they stay home. So we don't have to worry about them in complaining about somebody standing up, this, that, and the other. We just have fun in a little bar somewhere.
I tell you what, the prospects of watching these conference championship games sitting at home with the fireplace on, that sounds like a dream scenario to me. But, hey, love y'all boys, and JP, respect them Who's. Wahoo, baby.
Hey, man, go Who's. Appreciate you, Jim. We can keep the phone lines going. I'm going to go to break so Landfill doesn't yell at me. It is BMitch and Finlay. Nobody go anywhere.
Just punch him.
Anything, and I'm going to ask BMitch something. Hey, Mac. Walk in here. B, what do you think of this young man's pants? Hopefully Monumental can put him on television.
They're different.
I told him they were awful. He said this is more of a casual look coming to the radio station, but the only thing he wouldn't wear in public is the shirt. I told him the only thing I would wear in public is the shirt.
Yeah.
Could you ever wear those pants?
Nah.
Guess who likes them?
Ooh.
Jeff.
Jeff likes everything.
Y'all wore those pants when y'all were like teens.
I never wore those.
I never wore those pants.
B, you were wearing flared pants, probably.
No, I'm not looking at I didn't mind even looking at the pants on the bottom. I'm looking at the pants.
The color?
Yeah, I wore
color
bell,
with like a stripe.
That's not even like a bell bottom. That's just that's a regular look right there.
But what I'm saying is
that's a regular look. That's not bell bottom.
What I'm saying is those pants are okay.
Those
I don't
pants
see
look
how
like
y'all
some
could
jeans.
not like those pants.
They look like jeans
When
that
y'all
want to
wore-
be sweats.
Yeah, they do. That's a great
They
description.
look
of
like
it.
jeans that want to be sweats.
Bro, y'all pants legs went like this. Like I don't think
You think I wore bell bottoms?
Yes, JP.
Jeff.
I definitely. Well, not you.
You got to
B.
realize.
You think BMitch wore bell bottoms?
Yes,
when I
in
was
Louisiana.
when I was 10 or younger, I probably did.
Hollywood swinging.
I don't wear them right now.
Whoa.
That's a difference. See,
Them shades cool, though.
This is Jeff's thing. Every time somebody wears
you, A-Mac.
something, Jeff want to make it into an age thing.
Nah, it's because
It's
y'all
not an age thing.
Y'all clown our fashion, but y'all fashion was crazy too. Have you seen the cameo video?
Jeff. Your fashion is not everybody's fashion.
Yeah, but like
those
nothing. Those pants will go well with anybody under 40.
Jeff, I would say
anybody under 40.
I've never seen you in nothing that vaguely looks like
what
that
are you
on.
talking about? I wore them.
I could not wear those pants.
Yeah, White Brian's under 40.
Brian.
Landfill's not 40. Landfill, you gonna wear
When
those pants?
you wore pants like that when?
Bro, I wore some pants with flared bottoms to a company,
First of all,
to the company thing last
you
year.
stuck on a flared bottom. Those are not
Bro,
flared bottoms.
I can go pull them pants out. Well, mine black. But I
Those
can pull
pants
pants
are
out.
not flared
That's
bottom.
style. That's style that y'all don't
Flared
have.
bottom is here. Those pants they're not flared.
But those were
My man's
still-
been on hold for a while. Let's.
Those
Jeff's
are not
is arguing
flared
about
bottom
crazy
at all.
stuff.
Nah, because y'all be crazy, man.
One of us is. John is in Arlington for Ask BMitch Anything. What's up, Johnny?
What's up, B-Mitch? What's up, Finlay?
What's up, brother?
Hey, it's getting cold out there. It's going to be snow. What's your recommendation for a nice adult beverage to keep warm?
Weller 12.
That was specific.
Weller 12.
Weller 12.
Or
Okay.
Weller Antique. Either one of those two.
Yeah, I got the ABC. Right? Okay.
Just sipping on it, telling you.
Do you recommend it on ice or put it in the freezer?
No.
No, not in the freezer, dog. You want it to warm you up.
Take you either one ice, one cube, or no cube.
Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right, I'm going to give you more options. Because on a straight-up snow day, you're kind of drinking all day. And you can't start at 11 a.m. with the Weller 12.
Yes, you can. You got to sip it slower.
I think multiple drinks are great on snow days. Beer. Beer is elite on snow days. And depending time of day, you can go lots of directions. Last night I picked up Guinness. I picked up Blue Moon. I picked up Moosehead. I picked up Coors Light, Bud Light. Like, I'm ready to rock.
Party in the Finleys.
You also need wine. You need red wine in the snow. Elite. You get a fire. If I got a little solo stove. You get a fire pit going. A glass of red in the snow. Slaps. You also need liquor. Like Brian said, snow is good for brown liquor. Whatever you're into.
Weller 12. Okay.
It's also a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. So make sure you're ready.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, tell me anything.
You know, I'm the guy that called you and said it's B and I and B and me, right?
Oh, that's cool.
And you told me to listen to NPR, and that shit was boring.
How many people are going to curse on the radio today? If I may, real quick. This is the dude that called in to correct my grammar, and he just cursed on the radio. So let's all take a look in the mirror. Yes, Jeffrey. Jeff seems mad.
I was about to say that one. That's not on me this time.
No.
That was pure caller fault.
I mean, that was crazy.
Ooh, boy.
What a world. I do want to get to this Kyle Shanahan talking about Brandon Ayuk. I know John Lynch talked about Brandon Ayuk too. Lady, let me know when you have that audio ready, because I am out of the Brandon Ayuk business. This is 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan talking about the talented young receiver.
Has there been a line of communication with him?
There was, but not anymore.
At what point did that snap?
Well, when I'm coaching, I don't hang out in the training room at all. So I don't see guys much that way. But I'd say it officially stopped for me when the last time I tried to get a hold of him and couldn't. And then tried a couple more times and still couldn't. And then that matched everyone else that was trying to get a hold of him and couldn't. And eventually, there's not much of an it's confusing because it's confusing for all of us.
Yeah.
So, but it eventually becomes it is what it is. And you try as hard as you can to fix something that you don't understand. But it's not like we understand it very well still. But eventually you understand that it's not going to change and you got to move on with your football team, which is always the most important thing.
I think Kyle is showing tremendous maturity in that answer. I think John Lynch showed tremendous maturity when he talked about this. I'm out of the Brandon Ayuk business. I hope the kid's all right. I don't know what's going on.
And I said that yesterday. It's like, when people do things like he's doing, he needs some help. And I don't know what person, I don't care if you're young, old, if you think that is like regular activity and actions that he's doing, you're crazy as hell. You're making millions, life-changing, family-changing type of money, and you decide you're just going to walk away from it and don't even respond to the people that's going to pay it to you, and then don't even try to fight to get it or keep it. Something is wrong somewhere. So listen, man, I don't know. If you live, you learn. Well, some people need to start living and listening, because that's not common to me. I think that's some silliness.
Yeah, man. Whatever he's doing is dumb. Just try not to be dumb. All right, the 12 o'clock hour, we're going to make our picks. Governor Moore will join us. 1 o'clock, Barry Svrluga joins us. Nobody go anywhere.
BMitch Finlay.
Going to be on with Grant and Danny at 4:30, man. Some serious baseball if you're into it. Make sure you listen to those interviews. A lot of excitement for that stuff. Certainly what's most exciting this weekend is the football. And it's tough because it's the first time we got to wait until Sunday for the games. We don't have any Saturday action, none of the good stuff. But first game is New England going out to Denver. Everybody knows that Denver's going to be playing a backup quarterback.
Jarrett Stidham.
What do you think? Yo, White Brian, give us the Stidham player profile. He's an Auburn guy.
Yeah, he's fun. He's going to try to run the ball, probably not stay in the pocket for too long. Doesn't really turn the ball over that much, but not very accurate.
We'll see what they got. I like Sean Payton when nobody thinks he can do anything. Now, are you aware of this, B? One consistent thing in both matchups, AFC title game and the NFC title game, Mike versus Sean.
Yeah.
Kind of weird. Mike Vrabel versus Sean Payton. Mike McDonald versus Sean McVay.
JP, if I hadn't discussed this with you earlier this week,
I
would be surprised. I showed you that. We were looking at it together.
All right. I got a bunch of random props for the Denver game. If you wanted to bet on the coach name matchup,
all right,
one Mike, one Sean to go coach in the Super Bowl, minus 140. If you want to bet on both Mikes, plus 140. I kind of like this one.
Both Mikes?
No, both Sean's. So you say it's going to be Broncos Rams? Plus 600.
Yeah, that's the one I'll take. That's juicy.
That's juicy, dude.
Yeah.
Do you think because it is going to be a backup quarterback in Jarrett Stidham that the Broncos can't win?
I don't believe that. I think the Broncos defense gives them a chance. We just saw a defense totally disrupt their offense, but the offense of Houston couldn't do a damn thing. If they can, he say don't turn the ball over. He don't turn the ball over. They can run and they can get some points and things like that, and their defense play as well as they've been playing. They have a chance. Point blank.
Weren't you on a playoff team that Coy Detmer ended up starting or something?
It wasn't playoff. That was regular season.
But what is the message?
Do your job. Don't try to do too much. Allow the people that are here to be your playmakers be the playmakers. But the thing about with Coy came in, he got hurt in that game. Then we put our third string quarterback in A.J. Feely. A.J. Feely played the next 5 games. We went 4-1. All Stidham has to do is just play and don't be the reason that something happens. Hand the ball off, throw the ball to the people that you can throw it to. Don't do nothing stupid. See, the problem is when people get in this situation, you're now in the AFC Championship game. They feel, I got to do something. No, you don't. All you have to do is be a quarterback. All you have to do is do what people think is a negative. Be a game manager. That's not a negative. Even the great quarterbacks are game managers. And we watch great quarterbacks, when they try to do too much, what happens? They mess up.
I was listening to SV Pod, the Scott Van Pelt and Stanford Steve podcast this morning. And Steve told a story. He was watching the playoff games with Booger McFarland. And when Booger was on the Colts, the year they won the Super Bowl, went into Baltimore, and Peyton was playing terribly. Peyton had, I want to say 2 first-half turnovers. And Booger said, I'm saying something to this dude.
About who? Okay.
The story is Booger went to Peyton.
Okay.
and said, their offense cannot move the ball against us. Stop turning it over. And he said from that moment on, the Colts offensively got conservative. And you know Peyton was calling his own plays at that point. And they just grinded out 5 field goals, and they won 15-6. Sometimes you just got to play the game that's there available to you.
Yeah.
And I think that's the message for Stidham.
That was a playoff game against the Minnesota Vikings. We beat them 15-13. 5 field goals. Why? You gave them a chance because the offense didn't turn the ball over. When your defense is playing very good ball, don't cause them a problem.
That's what C.J. Stroud did not do.
Yeah, and
you know what I mean?
He did that 2 games in a row.
I mean, if C.J. Stroud,
he might be looked at a little bit like Darnold moving forward. He got in that situation and it seemed like it was too big for him.
He was bad in the game before too.
That's what I'm saying. 2 games in a row. Like it was 2 games in a row. He had 7, 8 turnovers. I mean, come on, dog. He threw 4 interceptions in the first half. And in the game previously, he had 3 turnovers. I think it was 2 interceptions or 3 interceptions.
I think he had 2 interceptions and like a fumble.
Yeah,
too.
nah, bro. You can't be that person. Not at that level. Not at that moment.
Sometimes you just got to play the game that's available.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Looking at Broncos Pats at some of the props available, Stidham's passing numbers aren't high, 200.5.
Mm-hmm.
But neither are Drake May's, 225.5. Like in the other game, they've got Stafford at 254 and Darnold at 230.
Yeah, but see, you're looking at Stidham, who's been a backup. You look at Drake May, who's a young guy. And we just saw a pressure put on Drake, man. He didn't look the same as he did.
May has not looked great in the playoffs.
Okay, now you look at the other 2 quarterbacks. Although Sam Darnold don't have a reputation like a Matt Stafford, he's still a veteran quarterback. And he's put together 2 damn good years back to back, to be honest with you. Although his last 2 games in Minnesota was awful. But this year he's played great. And he's had some moments now where he looked like that guy in Minnesota, but that defense was so good they were helping him out. He better not have that game against Sean and his crew.
All right, folks, it's time for us to start making some picks. We're going to have the governor of the great state of Maryland joining us in a few minutes. They're saying he's going to be like 3 to 5 minutes late. You want me to go to like 13? Trying to kind of figure everything out here. It's I got a little bit more on this Bills situation.
Jeff, when I wore bell bottoms, I was like 8, 9.
We need your sisters or somebody to find these old
I never wore bell
photos.
bottoms in college because
that was just the perfect picture. I'm sorry.
But this is the thing I love about
Can we post that or you get mad? Jeff, you should tweet that out.
This is not me. I don't know what the hell this is.
It's AI, bro.
So
it's your Sultan of the Swamp photo with bell bottom.
But it ain't me. So no, you can't post that. But here we go. When I was in college, we actually wore our jeans where you make them real, real tight at the bottom. We did not wear bell bottoms. And
y'all rolled them up
like y'all do today.
Yeah, we used to do that.
But this is the thing about it. Remember, everything that you do was done before.
Yeah, fashion repeats for sure.
Yeah, so there's nothing you've done that I haven't done.
I think I'm gonna get me some bell bottoms. Rock them to the office one day.
You rock bell bottoms as a 30-something-year-old. You're a fool. I never wore no bell bottoms at 30-something years old.
Doo-doo. I can feel it when you walk. That's how I'm coming in here. Even when you talk, it goes over me.
I don't think you can make it happen, Jeff.
Oh, can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
Diana Rossini just reported the Bills met with candidates in Orchard Park at their facility, but today they flew to Florida to meet with Mike McDaniel. So maybe the McDaniel to L.A. offensive coordinator thing ain't as done as it was seeming.
Well, it seemed like it was, but I think for people like McDaniel and people like Flores, I think those people know if someone offered them a head coaching job, they are not. In Minnesota, he say he was going back. If a team calls him right now and say head coach, he is out the door, and they know it.
Well, you're allowed to take a promotion.
That's what I'm saying. So
right.
I think when Jim signed up Mike, he understood that if he's in the running and he wins one of these things, he's out.
All right, when we can return, Maryland Governor Wes Moore is 8-2 in his playoff picks so far. That's really damn good.
Yeah.
The governor will join us to make his picks for Conference Championship weekend. Nobody go anywhere. Finlay 106.7 The Fan. It is
It's the east
a
side
Scotty
of the
Vagarimble
LBC.
Friday. In moments, we'll be hearing from Maryland Governor Mr. Wes Moore, but we all got picks to be made here, boys. Why don't we get White Brian on the board? You ready, Dub B? You've had a particularly poor playoff run here, White Brian. Are you prepared to turn it around, young man?
Yeah, I'm saving the best for the end here.
Okay, great. Let's start AFC Championship game. Patriots minus 4.5 on the road in Denver.
Woo, let's ride, baby. Broncos.
I'm asking White Brian.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. My bad.
I don't think he heard none of that.
I've also gone with Denver. I got to back Jared Stidham.
Hold on. Like, we talked to White Brian. He responded. He was ready. We said, White Brian, are you ready? And then Jeff
It's a bit, JP.
Jeff just
it's from the chronological order bit. That's why I just said something.
That bit makes no sense. White Brian.
That sounds like something else, Jay.
Brian Hawk. Hawk.
That sounds like something else. Tell you to break.
White Brian, you are taking Denver plus the points.
Yeah.
Okay. Auburn. The total in that game is 42 and a hook, I believe. Which way you going on the total?
I'll go under. I think that's the only way Denver wins.
All right. Now we're going to Seattle for the NFC title game. Seahawks laying 2.5 points, a little less than home field.
Sean McVay's never lost in the championship round. He's going to go 3-0. Rams.
Rams plus 2.5. Now, McVay is 2-0 in NFC title games. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Does 2-0 get to be he's never lost, B? Or is that sample size too small?
Say it again.
White Brian's logic is Sean McVay has never lost in the championship round. He's 2-0. Is that enough to say that? Or do you have to get to 3?
No, that's enough to say it.
Okay.
He hadn't lost. Until you lose, you can't say he lost.
Could you say it if he was 1-0?
Yes. He hadn't lost yet. We've said this about other teams and other situations when it wasn't Sean, and you love Sean.
I do love Sean. I might love McDonald, too. White Brian, over-under, total for this game, 46.5.
Also under.
Okay. Seattle, under. And then what the people are dying to know, White Brian, what is your snow total prediction for Dulles Airport?
7 inches.
Damn, you're going low, huh?
Well, do we count the ice?
I don't know.
We count snow.
Like whenever they say the total
Remember,
is...
if it's ice, like they say sleet and ice is like 1 inch of sleet ice is like 10 inches of snow.
Yeah, I think we'll get 7 inches of snow and a good amount of sleet on top.
What you're a young man that relies on public transportation. What are you thinking for next week getting around?
I'm pretty rattled.
You seem it.
Hey man, just drive your car. You got a car, don't you?
Aren't you from like New Jersey or New York? Don't snow get way worse up there?
Yeah, but
what
my
are you
car
worried
doesn't
for?
do great in snow.
What kind of car do you have that you don't drive?
A Honda Accord.
Slow down. All you gotta do is slow down. That's all I tell
Does it
everybody.
have front wheel drive, probably?
Front wheel drive. Yep.
Everybody.
I'm
that
more worried
has
about
any-
the people around me making a mistake.
Well, and where you live is hilly and cars everywhere, like parking on the street.
I don't
Metro
think
by you?
I'm going to get out of my parking spot for like 3 days.
Will you
Well-
have to walk to the bus stop?
Yep.
You're in trouble, though.
Yo, you are you are in trouble. Okay, I'm gonna make this very clear. Jeff, it's your Jeff Walker, DJ Jazzy Jeff. It's your time to make picks.
Jeff, not too funny.
Jeff, not too smart. Jeff, not too good of a listener.
Withdrawals, man. Withdrawals.
How many days clean of the weed are you?
Oh, it'll be a week tomorrow.
Good luck. Keep pushing.
I need it. I need it.
Snow weekend, over.
No chance.
Pray for me. Pray for me. Pray for me.
Over.
Have you watched the movie Half Baked?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Broncos Pats.
Samson.
I want to talk to Samson.
Broncos, baby. Let's ride.
All right. Jeff is on Denver plus the points. Over under 42.5.
I'm going to say over.
Grant?
Over,
No, I just
for
hit
sure.
some. You're going over in the Denver game?
Over.
Seattle laying 2.5 hosting the Los Angeles Rams.
Seattle, I honestly don't think the Rams got enough. The way they've been slow. Seattle come out fast. I think they're going to beat the Rams by more than 2.
Okay, good. So you're taking the Seahawks. The total in that game is 46.5.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a high scoring game. Shoot, the Seahawks might put up 30-something points themselves.
All right, and then what the world needs to know, Jeff Walker's snow prediction for Dulles Airport.
They're definitely getting 10-plus inches.
10 plus?
Yes.
You want to give me I don't know that you get 10 plus.
11.
11, okay. Jeff's bets are in the books. Here's an update that'll just... I talked to... Chris Russell tied for the win last week with the governor.
Yeah.
I talked to Rooster's producer. Hey, Mac, I said, what time's Chris going to be in? He said, I don't know. So I texted Roos, can you pop in with us to make picks? He said, when? Sorry, was driving in bad traffic. And I said, just before your show. He said, okay. And now he just texted me, traffic is insane.
At 12 something?
How do we think Chris is going to handle...
Wait.
Traffic might be crazy. They said they were shutting down roads for the police officer that passed away.
Oh, okay.
So it might be.
All right. Well, Chris, don't say nothing crazy about the traffic.
Yeah, maybe take it easy, Roos.
If you're listening.
All right, Professor Landini, you're on the clock, sir. Broncos, Patriots.
Unfortunately, the Patriots are going to win.
You could be proven correct there. I don't think anybody's rooting for New England outside of
Are we
New
getting the
England
point
fans.
spread here?
Yeah, we're doing points.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're taking the Patriots minus 4.5 then?
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Over under 42.5. Under. We're going to Seattle. Rams, Seahawks. Seahawks laying 2.5.
Seahawks.
All right. Total in Seattle, LA, 46.5.
Under.
And in Landfill, your snow prediction for Dulles Airport.
7.5.
7.5. Damn, he kind of dunked on you there, White Brian. White Brian was in at 7. Landfill went with 7.5. So White Brian has a very narrow. How are we going to do it? Are we going Price is Right style? If you go over, you're out, or is it just closest to?
Closest to.
So even if you're over it,
Yeah.
like if it's
with that.
If it ends up being 6.5, White Brian wins.
Okay.
Unless somebody got 6. I mean, unless they got 6.5.
Okay. Joey has texted his picks. Joey's taking the Broncos to cover, the under in New England, Denver. He's taking the Seahawks to cover and the over. Joe, you can't. Jeff already picked 11. You can't pick 11. Joey wanted to pick the same number as you, Jeff. Can you believe that?
I told you something was wrong with Joey.
That's true, J-Dog
Joey is
stuff,
weird.
just to pick the same number.
He is weird, dude.
Oh, Joey's moved it to 12. That's our highest on the board.
Go ahead, Joey.
Landy, we're working on the Gov. There's a little uncertainty there. Let me know what you want to do break-wise.
Okay.
BMitch, you ready?
Yep.
All right.
Broncos.
With the points.
Yep. Under. Rams. Under.
Hold on, dog. I got to write it down. Rams plus 2.5 and the under. And then what is the BMitch snow prediction for Dulles Airport? This is basically your house.
All right. So we got 11. We got 11.5. We have a 7.
Right now we got Kammerer said 9 at Dulles, 9 inches. White Brian said 7. Jeff said 11. Landfill said 7.5. Joey said 12.
Give me 10.5.
10.5 inches. B-Mitch is in.
Just leave it at 10. 10 even.
10 even? Okay. 10 inches for B. I will make my picks now. Question for you. With all 4 teams left, who do you think's winning the Super Bowl?
I don't know. Yeah, wait till they get in the Super Bowl. Somebody might get hurt. You never know.
I'm going to be with you. I'm taking Denver with the points. I like the spot for them, especially being at home. You know what I mean? But that New England defense is excellent. And I don't know that they've gotten the credit.
Still Mile High Stadium.
Yeah. That place gets loud. That crowd will be rocking.
People can't breathe.
42.5 is a really low number.
Yeah, but I'm looking at 2 damn good defenses, a rookie, and a guy who hadn't been starting.
Second year, but yeah. Certainly a rookie
who hadn't been starting.
Well, I'm saying
May, yeah.
But May's never been in this spot.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to apparently there's more action on the over. I'll go under. I'll go under with you. I hear what you're saying there. Rams Seahawks to me is a really hard game. Like I like the game I will bet the most on is Denver this weekend, and I'm probably going to bet the money line there just because I like the value at almost 2-1. There will be no more mortgage payments after C.J. Stroud screwed me. I feel like C.J. Stroud personally owes me money because the Houston defense was the right side in that game. They were the best group in that game.
You're right about that.
But it didn't matter because the quarterback just couldn't stop turning it over. Like, even if you try to look at the splits in Seattle, L.A., kind of interesting. It does appear that some of the sharper money's on the Rams. There's more money, less tickets on the Rams. I'm going to take the Rams here. But, like, I'm going to be back and forth on picking that game till the finish line. Then I'm going to actually take the under. I feel like most folks are taking the... You took the under, too. Okay. I'm going to take the under. And my official Dulles Airport snow prediction, 8.25. Just like something else. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. Something else. Something that's 8.25 inches, like a ruler. When we return, we should be hearing from the Maryland Governor, Wes Moore. Chris Russell's supposed to stop by. Apparently, we're unsure if he's going to make it in. We'll find out together. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by
Hotline and welcome in the governor of the great state of Maryland, Mr. Wes Moore, who is on an insane playoff heater, 8-2 in the playoffs, making picks. How are you, Governor?
Yeah, now what's going on, guys?
We are doing well, man. I mean this seriously, dude. I appreciate you making time for us. What is it like being the governor when there's like a legit possible weather emergency coming to town?
No, and honestly, one thing I'll say is that people should really take this storm very seriously. I've already declared a state of preparedness. People see I just signed off on a state of emergency as we continue to watch this thing move. I'm hoping people are really going to take this one seriously because it's not just volume that's going to be hitting not just Maryland, but just in the entire region. It's how slow it's going to move and also just the cold that's going to come in right after it. So people, please go out, make sure you are, stocked up on supplies, make sure that you're really preparing for this. Hopefully get ready to watch some good football, but just relax and stay inside on this one. This is going to be a real storm.
Yeah. Will you get any time to like go sledding with the kids, or are you gonna is this all work all the time for you?
Oh no, I will definitely be working throughout. We're going to be spending our time, just checking on folks and at the command center. But I absolutely am going to go find some good hills with some sleds, and we'll take the kids out. And I would encourage people to do that. If you don't have to drive around, please don't stay off the roads. But if you got a good hill somewhere around you, take advantage of it because it'll be some good sledding weather.
Oh yeah, I hope so. It's also going to be some good football weather. How much have you been enjoying the games so far?
Man, these playoffs have been awesome. I mean, absolutely awesome. And the thing about it too is you are seeing some new stars.
Yeah.
Who are just showing themselves right now. I mean, people who had good regular seasons who are now just showing off in the playoffs. People who are showing that they are let's be clear, Chicago, they got their guy in Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions that we had at the beginning of the year, is he the one? Is he this? Is that? He's the one. And so you're watching a lot of the fortunes of a lot of teams that are just really changing before our eyes. So this is a lot of fun to watch.
It really has been. You ready to make? Oh, so Gov, the one thing I told Carter this. I don't know if he relayed it. We're making 4. So there's only 2 games, and I want to keep making 5 picks. So we're picking with the spreads. I hope that's all right. We're doing the spreads and the totals, and then we're also making a snowfall prediction. You good with all that?
For Dulles Airport.
I love it. But see, I'm surprised y'all didn't ask me about Mentor.
Oh, dude, you're right.
The new Ravens coach. I'm shocked.
Well, let's do it. What do you think of the hire?
I think it's a good hire. And we talked about it before, where we needed to go defense. We need a smash mouth. We need to return to smash mouth Ravens football. And the thing that Mentor has just continued to show is that he really is a defensive mastermind. He understands schemes really well. He understands assignments, and he understands personnel on the defensive side. So we have a lot of good tools on our defense, but there is going to take both a revamp of some personnel and also we need some pass rushers, man. Like, we're giving the quarterbacks way too much time before we can get to them, but it's also just a whole new mentality. So I like the choice of Mentor, especially considering some of the other names that I was hearing floating around. So I think this was actually a good move, and we'll see if it's a great move. But I think it's at least a good move.
What are you going to think if Cliff Kingsbury comes up there to call the plays?
Listen, actually, I like Cliff. I mean, I think that actually could be interesting to see. I think that the key thing is that do we understand, and do you have a play caller who gets the otherworldly talent that we have under center, right? I mean, listen, Cliff has a good career and a good reputation when it comes to play calling and all that, and I get it. But you have an absolute rocket in Lamar Jackson. Can you come up with the right kind of offensive scheme that really takes advantage of who he is and the fact that you also still have a Derrick Henry inside of the backfield? That was something that Monken never quite got right. Mm-hmm. And so I think this could be, that actually could be an interesting combination if that's the direction that they go in.
And will you root for Harbaugh in New York?
Yeah, like
As long as you're not playing Baltimore.
Exactly. Right? Yeah, I mean, like they're in the NFC, so yeah, rock on.
Last thing before the picks. The Sphere coming to National Harbor.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's incredible. How did that come about? Did they reach out to you?
Well, it's funny. I always say I'm a very competitive person, and I have a very competitive personality. And I always say when I go other places, I'm bringing 3 businesses back with me. And we went out to Nevada and had a chance to go see the Sphere firsthand. And I actually got a chance to watch Kenny Chesney rehearse. And it was wild because I realized that place is not a venue. It's a complete experience.
Totally.
What you go and when you see it. And for you guys or for people listening, if you have not had a chance to see it, it's actually mind-blowing. It's some of the most interesting technology on the globe right now. And when we heard that there had plans to build another one in Abu Dhabi, we were like, wait a second, but what about building some in the U.S.? I loved working with the county executive, Aisha Brave Boy on this. And we said, let's go after this thing. Let's go do it because, we need to show folks and continue to show folks, this is Maryland. We do big things. And so the fact that they're building their first one in the U.S., outside of Vegas, they're building it in Maryland and in Prince George's County. I mean, this summer is going to have $1 billion of economic activity annually.
I love
it. It's going to employ thousands of people. It's going to be, and I'm telling you, it is a total experience. So I can't wait.
I've been. You're not lying. It is not like any concert anywhere else. And all the hippie bands I like to play these venues. So I'm very excited about this.
It's going to be dope.
All right, let's get to the picks, sir. We start in the AFC title game. New England is a 4.5-point favorite on the road against the Broncos.
Mile high.
Yeah. So first, if we're going to take, so I'll tell you, for one, I think the Patriots beat the spread, and I'm going to take the under on it. But here's my why. I think that the Patriots are not just unbelievably hot right now. They got very, very lucky about what happened in the second to last play of the game, the Broncos game. That for me is the change, because I actually might have gone with the Broncos because I think that Denver is difficult to beat in Denver.
Yeah.
I think that defense has just been lights out, and I've been deeply impressed with Bo Nix. That injury was tough to watch because you're watching a kid who is so close and a team that is so close. But I just do not see how the Broncos can recover from losing not just your starting quarterback, but a person who is really like the spark plug of the locker room and the person that has so much respect of the people in the locker room. So I think this is a different game without Bo Nix. Without him on the field, I've got to go with the Patriots on this. And we have to remember that the backup that the Broncos had. I mean, and I know everyone's saying, "Oh, he's really good. He's really good." He hasn't started a game since the 2023 season. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And now you're in the AFC Championship game. I just do not see how the team does not have a fall off. So I'm going with the Patriots. I think they do beat the spread, and I'm going to take the under on it.
All right.
Hey, just go with the Rams against the Seahawks.
Seahawks
favored by 2.5.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get back to the spread and the Seahawks being 2.5. I do not understand that one. I actually think this is going to be easy money for people because here's the thing, and I was looking at this stat, which kind of still blows me away. That for the past 25 years, there have been 12 divisional games where a team has scored 40 or more points, and of those 12 teams, 7 were able to advance to the championship, and all 7 won the Super Bowl. So it's like there's something, and what we saw last week with Seattle was just nuts. Seattle once again showed that, as we always say, the key to the playoff is, are you hot and are you healthy? And Seattle showed that we're both. I mean, what they did, against the Niners was a statement game. That wasn't just a win. That was we're here.
Yeah,
We're
that
here.
was Michael Irvin with the belt against the trash can.
100%.
But could they have shown too much last week and didn't save enough for the Rams?
Yeah, well, no, that's fair. But also, what they did show is that they are the most complete team in football. And you know what they also showed, which I think the Rams are going to see right now? The whole 12th man thing, that's real. Because that is a really tough place to play. I think that to go into Seattle is just a really difficult game. And that defense, and again, shout out to McDonald, who I think is still I think he is the best head coach left in the playoffs. It still pisses me off that he was a Raven and we let him go because, frankly, I think Minter's fine. But the person, and I've always said, you know who I really want as a head coach? I want McDonald. He was already in our program, but we're not going to get him because he's now killing it with the Seahawks. But the Seahawks are a really, really complete team. The last 3 games, I mean, in Seattle's last 3 games, no team has scored more than 10 points. Like, this defense is ridiculous. So I think Stafford wins MVP. I think they've had a great year, and I think that the Rams' year ends this weekend in Seattle.
All right. So.
Oh, again, and I think the spread is ridiculous. 2.5 is crazy. I think the Seahawks beat the spread, and I'm going to take the under on it.
Okay, under. All right, gotcha. I love you, Gov. You know I do. I also really love Mike McDonald. It's a bold claim right now to say he's the best coach left of the 4 when 2 of them have Super Bowl rings.
Who would you take over him right now?
McVay.
I might take Sean still. I love them both. This is gonna be a hell of a matchup, but that's why they play the games, right?
No, listen, McVay is a great coach. McVay is a great coach. But you would take, if you had to build a team right now, start from scratch, you take McVay over McDonald?
Yeah.
Offensively.
We'll learn a lot Sunday, but yes, I would. I also covered Sean when he was really young and got to know him. And, yeah, I love McDonald, though. There's lots of great coaches.
BMitch, what you think?
I like Sean because of the offensive mindset of the league right now. They make it very tough on a damn defensive coach. I'm being honest with you.
Hey, it is good to be passionate, sir.
And listen, I admit I'm probably a little bit biased because he's a Raven, right?
I think that might be part of this.
I admit I'm probably a little bit biased.
But dude, I have some bias on the McVay side just because I knew him as a tight ends coach. You know what I mean?
That's fair. So, that's true.
All right, the more pressing topic probably for the folks in our region is this snow that's coming. And I hope you're not offended we chose Dulles Airport, but for where we all live, Dulles is kind of like the most centralized point where we know we'll get an accurate measurement.
Yeah, because the weather service goes there to get their measurements.
Well, especially because DCA is like on the river, and that always impacts their snow totals with the humidity or whatever. So we chose Dulles. So we're curious your official number, sir, for snowfall at Dulles Airport, and this would be as of Monday, 10 a.m.
Yeah, as of Monday, I'm gonna go with 13.
Wow,
you went up there.
Yeah.
All right, I'm
gonna go with 13.
That is the highest snow total guess, and I'm gonna play a guess here. The governor's probably been meeting with really informed people about this. So
hey, look, Jay, let's do a price of right. 13.1 now.
13.1. No, but honestly, like, and seriously though, people really need to take this storm seriously.
Yeah.
This is not a oh well, we'll just play around and see what happens. Like, seriously, people should really just make sure you're hunkered down, make sure you have everything you need, because this storm is going to be a real one. So,
in other words, if your wife said, "Baby, I need you to run somewhere," the governor told me to stay home, take this thing serious.
Watch football.
Sorry, Lauren, I'm just following orders.
That's it.
That's right. Everybody has a football hall pass this weekend.
All right, Gov, thank you for the time as always, sir. We really appreciate you.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Thanks, man.
All right,
Stay safe. Stay warm.
Take care.
Absolutely.
You too, man.
Take care. Maryland Governor Wes Moore, the picks are in. He's been on fire.
Yes, he has.
He's taken the Pats and the under, the Seahawks and the under, and 13 inches of snow at Dulles Airport. Now, I do believe I just saw Chris Russell's crazy ass wandering around. Is that accurate? I don't know where Jeff is or Russell is. So we'll just have to get Russell's picks.
2 of them together, 1 brain.
Nobody go anywhere. Barry Sverluga joins us next.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than
Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday in advance of a snowstorm. Enjoy yourself out there, but be safe, man. The ice, no joke. If we don't get the ice, just party. If we get the ice, you gotta be safe. One dude who's always safe and partying is our friend B Money. Barry's for Luga joins us now via the Rude Guest Hotline. Barry had a column this morning on the Nats trade of Mackenzie Gore. What's up, Barry? How are you, buddy?
Good, guys. Hope you guys are keeping warm.
Do a lot of people call you B Money?
We're trying.
I was just going to say that's a first. I would say, I can't trace that one back. JP, you're the first one.
Yeah,
I want to give credit.
You
where
got
it's
daughters,
due.
Barry?
Landfill came up with that.
Oh,
Do
well,
you have
great.
a daughter, Barry?
I do have a daughter.
Yeah, your money gonna be gone.
Well, it already is.
That's what happens too. I got 3. I know.
Yeah, exactly.
We're all in the no money club, as a matter of fact. Dude, take us through the Mackenzie Gore trade. I'm happy they did something. I think most fans are happy they did something. I am hearing, though, from some people that know baseball that they didn't get the best of Texas's prospects.
So here's what I would say, and I think trading Mackenzie Gore made sense. It made sense at the last trade deadline when Mike DiBartolo was at the controls, and it just felt like too heavy a lift at that point. He did a good job in dealing off some of the other assets that they had, including Kyle Finnegan, the closer. Gore had 2 years of control remaining. He's much more valuable at this point with 2 full seasons for a contending team than he would be later. Although I will say, in talking to folks over at the Nats yesterday, if you had asked them a week ago, like, were we going to trade him or hold him into the season, they thought at that point they would have held on to him and tried to deal him at the deadline. There's risk there because if he gets hurt, then the value goes down. He's healthy, coming off a season in which he was an all-star, made 30 starts. He's made 62 starts over the last 2 years, so relatively good record of health. But here's the disconnect, I think, is I endorse this as a baseball move made by a brand new front office who has to come in here clear-eyed and realistic about what they have in the cupboard. The problem is that new front office and Paul Taboni at the head of it arrives to a fan base that has been dragged through the mud for 6 years and has been told, hey, we've got to make these difficult moves like trading Max Scherzer and Trey Turner and trading Juan Soto because that's the way we'll get to a brighter future. So I can understand any Nats fan who's like, you're kidding me, right? Like, at least this guy gave me a reason to show up to the ballpark or turn on the TV every 5th night. There are now fewer reasons to turn on the TV or show up to the ballpark in 2026 or 27 because he's not here. So I can see both sides of the coin. I think Taboni and his crew have to be true to their own analysis of their roster and their system. And the fan base, parts of it could be like, we've been sold this bill of goods before and it didn't lead to a championship core like it was advertised. Why are we doing it again?
Yeah,
Totally.
At least I think what the fan base is owed, give them a time limit, a timeline on what you plan on doing. When somebody has something that they can see or feel, whatever, they're going to be able to deal with it. But if you just roll in and start doing the stuff like you're doing right now what you say is infinity?
Yeah, and also, Brian, I think it's important to note that Gore was one of the centerpieces of the Juan Soto trade. So if you're already flipping the pieces that you got from the biggest trade in the history of the franchise, like, that just seems like you're in a little bit of a hamster wheel, right? I'd also say that the best prospect and I'm not a prospects expert, but the best prospect in this deal is the infielder Gavin Feen, who was in last year's draft class. That gives the Nats essentially the first pick in that class, which was Eli Willits, the shortstop, high school shortstop out of Oklahoma, and this kid Feen. Those two have played on Team USA, international teams together. And I talked to Taboni last night, and he's like, "Look, we feel like we've got 2 of the 3 or 4 best high school position players from last year's draft in the system." That can be true. It's also true that high school position players from last year's draft aren't going to be in the majors for another 3 or 4 years. So, again, like, I really think it's easy to talk out of both sides of your mouth here and say, I think what the front office did from a baseball standpoint and a building a sustainable winner standpoint was the right thing to do. But man, I mean, patience is tough to come by when it's been, the second most losses in all of baseball since 2020.
Dude, in a lot of ways, you wonder, almost resetting it with Taboni is just a reset for the learners to not have to spend money again. And, like, by the time all these guys are good, if they're even good, we're probably talking 28, 29, which is also when James Wood's going to be coming up. And, like, we had a caller earlier that I thought was really smart, Barry, and we know there's pending labor issues in baseball, right? And what the caller said was that everybody that's a Nats fan, and Brian and I would include ourselves in that category, should want the new CBA, the new labor deal in baseball. They can argue about a salary cap, but for Nats fans, you should argue about a salary floor.
Yeah.
Where the level of spending has to go up no matter what, because that means either the learners start spending or they'll finally sell the team.
Yeah, and I think the owners, if and when they do, propose a salary cap, will absolutely introduce the idea of a floor, because that they're not going to get a cap without a floor for sure. And there's some question about whether they're going to get a cap either. I mean, that whole issue hangs over the entire sport. But I would say, and this gets into some minutia, like put the CBA and the impending labor doom aside for a second. I think, I've drilled the learners on major league payroll spending over the last several years because I thought it was the right thing to do. But there's also stuff that's not easy for us to quantify from the outside that if you talk to people there, they haven't spent on in terms of technology and personnel, and just, general kind of best-in-class ways to do things that you have to kind of monitor too. So there's a small sign of, are they starting to make those infrastructure expenditures around the edges that might indicate that they're willing to build it the right way? I mean, this seems tiny, but it's a thing that they never would have done in years past. They have, I think, 60 minor leaguers down at their facility in West Palm Beach for early camp, almost a month before spring training begins. Does that sound like a big thing? It doesn't, but there is a cost associated with putting those guys up and feeding them, and that shouldn't be overlooked. A lot of those little things, like, do they get the and I don't know all the high-end technology stuff that's necessary, but they haven't spent on in the past. Does Savoni convince them to do that so that he and his staff can develop players in a more modern way? I got to believe they're making those investments. And then down the road, they should be judged again on what they used to have, which was a top 10 payroll every year when, from 2012 to 2019, they won the second most games in baseball.
Yeah. Do you think the learners selling is just not going to happen? Or do you think maybe with kind of now you've got some television security, right? They're now with the MLB package. They should be getting what other teams are getting. And then you've also got, eventually they're going to work the CBA out, so kind of the framework of the sport. Do you think that at that point, will they look again to sell, or will they just be locked in because then everything's set up?
So I think, my theory is, and I've probably said this to you guys before, that, they feel like the franchise is worth X. And if you come up to them and say, hey, I'd like to give you X minus one, they'd be like, no, we'll take X. And so it almost doesn't matter if they're, quote, for sale. If somebody is willing to come up to them and give them the price that they've always thought it was worth, which is north of $2.5 billion, then I think, all of a sudden the for sale sign is back out. It only takes one buyer, and their official kind of, putting the house on the market and having people through and showing them the bathrooms and the bedrooms and the garage and all that kind of stuff, that didn't work. They, kind of quietly, without a lot of explanation, took it off the market. But I think the market is, it only matters if there's one entity that says, yep, I want that team, and I think their price is a fair one, and we're going to take it. Then I don't think they're married to like running it into the future for years and years and years and years.
Gotcha. So what do you think of the haul, specifically the haul? You think they got enough?
So, that's hard for me to say. I'm not like I said, I'm not going to be kind of pretend to be an expert in those prospects. I think 5-for-1 is good, and I think the top 3 players in the deal have a lot of potential. But again, like you're talking about, there wasn't a college player from last year's draft in it that would be closer to the majors. Like you're counting on Paul Taponi and his staff not only to make a good evaluation of what was appropriate to trade Mackenzie Gore, but also to then take those pieces and develop them, which has been something that hasn't happened here. And just go back to Taponi's opening press conference, like after thanking basically everybody, he went right to, we're going to build a scouting and player development monster. And so there's a little bravado there, but I also think there's some confidence in his own ability and in the abilities of the people that he knew he was going to hire to not just have guys with talent in the system, but have people who are there who really know how to develop talent, something that's really been lacking around here for the past several years.
Do you think that's the last move, or is it something else possible? C.J. Abrams, somebody like that?
Yeah, I think the Abrams thing, I think you definitely want to see what you could get there. I also know that they think he's an athletic freak who can probably be coached up a little bit better. There's no real urgency to do that, Brian. He's got another year away from free agency, and they had even, the Rizzo regime had talked about extension with Abrams back a year, that might have been 2 years ago. So I think you have to listen to all callers on somebody like Abrams, but I think the bar is pretty high for getting a deal done because there's a way that he's not represented by Scott Boras. There's a way that you could get on the cusp of being good and say, like, CJ, you've been a part of this since, it kind of began coming over in the Soto deal. We're now on the cusp of winning. Would you think about signing an extension? I think they've got to listen, but I'd be surprised if Abrams was dealt.
Really, to me, like once it starts, sell everything, man. You know what I mean?
But I think it's different when you're just 2 years away, from free agency as opposed to further out. Like Abrams would still have value, next off season or next trade deadline. Whereas Gore's value is going down. Abrams he's under club control through 2028. So you still have 6, 7, and 8. I think next off season would be a bigger, there'd be a bigger market for him. And also, to be honest, he needs to kind of rebuild his value. He's still not very far removed from, being suspended, or not suspended, but effectively suspended for the last week of the 2024 season, for off the field stuff. That diminished his value for sure. And then he's coming off a decent, but kind of another inconsistent season, particularly defensively. I think if he has a really good 2026, which is possible just given the skill set, if you feel like trading him next offseason, which would be at the analogous position to Gore, then the value is going to go up.
Gotcha. I want to do some football just quickly because I know you're a dude that understands the big picture. How important and how cool was it, do you think, for the Spirit to get the deal done with Trinity?
I mean, massive, and not just for the Washington Spirit as a local franchise, but the league. I mean, I think it was kind of an existential question of is this league going to be the place where the best female soccer players go to play, or at least the contender, or is it going to be a version of what MLS is that, if you're really good here, you're probably going to Europe to play within a couple of years. So I give Michelle Kang so much credit for being a visionary in not just with the women's soccer in D.C. or women's soccer in this country, but for women's sports, internationally.
Totally.
And that taking a contentious situation and making the outcome the right one for I think for Rodman and for the Spirit and for American soccer fans was great.
Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga. You can read his work in the Washington Post. Great column on the Nats trade. Mackenzie Gore this morning in the paper, and I'm sure available online all the time. You can give Barry a follow at Barry Svrluga, Svrluga. Very few people on the planet talk as much different sports as Barry with as much insight. Barry, I'd like to extend an invitation on behalf of BMitch Finlay to the BMitch Finlay Conference Championship Weekend Invitational. Are you interested?
When and where is that?
Right now. You just got to pick some games, dude.
All right, do it.
All right. New England.
It's $100 entry fee. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, right.
The terms of the action are TBD, but usually it's a Snickers.
Okay.
Patriots going 2 Mile High, 4.5-point favorites.
I'll take New England. I mean, I just am not going to put my faith in Jarrett Stidham in that game. And I just think I have a lot of faith in Vrabel. Even though Drake May hasn't played great in the playoffs, and that's a very good Denver defense, I just think not having your main quarterback is going to be a problem for the Broncos.
Yeah, it's a blow. The total in that game is 42.5. You going over or under?
I'll go under.
Okay. Now we travel to the Pacific Northwest. Seattle Seahawks taking on the Los Angeles Rams. The Seahawks are 2.5-point favorites.
I'll go Rams, in part because the Super Bowl I'd like to see is Rams Patriots. I just think the star power there is a little bit more, and that's nothing against the Seattle defense and that coaching staff. But get me Puka Nacua in the Super Bowl, please.
I like that. Over under in this thing is 46.5.
I'll go under again.
Okay. And then the wild card, and I don't know that you're prepared for this, so sorry. I probably should have texted you.
It'll be a hard one for you here, Barry.
Snow prediction. We all know the snow's coming. Now, we have picked Dulles Airport as the official measuring stick. Apparently, Dulles has like the best. According to Doug Kammerer, Dulles is what we should pick, so we picked Dulles.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it was.
Monday at 10 a.m., how much snow hits the ground at Dulles?
So this is not an over-under situation. I need to give you a number.
I'll give you some context. Kammerer picked 9 inches. BMitch picked 10. Maryland Governor Wes Moore picked 13. Chris Russell picked 15. I picked 8. I picked 8.25. There's some variance here. You can pick whatever you want.
So I heard Kammerer on the Junkies earlier saying it was probably more of a ice event, and he was kind of, which he was worried about. So I'm not going to go as low as you, JP. I'll do 10.5.
Ooh, okay. 10.5 in the books. I got to say, Barry, for bad weather coming to town, you live on Capitol Hill. Once upon a time, I lived on Capitol Hill. It is hard to beat living on the hill. You can just walk everywhere.
Yep.
I mean,
walk to Eastern Market and get your stew ingredients, and then sit inside and make something that fills up the house with smell.
I remember I was a young man at this stage of my life. What was the big one in like 2009, like right around the Super Bowl?
I remember that one.
When it was the Super Bowl where the Saints beat the Colts.
Yeah.
And
that was a lot.
That might have been Snowmageddon. Yeah.
That was a lot.
I lived on G Street then, and we went to Capitol Lounge every day for like 6 days, and eventually Capitol Lounge ran out of booze because they couldn't get anything delivered, and you just drank whatever they had. It was like, all right, today we got half off gin because that's all that's left. It was like, gin it is. I mean, the hill is elite for a snowstorm.
I was probably 1 block away at the Tune In when you were at the Cap Lounge.
We should go to Tune In right now, B.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Barry, thank you for the time, bro. Stay safe in the snow, man. If it turns to ice, it's actually pretty dangerous.
Don't go to work on Monday, boys.
We're doing our best.
We have to.
Yeah. The radio's like a windmill. It don't stop.
It don't stop, baby.
All right, good luck.
All right, see you, man. That is our friend Barry Svrluga. Great column in the Post this morning on the Mackenzie Gore trade. Going to talk a little NFL football when we return. How many players B, another week almost in the books.
Yes,
man.
brother, yes.
I saw this story yesterday and I sent it to Landfill, and I just thought it was interesting. ESPN's always doing lists and stuff, and
You should call them the Lispian.
That sounds like a thespian, like an actor.
I get so sick of all them damn lists.
Yeah, I got the joke, Jeff. Way to make it awkward, though. MVP is about to come out. Pro Football Writers of America, of which I'm a member, named Matt Stafford the MVP. There's some debate if it's going to be Matt Stafford or Drake May. Seth Walder does analytics for ESPN, and he came up with his list. To evaluate players, I rely on a variety of sources: stats and quantitative metrics, awards such as the All-Pro team, and feedback from NFL front office, personnel, and colleagues at ESPN. Here's what gets interesting. In this exercise, we are measuring. I really like Seth Walder, but he writes everything in first person. It drives me crazy. In this exercise, we are measuring player value relative to average at respective positions. So we will almost certainly have quarterbacks at the very top. It's the highest leverage position, but also cannot have more than 16 on this list. This also means we will have more edge rushers than centers, and this is an entirely descriptive exercise about only the 2025 season. So his MVP, number one person on this list, Drake May. Number two, Dak. Dak had a good year. 3 is Stafford. 4 is Josh Allen. 5 is Jordan Love. 6, Mahomes, despite missing, a third of the season. 7, Herbert. The first non-quarterback on the list, who do you think it is?
Garrett.
Jackson Smith-Njigba. He was a monster.
He was a monster, but Myles Garrett was a damn monster, too.
He goes, Njigba 8, Puka 9, Myles Garrett 10. I'll read for you, because it seems like he wanted to go Will Anderson ahead of Garrett. Garrett's pass rushing numbers were actually just behind those of a couple other players on a down-to-down basis. Garrett's pass rush win rate of 20.6% ranked 5th best among all players, and he finished 3rd in total pass rush wins behind Micah Parsons and Will Anderson Jr. Garrett also finished 4th in sacks created, a metric that credits the first player to beat their blocker on a play that ultimately ended in a sack, with 15. But Garrett was either double-teamed or chipped on 40% of his pass rushes this season, more than any other edge rusher.
See, that is exactly what I had in my mind. Will Anderson has another guy, Daniil Hunter, on the other side. They're not doubling both of them. Garrett was getting doubled more often than those guys. And if he had that success rate, I don't know how he could put them in front of him. Although I love both of those dudes.
Will Anderson at 11, who was just a monster. Micah Parsons at 12. Your first D tackle, Jeffrey Simmons of the Titans, who's a beast. Kyle Hamilton at 14. Where do you think we have to go on this to get to a commander? I actually think it's higher than you're going to guess.
50 or lower.
Higher.
40?
Yeah, lower. Higher. Whichever way is the other way.
I'm saying you're at 50.
You're saying 50 or lower, and I'm telling you it's above that.
It's above 50.
It's above 40.
Okay, so 35.
Above.
30.
Above.
25.
Laramie Tunsil at 24. Tunsil was really, really good this season.
Tunsil is good. I just but when you look at the things last year, he wasn't there.
I don't know. I didn't look.
When they had a list out that we discussed earlier this year, they didn't have him at 25.
That might have been the NFL Top 100. But yeah, Tunsil was awesome. However, and I think this speaks to a lot of the problems Washington has, it's the only commander on the list. Now, 2025 was a broken year, right?
Yeah.
I think in 2024, I'd be curious who all made it. At least Jaden and Terry.
For Pat to make it missing all those games and stuff, that's just him going by pass stuff too.
Well, I think Mahomes was also because they were still in the hunt throughout most of the year, and it was Mahomes willing them to wins.
With 190 yards and 200 yards and stuff like that, no. Pat's great. But if he's going by what he exactly saw last year, there's no way he's in the top 10.
Are you surprised no Jaden, no Terry, no Debo?
I'm not surprised that you didn't have Terry and Jaden. They didn't play most of the year. One guy played about 5-6 games. One guy played 4 for the most part.
Yeah, it's – but beyond even those biggest name stars, whatever you want to say, the problem with the team is like even when you get down into the 60s, I'll name you some of the players in the 60s. Tristan Wirfs, tackle for the Bucks. Byron Murphy, D-tackle for the Seahawks. Quentin Nelson, guard for the Colts. Jahmyr Gibbs at 64 seems kind of low.
That's low.
Zach Allen, D-tackle for the Broncos. Devontae Adams, obviously wide out for the Rams. Like, you need some players there. You know what I mean?
What you need is that little thing we talk about ability, availability, accessibility. You have to be on the football field, dog. That was the main thing that hurt guys on this team that probably would have made that list.
Do you think he's got Gibbs at 64, Christian McCaffrey at 69?
I think that man's smoking something.
Here's what he wrote about McCaffrey. McCaffrey had a vexing season in which he literally finished last in rush yards over expected with minus 166. That number probably does not entirely separate McCaffrey from his blockers, but teammate Brian Robinson finished the season at minus 6. So I think it's safe to say McCaffrey, who averaged 3.9 yards per carry, was not a good rusher this season. But his work as a receiver was an entirely different story. McCaffrey recorded 102 catches for 924 receiving yards and plus 137 yak over expected.
How many carries did McCaffrey have?
I'll pull it. Reading that, seeing where they have McCaffrey ranked, and I try not to dunk on analytics too often because I think there's value in most of it. But if you want to tell me that your numbers show McCaffrey didn't have a good season because of the yards per carry over expected, not watching the game.
How many carries did he have?
311.
And he had him at minus 166. So he didn't have 166 yards. How many carries did Brian Robinson have?
I'll pull it. They had to grind out wins, and McCaffrey was how they grinded out wins. Like, that is not understanding.
Bro, listen to me.
B-Rob had 92.
Okay. One guy had 92 carries. One guy had 300 and something carries. Who has a greater chance of not being able to do it? And he discussed the offensive line wasn't as good, right? And Christian, he ended up how many yards rushing this year?
About 1,200, but he ended up over 2,000 yards.
1,200 yards rushing, 900 something receiving yards. You know what I do to analytics in that situation? I give you the one finger salute.
That is a flawed.
Because let's be real. Who game planned for Brian Robinson? What team's game plan for Christian McCaffrey?
Dog, he was all they had. They put the game on his back.
Bro.
And a guy like Kyle Shanahan that knows that's his only path to winning is not worried about the YPC.
It's like me running you. I go out there and say, Jay, I need you this week, and I run you 100 times. And I run this other guy 2 times. And the other guy ends up with like 6.5 yards of carry. And then you end up with 4 yards of carry. I'm supposed to think that other guy was better than you because you didn't run like you did before. You're the only guy I have. And I keep putting you out there. So who did they game plan for you, right? When I put the other guy in the field, they don't expect him to do nothing. They don't know what the hell he done. He hadn't been out there. That stuff runs me crazy, dude.
That is. Think about how many games you and I talked about watching McCaffrey and how fundamentally perfect he is.
So that dude doesn't care about eye tests and what he sees. He just cares about his little whack-ass computer and what comes out of it.
I can't get behind that one, man.
I know, bro. Listen, man. The guy that the team said we're going to ride you to get where we're going, you think the guy that the team said, I'm going to give you some plays to give him a little rest, is better than him. That's crap. But you know what? This is my thing about those lists. And, I think differently than you. These people do stuff like that to get you talking about it and get people on it. If you put Christian in the top 10, people will go, that's cool. Nothing to discuss. People going to discuss that crap, though.
That is crazy,
you see what I'm saying?
dog.
A lot of this stuff, and that's where I get lost with media, some people today, they always put something in there to keep the conversation going. My whole thing is, I get a well of 12, flip him off and keep moving. Let's go, bro. That's the dumbest crap I've heard in my life.
I got good news.
What's that?
5-Finger Death Punch tickets.
Let's go, baby.
Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to 5-Finger Death Punch, Friday, October 23rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds.
Been a fun day on the radio program. Grant and Danny coming up next. They got a whole bunch of serious Nats stuff for you. Paul Taboni going to join them. One of the new prospects involved in this Mackenzie Gore trade going to join them. It's going to be Nats Town all afternoon for Grant and Danny.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, line 2. As we wrap up the day here, we're obviously getting psyched for the football this weekend and a little worried about the snow and the ice this weekend. We did want to extend one more invitation to the BMitch Finlay.
Worry about the ice, not the snow.
Worry about the snow. What?
I'm worried about the ice, not the snow.
Enjoy the snow. Be safe around the ice.
Yeah.
The BMitch Finlay Conference Championship Weekend Invitational has Cameron, White Bryan, Jeff, Landfill, Joey, BMitch, me, Governor, Rooster, and Barry's for Luga in it. But we don't go to 10. We go to 11. And so joining Conference Championship Weekend is one of the craziest people on the planet and our dear friend, Mr. Mike Beasley. What up, Bees?
Crazy. Wow. I feel good, I think. That's nice.
Do you think that's
okay with that,
an
honestly.
unfair way to describe you?
No, I think it's pretty accurate, unfortunately, but that's okay. I'm smiling, so I guess that's an okay thing.
Yeah.
Everything's good, guys.
Water finds its own level. So if me, you, and B can all hang out, we all got our own levels of crazy.
Yeah.
You're right, pal.
I agree with
and
that.
they all vary at times. But we're all in the same cup, that's for sure.
All right, we got to make some picks relatively quick here. Patriots
You
are
got
laying,
it, buddy.
Patriots are laying 4.5 in the Mile High State. Who you got? Patriots Broncos.
I am taking the Broncos. I think they'd beat them pretty handedly, 34-10.
Wow.
Broncos.
Damn.
So that sounds like an
Does that
over.
mean he's
then,
taking
right?
over?
Yeah, it just barely sneaks over. I think the total's 42 and a hook.
42 and a hook is what we are using. Yes, sir. All right, let's go to Seattle.
All right.
Rams going up to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. Seattle's a 2.5-point favorite.
Boy, the Seattle beat them 39-38 last time out. I know it's a point game either way, but a lot of points scored. I kind of want to play an under here, but I can't. I'm going to take the Rams 31-21.
Wow.
Woo!
Okay. So you're taking the Rams with the points and the over in Seattle.
Yeah, take them both dogs. I'm going to tease them up, so that's where I'm going to be.
I know you're. I could have called that tease a month ago. Now the official
pretty predictable, huh?
The official snow prediction for the BMitch Finlay program will be based Dulles Airport.
Yeah, let's see how this Vegas guy picks snow.
Dulles Airport, 10 a.m. Bees.
Yeah.
How much snow you got?
I'm definitely out of my environment with this one. I'm going to go with 9.5 inches.
All right.
9.5
Everybody else
inches.
pick that?
I know everyone's around that same number, so.
Camera
But hey,
picked
great show
9.
today, guys. It was very entertaining. Listened to it all day, so I would probably go with the Governor's pick over mine when it comes to these games. I'm probably a good guy to fade lately, and I definitely am a good guy to fade when it comes to the Super Bowl. So I know, that's what I'm saying. I think I'm on both opposite sides of the Governor. So I'd probably follow him before I listen to the old Vegas boys in this one.
Let me ask you this. As our friend Mike Beasley from MGM National Harbor, as a lot of places are gearing up to prepare for the snow, the casino, I imagine, stays open no matter what. The show will go on.
Hell yeah.
What do you guys have like 50 generators or something?
They have their
So
own
we have a lot
generator.
of we're not worried about the power whatsoever. If it gets knocked out, it gets knocked out. It'll be flipped back on in 15 seconds, if that. So we're not worried about that. Our biggest challenge is going to make sure all of our staff shows up.
Oh, right.
That's going to be that's always the common challenge, whether it snows or not.
I know how you get it going, though. You get all your big wigs to stay at the hotel. Get them in there tomorrow early so they get snowed in. You got it.
That's it. No, you're right. Hey, I was thinking, though, B, maybe we'll get one of those generators since you got such monster legs. Maybe you just get over there, you can pedal that generator to keep it going, too.
B could be the hamster on the wheel. Just keeping the lights on.
Let's talk price. We see what we got going on.
All right, Bees, be safe this weekend, brother.
All right, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right, Bees. Take care, brother.
Bye-bye.
That's our boy Mike Beasley. And with that, the BMitch Finlay Invitational
It's
Conference
locked in.
Championship weekend is closed.
All right.
That's a wrap on that. We do have to wrap up the week's worth of bets. Landfill, hit it. Heard it here first. I got the same with heard it here first.
Heard it here first on BMitch and Finlay.
What they got to say was heard it here first. White Brian, how'd we do, buddy?
This is by far the worst betting week we've ever had. Everyone
Yikes.
lost again last night.
So who won the week?
Me and Landfill both had one win, and that ties to win the week.
Wow.
Damn.
That's
So give
awful.
me everybody's record this week.
I think I ain't win none.
Owen Walker.
Damn, was I Owen Finley?
Yep.
If they have one and nobody else was up, what the hell you think you had, JP?
So me, B,
he got a half a win.
Me, B, and Jeff all went Owen.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. But I don't
brutal.
have J in my name no damn well.
I got to stop betting on the Hoyas. That the milk has gone bad over on M Street, man. Like I don't know what's going on in College Park. Also, yesterday we went around college hoops around the area, and we credited George Mason, who's very good. AU's also having a very good season, and they're defending conference champ. So as we get closer to March, and we're trying to figure out what the hell we want to root for locally,
Mason,
and
and
AU,
American. Yeah.
GW's having a good season.
G-Dub.
VCU's having a good season. That
I can put VCU. My year graduated from there.
The A10 tournament should be serious good hoops because there's a bunch of good teams, quasi-local, right? If we're going to count VCU and stuff. AU, the Patriot League tournament will be good. But your heavy hitters in the Hoyas and the Terps, don't expect much.
They're not hitting heavy.
Maybe the Wahoos. UVA's starting to turn around. They got a good young coach there. We shall see.
We will see, brother.
Fun day on the program. Seriously, man, everybody be careful with
Be
this.
safe this weekend, peeps.
If it's just snow, go outside and have fun. If the ice comes, you got to be smart.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Nats for finally doing
Got to
something.
watch when you just walking when it's ice.
Shout out to the Spirit. That's a big deal to get that
Hell
Trinity
yeah.
Rodman deal done. Thank you to Doug Kammerer for joining us today. Thank you to Maryland Governor Wes Moore for joining us today. Thank you to Barry Sverluga for joining us today. Thank you to Savannah McCann and her husband for finding me some salt. Shout out to them, seriously. And Grant and Danny coming your way next. You're gonna hear from Nats General Manager Paul Taboni on their program. Make sure you stick around. You made it this far, owe you a beer.
Back if I fall.
6:30 this evening. We've got a great show planned, including talking to the president of baseball operations for the Nationals, Paul Taboni, who traded Mackenzie Gore yesterday. That's in 20 or so minutes at 2:25. And speaking of the Mackenzie Gore deal, we'll talk to the top prospect coming back to the Nats in that deal, Gavin Feen. He's going to join us at 4:30 today. Danny, if people are watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream today, you can, of course, listen all over the DMV on The Fan, wherever you are coast to coast via the Odyssey app, where you can watch us in high definition on YouTube. You'll notice we're in a different studio. We are back in the friendly confines of our midday studio.
The old stomping grounds.
This would be Studio 2. Woke up in the old apartment.
It's a lot of the up-the-nose camera work here from my laptop, so sorry about your view. It is not that pleasant. But, yeah, I mean, it's the confined spaces. The angles are a little weird, but who cares, dude? We're just flapping our gums on the Radidio.
I like being back. This is where we were when we came over to D.C. Our first ever shows were actually in Lanham, over off Route 50 in Maryland. So we did those from 14 to 16 or whenever we moved over here. But we spent a lot of time in this studio.
We were here, man.
Then it became the BMitch and Finlay studio, and because of some construction today, we're hanging out. So if you see a weird-looking angle or two, or you see us in a poorly lit dungeon of a studio, that's what's going on the stream. But Danny, the snow is coming, my friend.
Sure is. And it's not just the snow. It's ice and frozen ice and raining ice and flavor ice and all sorts of terrible stuff coming down. And it's going to pack on, and it's going to be miserable. School's going to be out for a week. It's happening. Everyone buckle up. It is a real deal, Jim Neal. But the advice that I heard from somebody that was really smart, and I want to bounce it off of various other smart people, was the snow comes first. Then it's going to turn to this freezing rain, sleet stuff, which will weigh everything down, and it's not going to be warm enough to melt for like a whole week.
That's the thing. We're potentially going to be below freezing for 10 days.
Yeah, which is going to be
ice
disastrous.
is worse than snow.
Yes, and so what this person said was, shovel the snow, even though it's going to be miserable. You'll probably be out while stuff's pouring down on you, and it's going to be awful. Shovel that snow, otherwise you won't be able to, because it'll be compounded in its ice, and it's just layers of ice bricks on top of things that need to be shoveled.
Just frozen blocks.
Yeah.
Well, I saw a lot of people were taking victory laps because the snow totals are coming down. There was a time where Clary's running around here like a school kid yelling about 16 to 18 inches, and we're all going to have 2 feet to dig out of, and it'll be the most fun ever. As if that's a good thing for anyone.
Right.
Now the snow totals that I'm hearing are down in the 8 to 10 range. Maybe it's more, maybe it's less, but that's kind of the prevailing thought, is that the totals from a week ago when we thought we could get the big one have come down.
Yep.
But that's because there's a lot more ice.
Yes.
Which is supposedly worse.
This is going to be worse because, again, if it was warm enough, it wouldn't matter. Sleet is just miserable. You don't want to be outside.
But I feel like snow you walk through, snow you deal with, snow you play with, snow angels, snowmen. You can build an igloo if you're JP Flame a bunch of years ago. I saw pictures of that. Ice is a different thing, man.
Yeah.
Ice is like accidents and slipping and falling and breaking heads open.
Outages.
It's
Power
trees
outages.
Exploding and falling down and stuff. Like, that is the bad thing. So the people that are like, oh, we're getting less snow, that's good. I think you'd rather 20 inches of snow, powder, heavy, whatever, packable snow, snowball snow, whatever it is, over any ice. I think this is going to be a disaster.
100%.
Internally, we are bracing and planning.
Hot buttered Chubangus over here.
We're doing what we have to do to make sure that the people get their sport conversation and their analysis on Monday.
The doomsday scenario, my friend. I'm talking about the worst case scenario. This is on the table right now. We need to brace ourselves for it, okay? We can't just be children and put our fingers in our ears and pretend it's not going to happen. There is a legitimate chance. There are enough power outages, enough of this stupid ice precipitation from the sky that knocks out enough power. That means the people that are probably listening to you and me right now that might be interested in these championship games on a Sunday might not be able to watch them.
No, that would be unacceptable.
That is the doomsday scenario, my friend. That is on the table for this weekend.
Can't have it. Can't coach with
Can't
them.
do it.
Can't win with them.
Can't do it.
Can't do it. Not happening. I told you my story already of the Super Bowl when the Titans played the Rams and we're all gathered around the 13-inch TV with the rabbit ears. I wouldn't even know where to start. My dad, who's a person, who's a man, who knows things and can do things with his hands, he got that rigged and set up so that we could watch that. If it's up to me so that my family can watch something gathered around a 13-inch TV with rabbit ears, it's not going to happen. So I hope I've got a neighbor who's a manly man.
Like, okay, I need 2 children. You guys stand holding this tin foil. You hold your right hand up. You hold your left hand up so Daddy can get some reception.
I wouldn't know where to start. I want to get into Conference Championship Sunday in just a moment. We will do that. We'll get you to your previews of the AFC and NFC title games in just a sec. But I actually first want to start with a little game. The game is going to be called Will Danny Do It? Will Danny Do It?
Ooh.
The way this game works is I will throw out an idea, and then we will decide whether or not, as a show, Danny will do the following thing.
Oh, I like this.
During the snowstorm.
I like it.
All right. Will Danny build a snowman with his children? I'm going to say yes, with the caveat that they're not going to finish the snowman, that it's not going to be a good snowman. He's not going to be out there for a long time because someone's going to cry or he's going to be mad or something. But I think they will go outside with the intention of building a snowman. They will poorly roll some snow together and call it a snowman and like put sticks in it as arms or something. I'm going to say yes.
My vote's going to be no. I think the older kid is going to be over it and not want to have anything to do with it.
That is true.
And I think the younger kid is going to follow suit with what the older brother's doing.
So, Danny, will you build a snowman?
Yes. If my 7-year-old is into it, we're building one. I like it. He used to like it. Now he was 4 or 5 years old when we did it last. But yes, my oldest, my 12-year-old, has zero interest.
Will it be a good snowman? Like, do you
Probably
have the
not.
patience, the time, the
I
energy?
do. He won't. I don't think he will. But I think Darius hit it right on the head. I will offer that as, hey, this is something we should do. Look at how much snow there is. Let's take advantage. Not that often it happens. Let's get that snowman going. Do you want to build a snowman? Okay, bye. We'll get it done. And he may lose interest at, the midway mark.
I am team Nubby Snowman. I don't really have the time or the energy or the inclination to be out there for an hour building the perfect snowman, but I'll get you like a 4-foot tall, half-ass, sticks as arms, carrot as a nose snowman. I got to text my wife, remind her to get a carrot for the nose so that we can do that. All right, next one. Ryan, I'll challenge you here. Will Danny do it? Will he go sledding with his kids for longer than 20 minutes at any point?
Ooh, this is a tough one because I think like the 2 young boys, they're going to get sized to sled. I'm going to say Danny's going to do it.
I'm going to say that 20 minutes is important here. They will sled, but it will be less than 20 minutes. Danny, will you sled for longer than 20 minutes?
Grant has it. It's the time limit. That's how he got you. The time, my oldest won't want to do it with me. He'll go do it with his buddies. That's awesome. Godspeed. That's great. He'll be embarrassed by my presence. The fact that I'm breathing is annoying to him right now. And I think, again, the 7-year-old will want to move on. It'll be a lot of Robert Hassel, and we'll probably get 15 minutes out of it. I don't think we get to 20.
Toby, I challenge you. Will Danny do it? Will Danny make any snow angels laying on the ground with his kids during or after the snowstorm?
0% chance Danny is laying in the snow to make a snow angel.
I'm going to say Danny will do a snow angel with his not your youngest. That's
Thank
a baby.
you. Yeah, it's a
but
baby.
your second youngest.
Toby's right. I'm not getting down there. Too sore, too tired, knees are too hurt.
Oh, you're Mr. Pickleball. You can do a snow angel.
Not these days. I got jumper's knee. I'm not doing it. Not getting down there. Getting down is hard, but getting back up is even harder. I can't do it.
All right, last one. I guess if Toby beat me, I got to challenge him again. The last one, will Danny do it during the snowstorm?
I like this game.
Thank you. So you're going to shovel your own driveway. That's a given.
Yes.
You've got to.
Mm-hmm.
If Danny sees one of his neighbors out shoveling, will he offer while out there to help them out?
As I've said before on the show, I think that Danny likes to think of himself as a thoughtful person. And so, yeah, I think that
an
he would.
interesting way to put it.
It's not a four-handed compliment.
No, I think he would. I think Danny is a thoughtful person. I think he would.
I don't know how to say this in a way that doesn't come off poorly.
Okay.
There's no chance in hell that Danny's going to see anyone and offer to help them. The answer, whatever he tells you next doesn't matter, is no. Danny, will you help your neighbors shovel out?
I'll certainly offer.
You will?
Yeah, I've done that many a time. The offer, usually it's met with, no, we
Is
got
it
it,
a
no
cursory
problem.
offer? Is it like I'll pick up the tab hoping you don't have to pick up the tab?
Well, I did. So my next door neighbor, great family, great. Their kids are all grown and gone, and it wasn't too long after, I believe, the gentleman had some kind of procedure done, or he wasn't feeling well, or something wasn't right, and I went and shoveled his driveway.
Attaboy.
Yeah. So I mean, I didn't ask. I just went and did it.
You just did it.
Yeah.
That's the real play, by the way. Is if you now that's when they're not out there doing it. If they're out there working already, then you ask, do you need a little bit of help?
Mm-hmm.
But if you could just go over there and start shoveling. Now, are these old heads?
Yeah, so their kids are full grown and out of the house.
Give me
They
an
weren't
age
around.
range here.
Retired, so 70s.
Oh, you got to go shovel their driveway?
Yeah.
You
So
got to go help them out.
I went and did it.
Are you going to do it this time?
I will offer. Because, again, if he's not laid up, he'll do it.
Okay.
Right? But, like, last time, I think he was either sick or maybe it had a procedure done. I can't remember which. I'm not trying to put his business out there. But I can't remember what it was.
You won't tell us exactly what his
So I think what happened was it was his right hernia. No, I don't know. There was something that he wasn't able to do it, and I noticed, like, oh, my God, this is just going to ice over. This could be bad. So I did the best I could and shoveled it out.
Championship Sunday. Hopefully we'll get to watch the games. Hopefully we'll have power and we'll have access to televisions that will be showing AFC and NFC championship football in the highest of definition. Game 1, Patriots Broncos, 3 East time. Game 2, Rams and Seahawks at 6:30 Eastern. I don't want to give away my pick just yet for confidence points picks, which we'll do in our final segment at 6 o'clock. Things are very, very tight, so I don't want to give any spoilers. But I think the Broncos are being completely slept on with the dialogue about this game. The discourse has gotten completely out of whack. And here's the argument I'm going to make. First off, people have said all year long the Patriots are a bit of a fraud. And even though I've pushed back on this idea
I don't think they are.
that they're not any good, that they're much better than they got credit for, and I do think that's the case, their resume is about as flimsy for a 2 seed going on the road to face a 1 as you're going to get. I'm not hearing that much anymore. This idea that they're playing this backup quarterback in Denver and they have to win and they should win, it's not the same as what we've said all year long with this team that's not very good and that's just kind of lucky to be here, number one. But number two, this is what I'm basing it on. Do you know what the look-ahead line was before the Bo Nix injury for a Broncos-Patriots AFC title game last week at this time?
I do not.
Take a guess. So 7 days ago right now, if the Patriots, the 2 seed, would be at the 1 seed Denver Broncos, what do you think the line would have been before we knew Bo Nix wasn't playing?
Maybe Broncos favored by 1.5, like a close game, you would think, yeah?
So the line was Denver favored by 1.5. You're on it.
Oh, nailed. Okay.
Literally the 1 seed, a 1.5 point favorite at home, meaning on a neutral site, maybe New England is either even or a half point better. But because you're at a tough place to play, second loudest stadium, by the way, I ever went to on the beat behind Seattle, Denver's a really hard place with the altitude, that you're a 1.5 point favorite. The line all week, and it's changed a little bit today, is 5.5 points that New England's favored. That is a 7-point swing from the look-ahead line to the line this week. 7 points. You're telling me that Bo Nix to Jarrett Stidham is a 7-point difference? Something has to be wrong. You've told me all year, football people, that Bo Nix isn't that good. You've told me all year that Bo Nix is a product of the environment, that he is happy to be there guy, that he is dragged by Sean Payton and the scheme, and now all of a sudden he's worth 7 points or whatever? Are you kidding me? That the gap between him, when this happens in the regular season, when a backup's in, if it's a really good player, sometimes you'll see a 5 or a 6 point line swing, but generally it could be 3 points. It could be as low as 2 or as many as 4. You don't really see 7-point swings. I think we are overdoing a little bit of this quarterback storyline. Now, do I have any faith in Jarrett Stidham against a Patriots defense that has been outstanding? Danny, they've allowed 1 touchdown in 2 playoff games.
They've been terrific. Now, they got to play Houston, which helps, but still, the point stands.
Yes.
Like, they are good, and this Denver team, it's not as if they're the 99 Rams, right, with or without Jarrett Stidham or Bo Nix. I mean, so it's a good set of matchups for New England. But even still, I'm with you. I thought I was the only one that was going to have this take.
They shoved C.J. Stroud in a locker this past week defensively, New England did. And the week before that, they gave Greg Roman a swirly. I mean, they've been bullying people. They've been really good. Mike Vrabel and that group have been on it. But I think that the idea of like 5.5 or 4.5 points that Denver's catching is too many. The best side of the ball, or unit, if you will, in this game is still the Broncos defense.
Mm-hmm.
They're the 1 seed, and if you look at the numbers historically for 1s against 2s, now again, I get it, you don't have your starting quarterback, but 1s playing 2s in the playoffs, which means it's always happened in the conference championship game, are 21-5 straight up. Just like they win 21 times, they've lost 5 times, by an average of 10.1 points per game. And in fact, when you look at, just head-to-head straight up against 2 seeds at home in a conference round like this, and all of the variables being the same, the record is 12-3. So, yes, it's going to be hard for them. I don't think the Broncos win. I don't think Jarrett Stidham's going to beat New England. But do I think it's going to be the Patriots rolling by 10 or 12 or 13 or even, a clean touchdown? This feels like a game that will be decided in the final minutes to me. And that's not how it's being talked about.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Again, I thought I was going to be the only one with that take because everyone sort of talked about how May and Vrabel and the Patriots are back and they're going to the Super Bowl and Denver pretty much has no chance and they might as well not even put the uniform on, etc. And I'm going, the environment is so challenging for anybody. It's not a cold weather thing. New England's used to that. That's fine. But playing in Denver is no picnic. The defense travels. They're good anywhere. And Sean Payton is not some neophyte that just showed up on the job going, I'm not really sure what to do. He'll have it schemed. He'll have good designs and try to keep this thing competitive. I think it ends up being a rock fight kind of a game. If it's in the teens, give me Denver to cover. I think it'll probably end up being there.
NFC title game feels like it is the game everybody's counting down to because it's 2 of the best teams in football all year long who are so closely tied together in the same division. They played 2 times. They split those games. They scored 57 and 58 points in those 2 games. They had 829 and 830 yards. I mean, you can't be closer together than the Rams and the Seahawks were when they played this year. All right, next, we got to talk to the president of baseball ops for the Nationals, Paul Taboni. He traded Mackenzie Gore yesterday for 5 prospects. We'll talk to him about that deal on Grant and Danny in moments on The Fan.
Mackenzie Gore. He'll depart the mound to a standing ovation on the first base side. 6 one-hit shutout innings for Gore against the Phillies.
Dave Jagler has heard on your Nationals radio network. Mackenzie Gore carving up a lineup. He did a lot of that in Washington. An all-star lefty is on the move. He is headed to the Texas Rangers. The Nats are bringing back 5 prospects in a blockbuster trade yesterday executed by the president of baseball operations for the Nationals, Paul Taboni, who's kind enough to join us now to talk about the trade on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Paul, it's Grant and Danny in D.C. How are you?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for a few minutes. So just take us through it. How long were you working on a Gore trade, and were there other teams you were talking to, and how did you decide that this was the right trigger to pull?
Yeah, it had been going for months now. Just teams checking in and asking what our price was going to be, and we'd exchange thoughts back and forth, really dating back to October. I think I said it yesterday, but if you would have asked me a week ago if this was happening, I probably would have said no. But then in the last few days, some momentum started to build amongst a number of teams, and ultimately we got to a spot where we thought it made sense to make a deal.
When do you expect this move to pay dividends at the major league level, Paul?
I think as soon as this year. Obviously, Abby Ortiz is, he played up to AAA last year. He'll be competing for, a role at first base or DH for us. And I think there's a decent chance that you'll be seeing it start to pay dividends as soon as this year.
I don't know what any of the other deals looked like, and obviously it's not in your interest to tell us what they looked like. But I am more curious broadly about the idea of maybe lesser return in quantity for like really high-end blue-chip type prospects versus a quantity like a 5-for-1, a 4-for-1, right? We saw another deal. I know it's a very different trade the night before where the Mets traded a couple really good prospects to the Brewers, but they only got 2 players back. You guys got a few lottery tickets of some 20-year-olds in A-ball who could turn into something with a future top 100 guy and recent high draft pick in Gavin Feen, with a really electric arm. What's your mindset on more lottery tickets quantity versus, trading Gore straight up, let's just say, for a starter right away or a year from now who's considered one of the better prospects in baseball in a 1-for-1 deal?
Yeah, I think you can get, lost in the details or lost in the weeds and maybe lose the forest for the trees. I think at the end of the day, you just want to bring back as much player value as possible, right? However that looks. So for us, and I get how you could evaluate it if you're in the public and, you're looking at the different publications and top 100s and that sort of thing. But for us, this checked both the boxes. Like in our minds, we have real high-end talent here, but we also have real depth, and none of these guys are really, like throw-ins, so to speak, right? I think all of them carry intrigue, and I know Gavin and Alejandro are getting a lot of the love, maybe early, but if you dig your nails into what Devin Fitzgerald has done the last year or two, and then you do the same with Yeremy Cabrera and then Abby, like these guys are all really intriguing in their own rights.
Paul Taboni with us here on Grant and Danny. So I've read a couple of reports that, when you and a lot of your coworkers here in Washington were in Boston, you guys really liked Gavin Feen. He seems to be, as you said, getting a lot of the headlines of this deal. Obviously, a 12th overall pick last year. What did you guys like so much about him, and why are you excited to have him in the org?
Yeah, it's interesting, actually. Speaking for myself, my involvement with the draft last year with the Red Sox wasn't as high as it was in previous years, but you're right in that Devin Pearson, who's now with the Nationals as an AGM, came from the Red Sox where he was a scouting director. Justin Horowitz, was a scouting director with Pittsburgh, and so he knew Gavin Feen really well. And then Ani obviously came over from Philly, and he knew what how Philly valued Gavin at the time of the draft. So in kind of an odd way, and this is really the only window of time where we could do it, we're basically crowdsourcing a number of different organizations' take on Gavin, and the sentiment was like unequivocally positive and really positive at that. And, what we see, I think, is a really rare set of traits where this kid was probably the best hitter on Team USA, the high school team, the 18U team. And, he and Eli Willits played on that team together. In my mind, they were, if not the two best position players in the draft, two of the top 3 or 4. And, I think it's just rare where you can access the talent that the industry values like this. And obviously it takes a player like Mackenzie to come on to a player like this, but we're really excited about it.
It's great insight from Paul Taboni. Gavin Feen, 18 years old, will be in single A ball this year. Big, 6'3", 200 pounds. You mentioned Eli Willits, the number 1 pick last year. Feen went 11 picks after him. So the Nats now have 2 of the guys that went in the top 12, 2 of the best players in America on the prep side. Feen led that Team USA team that Paul referenced in Slug, and also was the MVP of the All-American Showcase with all the best high schoolers in the country together as well. I'm assuming you guys had all the details, obviously, on Alejandro Rosario's injury before you finished the deal. But just help me out here. How has he not had Tommy John yet? Like, he's on the precipice of missing what'll be a second straight full season. And then because he hasn't had TJ yet, it sounds like it's going to happen soon. That would mean it goes into next year. So he's going to miss like 2+ seasons. What's going on with his arm, I guess?
Yeah, he had a small procedure this past year that delayed the surgery, so he'll be getting the surgery here in the next few weeks. And our hope is that it's a 12-month rehab, and he's back in action at the start of spring training the following year. But like the way I think about it, right, is if Alejandro didn't have this injury, there's no chance that we're able to access him in a deal like this, right? If you go and look at his performance in A-ball and in high A when he debuted, it's probably the best performance of any minor league pitcher in 2024, right? And so those guys typically aren't moved, right? And, it oftentimes takes something like this, like an injury, for them to be accessible. And yeah, while we do assume risk that, like, hey, he doesn't come back the Alejandro that he was in 2024, our hope and expectation, especially with Alejandro's makeup, he's going to work his tail off. And if he was sitting 97 in 2024 in a starting role, like our hope and expectation is that he's coming out in a starting role in 2027, sitting 98, 99 with a really good slider and an excellent split and some of the best control in the game.
Paul, from my perspective, just a quick editorial, this makes perfect baseball sense. I get it, on board, right with you. But we've heard from a lot of Nats fans in general who are now, I know you guys weren't responsible for the previous rebuild and any iterations therein, but it's just another delay for them, I think, into when this group expects to compete at the highest levels. What's your message to them about maybe the timeline and about when you guys expect to be, a first division club?
Yeah, first of all, I hear you. And like, this is, I put myself, and I said it yesterday, like the shoes of, 15, 20-year-old Paul Taboni that was a big time Giants fan. And I think to myself, like, how would I be reacting? And yeah, man, like, everyone wants to be good, right? And they don't just want to be good. They want to be good for a long period of time, right? The fact here is, the reality here is, this isn't my opinion, right? But we're coming off a 96 loss year. And while not impossible, right, it's really challenging to swing from losing 96 games to winning 96 games, right? And so my job is to hopefully put together a team that isn't just going to win, but when we start to get really, really competitive, we can ride that for years and years and years to come, right? So I think what that often takes is patience and discipline and trading on time. And hopefully we're doing that so we can get to a spot where whenever it ends up being, right, whether it's, this year, next year, the year after, Nationals fans look up and say, okay, I get the strategy here. Now I understand it, right? Last thing I'll say is, to me, for the Nats fans that are really into it, right, I think if they dig into the players in this return, the excitement that comes from the return will exceed the disappointment they have seeing Mackenzie walk. And I say that with all due respect to Mackenzie. He's one of the better players and leaders I've been around, and I know he'll do great things in Texas.
Paul Taboni, president of baseball ops for the Nationals. And you've stacked the system with talent, to your credit, right? Harry Ford, Louis Perales, now this deal. So what you're talking about makes a lot of sense for a timeline a couple years out, kind of building this thing back up from the foundation. But the obvious next question then is, if that is the vision, and when we're talking about 96 losses and getting to 96 wins, are you also willing to possibly part with C.J. Abrams and talking to teams about trading him?
We'll field calls. Like, I'll give you the cliche response that probably every GM and every sport gives, which is, we'd be dumb not to listen, right? But it's not something like we're calling other teams and looking to trade CJ, right? And part of the reason why I say that is because I think maybe more so than anyone on our roster, our staff is excited to get their hands on CJ and really work with him from a developmental standpoint. And I just said it earlier today in a different, media outlet. Like, just CJ is he's one of the most athletic players in the league, and I still believe very strongly that that athleticism hasn't fully manifested in awesome production. In many ways it has, but in many ways it hasn't. And I think CJ's aware of that, and he's jacked up to hopefully realize that in this coming year. So. While we'll always listen, it's we're going to take it day by day and see what comes our way. And if there's something that makes sense, like, hey, we'll talk about it. But it hasn't even come close at this point in time.
Paul, do you envision CJ playing shortstop to start the season?
I do, yes.
Okay, so he's still the shortstop, and then presumably, I guess, Garcia is still at second. You mentioned first base, because it does feel like you just added a big league ready power bat, possibly, who can contribute at first base at some point. Like, how do you view the first base spot right now? What's that competition like, or who would be your opening day starter based on the group you have?
Yeah, so we're gonna expose Luis to second base and first base. We started the conversation when he was down playing winter ball in the Dominican this past winter, and so he'll get some exposure to second base and first base. Obviously, we got Nas that he can play second. He can bounce between second and short, and then we got Abby, we got Chaffee. I mean, we got a number of different options, even off roster options that are going to compete for a job at first base as well. And who knows if we're done? I frame it that way intentionally, but we're going to continue to be active in trade conversations and, active on waivers and minor and major league free agency to see if there's something that fits us both from a first base perspective, but just roster perspective at large as well.
Paul, at what point would you expect adding to this payroll? Looking at, smarter people than me make these calculations, but the Nationals are just above the Marlins, the Tampa Bay Rays, the White Sox in terms of the rankings. The Mets, $357 million, $283 for the Phillies, $261 for the Braves. Nats sit at 91 and change, with Steven Strasburg making up a lot of that calculation. Again, you can correct me if some of my semantics are wrong there, but when do you anticipate adding to this payroll, if not this offseason?
I guess that's a bigger question. To answer the start of it, given where we are in the off season, right, and just coming off the year that we came off, right, I'm not sure how much good it does us to go, spend whatever $20 million on a free agent. Now, having said that, right, like, the hope is that when we build an extremely strong foundation of talent, right, we can really start to put it in overdrive where then we can get competitive and push chips in. So like I said, we can, achieve this vision of not just creating a winner, but creating a winner for years to come.
Paul Taboni on G&D. Because of Gore's value, not just the quality of the player as an all-star, but the innings he ate, right? I mean, Cavalli might pitch toward the top of the rotation from a sheer stuff standpoint. That makes sense. But he hasn't proven to be durable or to get through a season. You've got Lord, who will be a first-time kind of full-time starter. Irvin struggled last year. Gray's coming back from serious arm problems. And you did add Foster Griffin internationally. But do you need to go out and add a starting pitcher here who might be able to just eat some innings for you? Or how is that going to work?
Yeah, like I said, I think your head's in the right space, right? Like, we want to continue to be active there. And, yeah, I've never met either a manager or a head of baseball operations with another team that says like, yeah, we definitely have enough pitching depth, right? So
Right.
we're good there.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we're we're actively looking in that market, and I think there's a chance we could sign a player here in the next week or two, but we'll see kind of how the markets evolve for these players, and we'll go from there.
Last personnel one for me, or like update one. Keibert Ruiz, is he healthy? Does he still have a chance to catch every day, or do you view Harry Ford as kind of being that guy? What's the status on Keibert?
Yeah, he's fully cleared. He's healthy. Our staff that's down in West Palm right now has been really intrigued by what he's shown defensively. We're using some different techniques with him this year that hopefully lead to better defensive production for him. And Keibert's been awesome, man. He's been working his tail off, and my hope is that this is one of his best year of his career. So I think he'll really benefit from Bobby Wilson being on staff and from the rest of our staff. And like I said, hopefully we see a version of Keibert that we haven't seen to date.
Paul, your answer a couple minutes ago about CJ kind of got me thinking about this in terms of how athletic he is and maybe his upside. And one of the things that you guys have preached that you've brought here with this young staff and all the energy, but the ability to develop. And that's kind of what this all seems to be about, right? As you guys getting your hands on as many young players as possible with some talent and, raw molds of clay and turning them into something special. What young player on the roster are you most excited to have, that kind of tree come to bear fruit with some of this player development and talent development that you guys are going to do at the big league level? Give me a young player that you're excited to see with you guys this year.
Yeah, I'll give you a few. CJ is one that comes to mind. I guess I already talked about him. Galen comes to mind. Like I know you guys saw what he did towards the end of last year, and just the caliber athlete he is. I think that, he hasn't even started to scratch the surface. And then from a pitching standpoint, Grant, I think it was you that mentioned him, but Cavalli, Cade, I think he's just starting to scratch the surface too. He's obviously been bit by the injury bug, but I think there's a chance that, he comes out this year and shows a touch of a different pitch mix and fills up the zone in a way where he's missing a bunch of bats and hopefully on his way to having one of the best years of his career.
Paul, we could keep you all day. We won't. We know you're busy. We'll let you out on this. I know you're not new to helping negotiate trades. I'm sure you did some of that in your past responsibilities. But this is just kind of nerdy for my own interest. Is this all done via calls or can you text? Are there like email threads? I mean, just thinking about fantasy baseball with my buddies, like you're just like busting someone's chops like, bro, I can't do that. I need this or don't call me back. Like, what is the actual machination of pulling off a deal like this? And is it all like, were you doing it all from your office or are you doing this like while you're watching your kid's basketball game? How does it actually work?
Yeah. I haven't been in the game for 30, 40 years, but I think the evolution of it is probably, 30, 40 years ago, it's like you're meeting in person, right? Or at winter meetings and like you're getting a trade done, right? And then some years later, it's like, all right, you're doing it over the phone, right? I think nowadays it's, you're doing a lot of it over the phone. You're texting with each other. Some GMs will be throwing gifts out, it's kind of like
give me, you're like asking for the top 6 guys and they're like doing like the Leo meme or something, like get back off.
Yeah, like you guys are responding in memes. That's amazing.
That's great.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the, I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's like the Eddie Murphy, like shocked face. Like that was the ask for this player. I don't know about that. But yeah, and then exactly what you said, like it's just the nature of the job. I'll be at my kid's hoops game and you walk out of the gym and you think it's going to be a 2-minute call and you're on a 30-minute call. A couple of nights ago, head of baseball operations with a different team. Like he was at a wedding anniversary dinner with his wife and here he is stepping out of the dinner. I felt terribly, but stepping out of the dinner for 20 minutes, I hijacked his night. But things were moving and kind of had to. So nature of the job, there's part of me that wishes it wasn't like that, but that's what it's like, and we've all signed up for it.
Well, good luck with the return. Part of the reason you guys are here is because of how well everybody expects you'll be able to develop this young talent, and you got some moldable clay here with some really high-end lottery tickets. Congrats on getting the deal done, and we appreciate a few minutes.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Paul. Be well. There's Paul Taboni, the president of baseball operations with the Nationals. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Snow's coming this weekend. We got championship football. We got the Nats in the news, wheeling and dealing. A lot going on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Paul Taboni just joined us. If you missed any part of our interview with the Nationals president of baseball operations, you can grab that audio wherever you get your podcasts. A couple of things that stood out to me from a news standpoint. They will listen if people call on C.J. Abrams, although he basically said that in the way that they would be silly not to, and they'll listen on anything. I found it interesting. He highlighted Abrams first out of three guys that he said they're really interested to get their hands on as a staff and get more out of. The other guys were Dalen Lyle, who he continues to cite over and over again. He's very, very high on the young outfielder who came up and was a Rookie of the Year candidate last year. And then he also cited Cade Cavalli. But pretty newsy, I thought, and interesting. Maybe we'll see Luis Garcia play some first base.
I would expect, I don't want to say you break camp with that, but I think it's going to be something that happens at least a couple days a week, right? It only makes sense. But I just want to go back real quick to the Lyle, Cavalli, Abrams answer. They've got a type, right? Like, are you an off-the-charts athlete? Now, you think of Cavalli sort of differently, but like stuff has never been the issue with Cade Cavalli. And that's the guy that he initially highlighted right there. I always like to give GMs, executives in that kind of moment, what are you excited about? Like in terms of your own evaluation. And like I always think it's telling. He didn't say Dylan Cruz. He didn't say James Wood. He didn't say a lot of people. He didn't say Brady House. He said, no, look, here are three profile guys, like super athletes that have tools that most people don't.
I don't think they trade Abrams before the start of the season. I think Abrams is on this team on opening day. They expect him to be their shortstop. Again, I would have liked to hear that they're moving him to second, but that doesn't sound like it's in the cards. He confirmed to us he will be the starting shortstop. So they're going to keep him around very likely, but it would not surprise me if they don't like what they see, if he's not, their cup of tea in terms of the defensive play or whatever it is they get to evaluate every day at spring training during the regular season. If he's not on the trade market after a quick start this season. If you're at the deadline and he's got 15 homers and 23 steals and teams are calling, maybe you move him then.
Well, his sort of season typically over the last couple of years has been whatever kind of slow start, but a red hot couple of months or so, and then a swoon. So if you trade him at his peak, that would line up kind of the timeline that you're talking about.
If Nats fans want to hop in, we'll open the phones for you now. 800-636-1067 on our listener lines. Also want to get into the storylines behind the conference championship games this weekend as we continue on G&D here on The Fan.
Home means
In 1 hour, we'll give away Caps tickets on Grant and Danny.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
That catch you like mid-drink or something?
Yeah, it did. That's my own fault. Like, I thought I had time, and my timing was bad, and the water went down the wrong pipe. The read needs to be done. The read doesn't do itself.
Will you also do a thing that I find ballsy, if I could say that? You eat peanuts mid-show. Maybe it's just me. Peanuts are one of those, like, stuck in the throat, scratchy, make me cough.
Yep.
That's I'm at a ball game and I don't have to worry about it much.
The dust in there will get you. That's totally a thing.
You got a Ziploc bag of nuts over there, bud. I mean, mid radio show, that's tough.
It is. It is as you said, it's a ballsy move. But I'm just looking for lean protein. That's all I'm doing.
You're doing a good job.
I'm doing my best.
Keep chopping wood.
Doing my best.
Thanks to Paul Taboni, the president of Baseball Ops, for joining us last hour. He made the trade for 5 prospects, dealing Mackenzie Gore. The top prospect in the deal, the number 12 pick in last year's draft, Gavin Fiends, on the show today at 4:30. And if you are a Nats fan who wants to hop in and give us a thought, we'll get to you in just a few minutes. So line up your calls at 800-636-1067 if you want to react to Taboni or talk about the state of the Nationals, the state of your fandom. Real quick, though, I was debating this with someone. I think this could be our poll of the day. Metropolitan moving and storage, local, long distance, residential or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience, our Metro moving and storage poll of the day. Which storyline is actually more intriguing? Championship Sunday, 2 days from now. Is it the AFC game where you've got the quarterbacks that include a second-year player in Drake May who may win the MVP award and has a chance to get to a Super Bowl in year 2 in the NFL, that's pretty
incredible.
Untouched snow, man. No, there's no footprints in that. Or the other side of the equation, for the first time since 1972, I think it was Roger Staubach. Can't tell you why, 16 years before I was born, but that year Staubach started for the first time all season in the conference championship game. Has not happened since then. Here we are in 2026. Stidham leading his team to the Super Bowl, which, I got to be honest, I don't have a whole lot of interest in watching a backup quarterback play in the Super Bowl. That feels like it could be a letdown against a really good defense like Seattle's if it worked out that way. But that's intriguing. Or on the NFC side where you've got arch rivals, third time they've played this year, 2 of the best in the conference, 2 teams that are almost identical in terms of how closely they've competed. I mentioned it earlier, but there's 1 point and 1 yard separating the production through 2 games this year head-to-head of the Rams and the Seahawks.
I think those are the 2 best teams, and it's not a slight to the Patriots or Broncos. I just happen to see it that way. I think Seattle is probably one of my power rankings, and whether, at the end of the season, whether the Rams were 2 or 3 or 4, whatever, the point is they're right there, and they've played each other hyper-competitively twice. That to me is the must-see theater. But in terms of the best storyline, it has to be the backup quarterback, because everybody, and I mean everybody, has already put in pencil and then started to trace over it in pen the Patriots into the Super Bowl. They're back. It's this, it's that, it's Vrabel, it's May. The storylines are they're already starting to write. Everyone has decided that the Broncos have no chance and might as well not show up. That's why that's the best storyline.
Yeah, you just don't see it. I mean, again, you're going back to 72. The last time a guy who hasn't started a game all year long is getting the call in a conference title game. I also think, I seem to be in the minority because nobody's really bringing this up, but doesn't it add to this equation at all that he was drafted by the Patriots in the 4th round? Why does nobody seem to care about that? I guess it was because it's a different regime. I don't know.
It's a while ago.
They picked him in 2019. I get that it's 7 years ago, but he actually played a few games there. That's where he got his initial NFL experience. He didn't play at all in 21. He subsequently played for the Raiders for a year, and then he's gotten a couple of reps with the Broncos in games the last 3 seasons. But he hasn't thrown a pass. You got to go all the way back to 2 years ago. Week 18 of the 2024 season, the last time really the 2023 season, where Jarrett Stidham played in the game. So maybe that's the best story, but I don't know, man. I am of the belief that it would be worse for the sport, and maybe the worst thing for football would be having to watch Stidham in a Super Bowl. There's not a non-zero chance either that Sam Darnold doesn't get through the whole playoffs. I know he was healthy enough to navigate last week when he barely had to throw, but he couldn't practice. He had this weird oblique injury. Is he one big hit away from maybe it being Drew Lock.
Totally a thing.
What if we're turning on the Super Bowl in a couple of weeks and it's Jarrett Stidham and Drew Lock?
I know.
Nobody wants to watch that.
No, and that's the downside of it. So it's hard to explain. It's like the thing that we all kind of want to see will make us not want to see it. Right? I can't think of another circumstance like that. I'm sure there's been one where you're rooting for the underdog and all of a sudden it's like, oh, the underdog's here. Crap. You know what I mean? I can't think of a great analogy or similar situation to that. But to me, it would just be the most incredible thing if Stidham, who you've captured it very well, has not played at all. You've got a head coach going, I'm telling you guys, he's just as good. You'll see. We'll show you. And nobody believes him. Nobody has any confidence at all that Jarrett Stidham's going to do anything other than throw up on himself or not be able to tie his own shoes. And if they somehow beat this really, really good Patriots team, and people telling you they haven't beaten anybody, okay, you cannot beat anybody all the way to an AFC Championship game every year as far as I'm concerned. I will take that. You can tell me how I haven't beaten anyone. I have no bona fides, and I'm in a conference championship game. I'll sign up for that for the rest of my life, by the way, for the record. You got to beat some people to get there. But anyway, if Stidham wins this game and the Broncos win this game, number one, more flowers to Sean Payton, please. Please pay attention to what he's accomplished since being there.
He would be the ultimate winner and beneficiary, I think. Dude, they're in the AFC Championship game as the 1 seed, and their highest paid player this year is Russell Wilson. In dead cap money. This has actually been an amazing job by Sean Payton. And I think the reason that maybe he's not getting the flowers is because he's not that well liked. Like, he does come off like a pompous, arrogant guy. Did you see the press conference last week? It seemed like a young reporter. I don't know if I was a kid or not, but some young beat reporter was like, hey, you're getting a linebacker back. How do you get him to come downhill? And he's like, what do you mean downhill? He's like, well, I'm imagining you want him to come down. He's like, you want to see him come downhill? What do you know about coming downhill as a linebacker? And the guy like, oh, I don't know, sir.
Mr. Red, I'm sorry.
It's like, well, why are you being such a jerk? He's just asking a question, man. That's Sean Payton.
Yeah.
He is very much.
He's not here for you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, you remember the initial when he first arrived running the previous regime under the bus to a degree, and that alienated everybody, and they were whisper quiet. They were bad to start, but they kind of right around 500 to end the year, and then next thing you know, 10-7, 14-3. Sean Payton can coach, man.
I forgot about that. He crushed Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
Everybody got up in arms, and then the matchup that they had when Hackett was playing against Payton was a big deal. A lot of people took great issue with his relationship with Russell Wilson, how he wronged Russell Wilson. A lot of this stuff has aged pretty well for him, though.
That's kind of my point, is there should be a little bit more flowers and maybe some apologies here or there, like a little mea culpa. Sean Payton can coach, man. Second stop on his way. Let's say if he goes to the Super Bowl, you do it in New Orleans. You take a quarterback that nobody wanted. You were right when everyone else was wrong. The whole league said no. You said yes. Beautiful music together. Hall of Fame caliber player, Hall of Fame caliber coach because of it. You do this now in a second stop after walking in, flipping double birds to everybody in your first go-around, and everything you did was right after that. 14-3 home field advantage, Super Bowl time. That's time to tell Sean Payton he's pretty good.
If being a good coach is the x-axis and likability is the y-axis,
okay,
he's in that bottom right quadrant.
It's just that little flat line on the X. Yeah.
He's down there at the bottom, but on the right side of that graph.
From that Parcells tree, man.
I would say. All right, I wanted to get into the Nats really quick. I'm getting a lot of tweets at Grant H. Paulson. I'm sure you are as well. We'll open up the phones if you want to talk state of the Nationals at 800-636-1067. I've thought a lot about this trade since yesterday, and my limited interactions with people have come via social media at Grant H. Paulson. My perception is, completely understandably, Nationals fans are very, very annoyed that it feels like you're rebuilding the rebuild.
Yep.
That they waited a significant amount of time since the World Series, which was 2019, man, 7 years ago. And the team has been really bad ever since. Bottom feeder in the division, bottom feeder in the league. And you did your rebuild, and they're going, I waited. You told me to wait. I did that. And now there's a new group in here who wants to rebuild the rebuild and start all over. And fans, understandably, are going, why am I paying so much for tickets? Why am I still a season ticket holder? Why am I going to keep investing in this product? And I'm not telling you you're wrong. But that is the perception that I'm getting, is mostly a frustration. Not that they traded Mackenzie Gore, or not with the 5 players that are coming back, but just the bigger picture. I was told in 2020 this would be quick. It's 2026. Where is my winning team?
And you're even further away now. And the analogy that I would use is, imagine you and I went to Ryan's Wing Joint, Ryan's wing joint is under new management. And there's still some of the things that are happening with Ryan's wing joint. But we're under new management now. We didn't do what the old manager did. That's awesome. Ryan's wing joint is still serving me the same thing, and I was told it would be much different by this point in time. You know what I mean? Like, for fans, from a baseball, I think you can have two minds. From a baseball perspective, it makes perfect sense. But if you are, and I've talked to a couple fans, the premise that really stuck with me was, I reject the notion that we have to be here. In other words, because we're here, they're not going to be any good. From a baseball perspective, it makes perfect sense. I reject that notion that we had to be here in the first place. Had they spent more than Steven Strasburg's contract to not play for them, had they spent some money, they could be a lot better with some of the players that we got the first time we got kicked in the nuts.
Yeah.
The first time Juan Soto left, and we have a massive overhaul. That's half your major league lineup on any given day. We could have been much better than we are right now if they doubled their payroll and still been in fourth place in the division. I reject the notion that we have to be here. So the fact that we're here, I'm a pragmatist. Yes, that's the right trade. It makes sense. It's good. I would have done it too. But if you are like that fan, and a lot of fans, I think, going, yeah, but why are we in this? Why are we in a dinghy in the first place? We should be on the yacht.
I think there's a lot of different conversations that are kind of being turned into one. And what I mean by that is, it is true that the ownership group stopped spending on players and on free agency. And if that is the case, then really nothing else matters. Like, we could just stop talking about it and go home. Because you can't win over a period like this one, where the largest free agent contracts the Nationals have handed out since the 2020 offseason, the year after they started to blow it up, are a 1-year deal for Nelson Cruz at $15 million. That's the high watermark, by the way. A 2-year deal for $13 million, meaning $6.5 per for Trevor Williams. A $10.5 million contract for a reliever in Brad Hand, which, by the way, backfired. $10 million for Kyle Schwarber, who's now making 3 times that. And Michael Soroka getting $9 million. Think about that. Over the last 6 off seasons, those are the biggest splashes they have made. You cannot compete that way in this sport. It's not going to work. Now, can you win if you're Milwaukee and you're Tampa and you're the really smart, analytics-driven teams with low payrolls by spending correctly, $15 million here, $13 million there? Sure, but that takes a foundation being in place that isn't currently in place, which is what these new guys coming in here, this new group of people, is going to try to do. So if your point is you're frustrated with ownership, I get it. They need to sell. You want someone who's going to spend money on the product. You're not convinced they'll spend again when it's time. I think all of those are very reasonable conversations. The proof has to be in the pudding. I'm giving no benefit of the doubts. This is Miracle on 34th Street for me, Danny. I got to see it to believe it again. Cool. That's how I feel, too. We're in the same boat. But also, if I'm Paul Taboni, Grant Taboni's sitting here saying,
yep,
I got to build a baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, I'm nowhere near competing. It makes no sense to go sign a free agent pitcher for a ton of money for a team that is not ready yet. So I'm going to build the system up. I'm going to build my young core of talent up. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. The last point I want to make is this. I keep hearing from people that the rebuild failed, that the Rizzo-led, the last front office, that the rebuild they did around the Soto deal was a botch. Wrong. I actually think the rebuild went great. I really believe this. Could they have hit on more picks? Absolutely. Could they have had a better system? Sure. But if you look at the core, the young group of players that they had at the big league level over the last couple of years, James Wood, Mackenzie Gore, C.J. Abrams, Dalen Lyle coming up, playing the way he did, Cade Cavalli, they had some bad luck with injuries, but the core that they put together, defensive stalwarts like Jacob Young, Luis Garcia 2 seasons ago had a pretty strong offensive season at second base. There is enough there. That core of young players and upside, Dylan Cruz, you would stack up with most of the other teams in baseball in terms of young, homegrown, assembled cores via the draft, trades, player development, what have you. The failure was the reinforcements that never came. Those guys are fighting a battle they can't win, looking back to the hill, and that's where it's time for ownership 2 off seasons ago.
Yep.
And a year ago, when I was screaming about this every single day, that's where it was time for the learners to go get Max Fried, to go get Pete Alonso, to go get a 30-homer bat, to do something to help that group that was like a, let's say a 76 to 78 win group. All of a sudden, you add 3 or 4 pieces, you spend real money, you upgrade your payroll again, and you have a chance to go be a wild card team last year, which is what should have happened. They didn't do it. So the rebuild was not the failure. The rebuild, and specifically the Soto deal by itself, but the rebuild worked. You had the core, you had the pieces, you had the high-end pieces that very few have, like James Wood and C.J. Abrams and Mackenzie Gore. You had the secondary pieces that are, nice little puzzle pieces to throw in your defensive stalwarts and your role players and your athletes like Dalen Lyle. They had enough. Where was my reinforcements? Where was my big money? They didn't do it. So I don't like hearing that the rebuild didn't work, because it kind of did. It was the second part. It's like the Caps. They got Connor McMichael to play well. They got Alexi Protas to break out. They figured this thing out with, Sortif coming in or re-upping with Dylan Strom or whatever. But you got to add the Jacob Chikrins. You got to add the Logan Thompsons. Ownership didn't do that. And so what happened is it fell on its face. It wasn't the rebuild, though. It was the second part that they never did. And so now they are having to redo the foundation here. And we'll see if it's time to spend, when it's time to spend, if they do it differently next time. They better, or the result will be the same.
So you remember when Bradley Beal was traded, people have kind of kept track of that, where the Wizards in this front office turned Bradley Beal into X number of picks, Trae Young, this player, that player, and this person they acquired, and this future first, this pick swap, etc. And you go, wow, that's pretty good horse trading. Well, look at this. The Nationals return for Juan Soto. You ready? C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Robert Hassel, Yarlin Susana, Gavin Feen, Alejandro Rosario, Devin Fitzgerald. By the way, there's a hyphen in Fitzgerald. Everyone sleeps on that.
That is wacky.
It's Fitzgerald. It's Fitzgerald. Yeremy Cabrera and Abelmark Ortiz. So, Abelmilk, rather. So, not all of those guys add up to, there's not one Juan Soto in there, but a third of your big league starting 9 most days is probably these guys, and it was Mackenzie Gore, who then you've turned into another set of 5 prospects. Susano's on the way, etc. The point is, that part of the as you said, the rebuild, if you draw the distinction, 100% worked. What's missing now is clearly and obviously actual payroll implementation. Their top 6 salaries this year in terms of competitive balance tax, so I'll just call it the cap for shorthand. There's no cap in Major League Baseball. I'm aware, but their top 6 cap hits don't equal what they're paying Steven Strasburg, who hasn't pitched in 4 seasons. You're just announced you don't plan on being competitive. I understand not winning the bidding for every $40 million a year guy. I get not getting Kyle Tucker. I don't get getting nobody. I don't get nothing but Nick Senzel's and Mike Rizzo going. They're like, hey, go to the bargain bin, Mike. Find a DVD in there that's worth watching, and he turned over a couple. It was nice. It was cute. But you've signaled we don't plan on being competitive. And I think the reason, the backdrop, and this is my only hope here, is labor strife looming in 2026. They don't want to have anything on the payroll at that point because they can't afford the cash losses. The combination of pandemic, commercial real estate business floundering, impending labor doom, potential for a sale, Strasburg blowing up in their face. They're basically going, we're going to have no obligations beyond a certain point in time in case we get the sale price we want, but more or less we're not going to pay anyone to not work for us. And here we are for just the whatever millionth straight year, just trotting out there a lineup that doesn't cost very much.
Yeah, very early on in the rebuild, I was totally for not spending in free agency because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Same as the Wizards right now.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make sense to go drop $27 million on a player to help you win games. Cool. There was a point, though, toward the end of the Rizzo-Davey rebuild into last season. They're at spring training going, all right, this is the year. We've been telling you
we
this is the year.
We could not believe it,
and we're
the
like,
way.
But you don't have a team to win with. And they're like, wins matter. If we lose, we're out of a job. And we're like, but you can't win with this group, right? It was like everything happened that was supposed to happen, except then they just didn't go get the players they needed to get over the top.
Well, internally, they thought they were good. Like, that wouldn't shtick.
I think you're right. I think they thought a lot of things that didn't happen would happen. But we're back to one of the first couple years of a rebuild where it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend significant money, but they got to do something. You can't spend nothing. They need a pitcher for $8 million to come in here to be a back-of-the-rotation starter to eat innings. They need to do more than bring in Matt Mervis at first base, probably. They're going to have to spend on a few players. It sounded like Taboni said they are going to as spring training begins. But, you need some veterans in the clubhouse, and frankly, you need some big leaguers on this team that people can come watch. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We will talk to Gavin Feen, who's the top prospect coming back in the deal, coming up a little over an hour from now at 4:30 today on G&D. Let's get into the defensive coordinating search. Who do we think the Commanders will end up with? Who do we want them to end up with? That's next on the Fan.
Listen to Great and Danny for your chance to win tickets to see the Capitals January 30th.
name to add to the Commanders' DC search dropped today. Steelers coordinator Terrell Austin, who worked for years under Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, interviewed for the job. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on The Fan. I want to get into the Commanders' defensive coordinator search in a moment, but a couple of coaching items that Toby just dropped that I find fascinating. How about the Bills interviewing Phillip Rivers, who's been in the news for like 2 months in a row for things that make absolutely no sense? He came back and played 5 years after he last played.
Yep.
I thought that would be the wildest thing that happened with Phillip Rivers this year.
Make it second.
Now, the head coach of a high school football team at a Catholic school, I don't even know where, probably in Carolina somewhere, is interviewing to be the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. That would be a wacky hire. You would be handing the keys to a really nice car led by Josh Allen. I think that is the best job in this cycle. Now, maybe it's not quite as good a job as we thought before we saw their
That's
owner.
what I'm wondering now. I had categorized Buffalo as stable, smart, sound, good, quality Buffalo. Do I need to rethink that?
Well, we saw Terry Pagula, the owner of the team, give a press conference, and he came off like basically Michael Scott is running the office.
Yes.
I mean, it was a wild ride of a press conference. So it's less good of a job after that because you're going, is this guy interfering? This guy won't let his GM answer questions and has to keep interjecting his opinion and saying like grandpa things like that. Grandpa, get back in your room. You know, the guests are here kind of moments. It's very awkward.
It certainly was. And that guy, he owns the team. He'll be around, you know?
I would still tell you that's the best job because they have the best quarterback of all the openings.
They do. They got Josh Allen, man. So he's the cologne that makes that thing smell good.
You get to be in the playoffs every year. Ask Sean McDermott. You get to be in the AFC Championship game a bunch. Ask Sean McDermott. And you're probably going to get to coach in some Super Bowls if you're there long enough. Now, McDermott didn't get to see that through. But you have that opening, and this was part of my issue with the firing of Sean McDermott. Over the last few years, I felt like any one of those years, you could have made the argument, he's had enough bites at the apple. I am not going to waste any more prime Josh Allen, who's on the verge of being 30, by the way.
Yeah.
Think about that. This offense is too good. This player is too good to entrust to a very middling, even if you like McDermott as a good coach, defensive-minded, limited head coach who hasn't got us over the top. We've got to try to do better. So if you blew him out last year and went and got Ben Johnson, I get that. Or when Mike McDonald was a super hot name as a defensive mind who's up and coming, you want to go that route? Maybe. There's no hot shot right now. If you did it early enough in the process to go get John Harbaugh, again, I think he's a little overrated, but that would have made sense. It would seem like an upgrade. If you were to bring in Mike Tomlin for an interview, I would understand that too. He's not doing any interviews. You got to trade picks. He's out of football this year, it seems like. So you are automatically moving on from a coach who's had a lot of success to bring someone in where it's going to feel like they're out kicking their coverage. There's not a candidate to me that feels worthy of the Bills' job necessarily.
Yeah.
If you got Stefanski, I would say that's an upgrade. We'll get to Mike McDaniel in a second. I would call that an upgrade just because you're going defensive coach to offensive coach, and that's the way I view the world. But McDaniel did nothing to earn that job. Miami disappointed this year and kind of fell apart under him the last couple of years offensively. He would be failing up to get that gig. Brian Daboll, fired by the Giants,
right.
2 terrible seasons in a row, is one of the front runners for that job. That would be the poster child of failing up. Someone's going to get that gig, and you're going to go, really? That's the coach of the Bills?
Well, that's the pool they're swimming in. It is wild. I mean, now we don't know that. I mean, here we had a pretty good idea, but we don't know if a guy's going to turn out to be Sean McVay or Matt LaFleur before they are. You know, there's going to be some neophyte that gets a gig somewhere, and you go, really? This guy? Like, whether it's Grant Udinsky or somebody like that. But this is not the glamorous. There's no one of those, kind of to your point. There's no Mike McDonald. There's no Ben Johnson. There's no this dude's on deck and is the hottest thing since sliced bread. It's, as you said, it's failed everywhere at Daboll, coaching high school football, Phil Rivers, who just played for the Colts 7 seconds ago, and kind of a bunch of also-rans. There's nothing that feels sexy about this and their process at this point. It's like, we're a great job, and then there's crickets and tumbleweed, and they're going, we're an available job, and now they've got to go beat the bushes for somebody that wouldn't excite Cleveland.
Do you remember a few years ago when the Colts fired a coach in the middle of the season?
Sure do.
And they brought in Jeff Saturday to be the interim head coach.
And you liked it. You said, smart move. forward thinking. This is what teams should be doing. Is that what you said?
I don't remember ever being so annoyed and angry about anything. I thought that was one of the most ludicrous things that's ever happened.
Stick aside for people who don't remember, you were like legit irritated by it. Like this wasn't, you go, hey, this is the wrong thing to do, but I'll enjoy my cereal. You were like legitimately annoyed.
They made a mockery of the sport. I mean, it was an outrageous thing that they did. My point at the time was, this owner is a goose. And I always felt that way, and I don't want to kick the guy now posthumously.
Right, rest in peace.
By the way, the FBI's looking into his death and kind of all kinds of different elements of it. My point was, this is not something you do if you are a functioning mental person who is running an organization in a serious way.
That's right.
I stand by that point today, okay? The Phil Rivers thing is going to be linked to Jeff Saturday. I don't think it's that dumb. First of all, it's not in season. Okay, that was my biggest problem then. You're bringing this guy in from outside the building to coach this team who wasn't a part of this thing all year in the middle of the season. So on Wednesday, he's meeting players, and on Sunday, he's coaching the team. It was, I want to reiterate, the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. This is not on that level because it's the off season. It's way out of the box. I think it would be ridiculous. He would be completely unqualified for that job. But I could talk myself into, while I don't agree with it, that occasionally you do something way out of the box that can work. I think as long as Josh Allen's your quarterback, anything could work. Jeff Saturday midweek could work. Phillip Rivers could work. You're going to win a bunch of games. You're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen the quote-unquote unorthodox hire, right? You have to mention John Harbaugh, special teams coordinator that had a near 20-year run in Baltimore with a lot of success. You go to Nick Sirianni. I don't know who was beating down Nick Sirianni's door before he got the helm of the Ferrari. That is the Eagles with Howie Roseman putting together great rosters year after year. So, yeah, there's sometimes out of left field ones. But just when there's so many deposits in the bank for a very recent player who's coached in high school and literally played last month, that to me is more, oh my God, jaw-dropping than I don't want to say than Saturday because it's not. But it's close. Like, that's what are we doing? You fired Sean McDermott, track record of success. You might have gotten tired of his act. That's fine. You need a new voice. How is your new voice Phil Rivers? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't seem right.
Sign of the times, though, that you and I are getting to be old farts. Matt Ryan is running everything in Atlanta.
That's right.
He's their team president.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be guys who I saw the very end of their career, like John Elway or John Lynch or something. Now it's just guys who I remember in college, at Boston College in the ACC.
The entirety of their career.
Playing in Blacksburg.
Yeah.
But Matt Ryan's running the Falcons and hiring Kevin Stefanski and putting everything in place. And Phil Rivers is interviewing for head coaching jobs. Very strange. My guess is you want to pick his brain a little bit. I don't know how serious a candidate he is.
Well, I don't know what to think of them anymore. Honestly, I thought, again, I jokingly said this at the top. They were, to me, that's a stable, smart organization that knows what they're doing. Whether they get a player right or wrong, everyone has bad draft picks. But fine, they know what they're doing. I now don't know. I don't know if they know what they're doing right now.
Yeah, they're acting crazy enough.
Yeah.
I think if you hadn't seen the press conference this week, you wouldn't feel that way.
100% agree with that.
But because of the press conference, followed up by a permission slip to interview the high school coach in North Carolina who just finished quarterbacking for the Colts, now you wonder about how well run that program is.
That's pretty much the summary, right? I thought I knew you. You did something that makes me think I don't know you that well.
McDaniel an upgrade over McDermott?
Not for me. It's 6-1, half dozen the other. McDaniel's is an offensive guru, and if you just prefer that, then that's what that is. But
me.
Yeah, there's enough track record there where I'm kind of going.
But he's not a leader of men to the way that McDermott is.
Right.
I don't think.
Right. So, I mean, McDermott was the defensive version of that a handful of years ago.
I just think you tried the other thing, Danny.
Yeah.
Now go get an offensive savant, pair him with Josh Allen, and see if you can get over the top.
I don't hate that. I mean, if I was a Bills fan, I guess I'd be a little bit more excited because it's the opposite of what I just did. But to me, like, that should be one of the crown jewels. Like, that should be a great job that people are climbing over themselves to get. And it doesn't really seem that that's the case. They're kind of picking over the same folks that we were picking over for the OC role. You know?
Speaking of coordinators, I mentioned at the start of this segment that the Commanders have added Terrell Austin to their list. They've now interviewed the former Steelers DC. Who is your number one choice? With Jeff Ulbrich out, signed to stay in Atlanta, because we know Brian Flores is either staying in Minnesota or he's going to be a head coach. In a world where, let's say, Jonathan Gannon is not going to be here, it seems like things are
trending that way, yeah.
On that front. Who is your choice realistically? And then who is your prediction for who ends up being the coordinator?
So it would have been Gannon, but if we're saying that's off the board, I think you're probably right about that, just reading the tea leaves.
I'm guessing, I'm not writing that in pen, that's in pencil, but why are you going to keep interviewing people if you've talked to Gannon and it's moving toward him getting the job?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm a Carl Scott guy. I went in on that McDonald tree, pass game coordinator from the Seattle Seahawks.
Is Dan calling plays or is he?
I want him to. And I don't care about what they said about what they want or whatever.
So you have 2 first-time play callers.
Yeah, I do. And I'm not thrilled about it, but of the remaining, my prediction is that it's Patrick Graham. I think that's where it ends up.
If I had to put money on somebody right now, I'd say Graham or Wilson, Denard Wilson. Who would I want right now? Ooh, it's tough. Maybe Terrell Austin, who they interviewed today, honestly. I don't know. I don't have a preference anymore. I don't really care. All the guys I wanted are out.
Yeah.
I wanted Ulbrich.
Well, we were shopping in the big ticket item.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I wanted Flores. Those are the guys that would have excited me. Even Gannon, I wanted. What about Raheem? Do we still get to count him? He has not accepted an offer to chat because he thinks he's getting a head coaching job. I mean, the sneaky problem here is even if Raheem Morris doesn't take a head coaching job, very possible, then he's just starts the interviewing process as a DC. I don't know how many jobs will be left at that point, but let's say it's 7 or 8. This is one of the worst of the 7 or the 8.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the thing we haven't talked a lot about. It's like our gym locker stinks. When you open it, we haven't taken our clothes home and washed them very often. Who are your really good players to convince Raheem Morris to come coach here? Are we sure Deron Payne will be here? Scheduled to make $28 million this year. That's your best player. It's not a very good job. It's not a good opening. Not to mention, you're not going to a building where you've got an offensive-minded head coach. You're running half the building. You got Dan Quinn who might breathe down your neck. Now, he's saying he doesn't want to. He wants you to call the plays. But generally, unless you already know a guy like Raheem knows Dan Quinn, I don't know that it's a selling point to go to a building where you've got a coach who basically shines on your side of the ball.
Yeah. It is a sticky wicket, as they say. So I would have been much higher on Terrell Austin in years past. Given the way Pittsburgh's defense went this year, the number of times you're watching one of the NFL shows on ESPN and Dan Orlovsky's pausing the tape going, what is this guy doing? What is that guy doing? What is happening in Pittsburgh? That's not the Pittsburgh that I'm used to. Like, no matter who they were, or who was in the game or who wasn't, you knew you were getting hard-nosed, assignment sound football where they were going to maybe force some pressure, blitz you, turn you over. They kind of turned disastrous at times this year, and now he's available. Just, again, the previous stink doesn't excite me, but that's a name with some pelts on the wall, certainly. He's been around.
Yeah, I mean, 1 year of results is not going to overturn, like, an entire career.
No.
And it's not like they were terrible. I mean, they were 19th in yards per play. They're 15th against the run. They're 21st against the pass. They're top 10 at picking you off. They're top 12 at sacking you. And like you said, that's in a down year where you think of them as having had a bad defensive season.
Normally, the results are pretty damn good.
The norm has been much better than that. And with him around, especially, I mean, they were a top 5 run defense 2 seasons ago. It was top 5 in picking people off and getting to the quarterback. So, yeah, I would have interest in any of these guys. I don't think they can do anything that I would hate. But my delusions of hitting a home run are gone. The ball's going to end up in the ballpark. The question is, do you get a single? Do you get a double? What base are we going to be on when this thing ends and the training camp begins? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play on a Friday is winning off the field. Want to look ahead to how much snow we're going to get next on G&D.
Grant and Danny.
Winning off the field.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny.
And they stay there. And they stay
Time to figure out how you are winning off the field on a football Friday ahead of the championship games this Sunday. You call us right now at 800-636-1067, and we help you celebrate your mini moral victories that nobody else would care about. Something that puts a smile on your face that is irrelevant to everybody else. 800-636-1067. I was losing off the field today, Dan.
Oh, you were?
I was. I was losing big off the field.
What was happening?
Well, my son loves monster trucks.
Okay.
It's like his move. It's his thing. It's what he's all about. And the monster truck jam is coming to D.C. this weekend.
Oh.
It was going to be at Capital One Arena. Well, Cool Dad over here got tickets for me and him to go to Monster Jam.
You did?
I did. Except that because of the inclement weather, Monster Jam has now been postponed.
Oh, no.
Yeah, very disappointing.
That's right, Frank.
So I had to break the news to my son that we're not going to Monster Jam.
Oh, no.
And I was very, very nervous and very worried, and I was kind of dreading telling him over the phone as he was in the car with his mom driving home that they were coming home purposefully to get home in time for Monster Jam tomorrow. Hey, bud, Jason Bateman style, we're not going. And I told him, and nothing happened. And I said, what's going on? Is he okay? Did he take it okay? And my wife said, looks like he's asleep, actually. And I was like, oh, well, unfortunately, I've got to run. So when he wakes up, let him know. I'm not going to be breaking the news to him. That is going to have to be the wife's gig. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
Now, I can assure you that nobody's going to care about this, but I think that's kind of the point, right? So you and I were told, and this happens, this is a place of business, it's a workspace. Hey, you guys, on Friday, you got to go into the other studio. They're doing some work in the main studio, the junkie studio, whatever you want to call it. Totally fine. It happens all the time. Not all the time, but it happens. These are electronic things that need maintenance by people that know what the hell they're doing. And so we had planned, or at least I had planned, on being in that room the entire time. Well, wouldn't you know it, at 3:23, the boss ducks his head in to our little hovel over there and goes, hey, if you guys are ready, you can move back into your regular studio. I'm sitting in the seat I normally sit in when I thought that was not possible or on the menu today. Ipso facto, therefore I am.
Winning off the field.
Our new engineer, Kent, doesn't mess around.
Yeah.
He said, hey, you guys are going to take the day off. You're going to be in a different studio. He just meant take an hour and a half.
That's what he meant was 90 minutes.
I'm going to be working ahead of schedule. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church on the Fan. What's up, Sean? How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I had been to 3 grocery stores today trying to find the items set out by the boss. And specifically, she said she wanted cottage cheese. I am kind of mid on it. I like to put things in it, and she can just eat it straight. But she wanted it. Still hadn't found it. Went to Aldi, and it was gone, or so I thought. It was hiding behind the sour cream. There was one left.
Ooh.
Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
By the way, it wouldn't have been left if it wasn't hiding. The only reason it was left is because nobody else saw it when they were looking for the cottage cheese, trying to check that off their list from their wife.
So our little baby, because we have a baby. That's something that happened. He loves cottage cheese. So all of a sudden, there's a lot of cottage cheese in my house. This is going to sound like a weird statement, just a couple of dudes hanging out, yucking it up on the radio. I've been getting back into cottage cheese lately because cottage cheese is always in the fridge because he's eating little portions of it.
I never got out on cottage cheese.
Yeah.
Now, I don't like cottage cheese by itself as a preference. I can.
It's a base.
Yeah, I can eat it. I can consume it. But cottage cheese with bacon bits, cottage cheese with something a little crunchier, a texture added to it. Team cottage cheese. You know my move for many, many years. I would get the salad bar at restaurants just so I could go plop a bunch of cottage cheese right on my plate, put some bacon bits and some croutons in there, get a little texture, some crunch, rock and roll.
Because it's versatile enough. I've done it recently with some blueberries.
Yeah.
Right? Where it's like, okay, now I've gone the semi-sweet route. But your point about like now savory, a little crunch, I'm all about it.
My wife says she wasn't able to find milk, so she had to get chocolate milk. I guess we don't have milk. I'm probably going to have to scramble around to a couple places on my way home just to see what's what.
Isn't that a hoot?
But my favorite moment of the day so far was when we were having our pre-show meeting, and Ryan goes, seems like maybe I'm not going to be able to help my dad shovel driveways. I'm like, what's wrong?
This is so golden.
And he's like, well, I was going around looking for salt. Nobody has salt. And I'm like, yeah, when were you looking for salt? He's like, yesterday. Well, yeah, man, the salt's going to be gone. Everyone has already gotten it. They've been talking about this snowstorm for 10 days. People have been worried about this since last weekend. His thought was there'd be so much salt, you wouldn't know what to do with it.
There's a salt overflow at all times.
Yeah, because the snow's coming, so they would just be restocking the shelves with salt constantly. This must be your first time buying salt.
I mean, it just feels ridiculous because if we, the people, have anticipated this and if we have seen that there is snow coming, they know that there is a demand for salt. Why don't you have salt? It's stupid.
Everyone already bought it.
It doesn't matter. Like, I'm sorry. I've never met I'll even go this far. I have never seen anybody put salt on their driveway.
Okay.
Never.
But you're aware that it exists, though, right?
Of
People
course,
are doing
I'm
it.
aware that
First
it
of all,
exists.
that's a ridiculous statement.
It's not. I've never seen this.
Okay, it takes 1 minute, and you're not just staring at your neighbors constantly. I'll bet you 90% of the people in the neighborhoods you've ever lived in have absolutely salted their driveways. It's also not just someone at home with their house. It's companies. It's parking lots. It's big piles of salt being used to try to do the parking lot here or anywhere else.
Well, I need salt. I need salt for this weekend.
You and everybody else,
I
man.
know, and if there's anybody out there, like, just let me know where their salt is. I'll come and get it.
Well,
Seriously,
my
I need
favorite
it.
thing is that Clary said he had a job that he was going to help his dad with.
That's right.
And he's telling us how much he's going to make doing this.
And it's awesome.
It's an outrageous amount of money, and good for him.
Might be doing 2 stops now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I said, do you need anybody else to help you?
Yeah. Mr. Clary, I'm available.
I am willing. Tell your dad.
I do my leg exercises to make sure I'm ready.
Give him my number. Tell him I'll do whatever he needs me to do. At that rate, I am Mr. Shoveler. I'll do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'll take off from the radio station to go shovel if that's the rate. And Clary has to basically back out and tell his dad to kick rocks because he can't find any salt.
Can't find
anywhere.
any salt rocks.
Can't tell him to kick salt because there's no salt out there. It sucks.
And he couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. Like,
It would be the equivalent of saying, essentially, on like Christmas Eve or something. Like you go to the store looking for the thing that you know is the hottest item that Christmas season, the Furby or the toy or the whatever it is, and going, how are these not on the shelves? It's Christmas tomorrow. Someone's like, oh, everyone's been buying them.
The demand.
Yeah, but shouldn't they just be putting more on the shelves? Every time someone takes one off, someone should just put one there. Bro, everybody has bought this for 10 days in a row. For some reason, you haven't yet. I don't understand why. But that's not how it works, that it just shows back up like a vending machine. Like it spins around and the next honey bun is waiting for you.
Somebody's got to stock them. I mean, the disbelief. I mean, the point that I was going to try to make, we ran out of time, of course, we had to get ready for the show. But have you ever met people? Like, you hear it's going to rain, you hear it's going to snow, and like there's no toilet paper in the hemisphere, you can't find milk anywhere. Like, people buy stuff in advance of having to hunker down. They're going to buy stuff in advance of hunkering down. Either you participate early or you don't get to.
I just thought of a great idea. The Grant and Danny radio crew going house to house, shoveling for pay. Like, as a radio crew, we show up.
Now, do we get the Clary rate for that?
We'd have to negotiate.
Yeah.
But maybe we can't do it this time, but for next time, we should think about this. It's me, you, Dad, Toby, and Ryan. People can hire us. We show up at their house. We'll play Madden. We'll have a meal. We'll talk ball. And then we shovel your driveway for a flat fee. That would be a little bit silly.
I got a Jeep. I can get us around.
I don't hate that bit. I like that.
It's not bad. Now, if we're going in business with 5 of us, probably got to be a pretty penny.
Yeah, it's a different chop there.
Or, the good thing is maybe we could just take turns or shifts, like 2 or 3 at a time. If we line up like 31 houses, we could get fat on this.
That's right. You think people would call the G&D service?
I think they would.
I think some people would want us to do it.
I think that we could get a few jobs.
Yeah.
The question is, what would be our rate? And do we have to do it based on like square footage or how long your driveway is? Because we can't have a flat rate of like $250.
And then you get to my driveway and it's like, oh my God.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's kick this around. Might have to run it up the legal flagpole. It's a good idea and it'll be fun, so we'll get shot down on that.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Not that idea that you presented. No.
Not that one. The one you're excited about, that would be funny.
No, the one that making everyone happy? No.
Definitely not that one. The Beltway Blitz is next. Let's give away some Caps tickets on G&D.
WindowNation.com. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
The Beltway Blitz is coming up on Grant and Danny in just a moment. Welcome back. Thanks for listening to The Fan. Time to give away some Caps tickets. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning a pair. You're going to see the Caps on January 31st. They're taking on rival Carolina. Game is at 7, but it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Escape to Hockey Paradise and join the Capitals for Margaritaville, presented by Ocean City Tourism. All special tickets purchased include an Alex Ovechkin tropical mug. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kandori & Murad.
They remain the best. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It's time to go blitzing. We'll cover the NFL, the Nationals, and we're going to get a final weather update and prediction on snowfall for D.C. this weekend. All jammed into the blitz, so let's start.
The NFL.
We start you off with a preview of the AFC Championship game from the Pats' perspective. Patriots, Broncos. Doug Kyde of the Boston Herald joins us now. Doug, let's start with Drake May. 6 fumbles in 2 games. Easy to say he's not playing very well because he can't fumble that much. What have you seen from the second-year quarterback against 2 good defenses so far in these playoffs?
Yeah, he's got to get his timing down, especially with the offensive line. I would put some of those fumbles more on the offensive line, especially Will Campbell, just because on one of them, Will Anderson got to Drake May in like 2.25 seconds, which is just it's way too fast to be getting beat by Will Campbell. But obviously May plays a part in it as well. He fumbled on a scramble on a broken play. He's getting his hand hit while he's throwing the ball, which it's tough to avoid that as a quarterback, but he also has to be better about it. A big factor, though, is that May has played much better in the second halves of both those playoff games. He's completing, even a higher percentage of his passes than he did during the regular season. He's throwing touchdowns in the second half. So this week against the Broncos, it's really about putting together that full 60-minute performance and not having those first-half struggles that he's had the last 2 games.
How much of a factor will this altitude, Denver, home field advantage for them be? Have guys talked about it all, or is it just business as usual?
It's been business as usual. The guys really don't seem to care that much to talk about the altitude, but obviously it does impact some players more than others. And the Patriots have a defensive tackle, Christian Barmore, who dealt with blood clots last year. And Mike Vrabel said that he doesn't expect that to limit him, but those are the situations where maybe it could impact players. One big thing, though, this season is the Patriots are 8-0 on the road, and a lot of guys said this week that they actually like being the villain. They like playing the villain. They like playing on the road. They like having their backs against the wall in that situation. And usually I would just be like, oh, sure, and dismiss that. But, I mean, the proof is kind of in the pudding so far. They are 8-0 on the road. They haven't faced a team as good as the Broncos on the road, but this is the same team that beat the Bills in Buffalo and lost to them at home.
I was making the case earlier in the show that I feel like there's too much being made about Stidham starting for Bo Nix. Not to say it's not a big drop-off, but the look-ahead line was that the Broncos would have been favored in this game by 1.5, 2 points. And now, while the numbers changed a bit, it's been most of the week like 5.5 points that they're the underdogs. It just seems too extreme for me. Still a really good defense. Feels like a lot more pressure's being put on New England because it would look quote-unquote bad if you didn't beat a backup quarterback. What do you make of that element of this matchup?
No, it's a good point. I mean, it's a precipitous drop on the line from one quarterback to the other. But at the same time, Jarrett Stidham hasn't thrown an NFL pass since 2023. And he's never really been given a full chance as a starter. And obviously, to some degree, there's a reason for that. I mean, I think back to 2020 when the Patriots had Jarrett Stidham on their roster and they didn't draft a quarterback. So from the time that Tom Brady leaves in free agency from March until July, we're all assuming Jarrett Stidham's going to be the starting quarterback. Then the Patriots signed Cam Newton and never really give Stidham a chance after that. So obviously there was something there in 2020 that Bill Belichick didn't like about Jarrett Stidham as a quarterback. I think he could be fine in this game. I'm not sure how much they limit the playbook for him, but I do think it puts pressure on him quite a bit in this game just because the Patriots have been so stingy against the run. really the first half of the season, they were fantastic against the run. When Milton Williams and Robert Spillane got hurt, that went down a little bit. But since those guys have come back, they completely stuffed the run against the Chargers, completely eliminated the run against the Texans. So if they're able to do the same thing against the Broncos this week, that just puts everything on Stidham's shoulders to carry this offense.
Doug, what about the narrative that I happen to think is stupid for the record, but that the Patriots, quote unquote, haven't played anybody, even though the people they were playing that were bad, they're beaten by 20 points a week. You know, if you look at so many of their games, they just dominated these bad teams. I'll not play anybody on the way to 14-3 in an AFC title game every year, but that's just my own digression. But what about that and kind of, you know, sort of the rumors or different things sort of surrounding the team about the quote unquote, they haven't played anybody?
I think it was maybe a valid point until they were able to beat the Chargers in the playoffs and beat the Texans in the playoffs. And those are two difficult teams. Those are two teams with some of the best defenses in the NFL. And listen, I mean, Justin Herbert and C.J. Stroud did not play well in those games, but heading into the season, you wouldn't think of Justin Herbert and C.J. Stroud as being these doormat quarterbacks for defenses to face. The Patriots' defense did a large part of causing them to play that way. So I understood it during the season because the schedule was historically weak, but you can't talk about that now while also talking up the Chargers' defense, while also talking up the Texans' defense. I think that the bigger thing in play here is that no one thought the Patriots were going to be this good this season, myself included. And I think that some people still just don't really know how to handle them right now. They don't know what to make of this team. So the easiest thing to do is still be like, I don't know how good they are. They didn't play anyone. But they're playing in the AFC Championship game for a reason.
Doug, thank you. Much appreciated.
Absolutely, anytime.
See you, buddy. Be well. All right, let's talk baseball after a blockbuster deal for the Nats.
The Washington Nationals.
If you missed Paul Taboni on the show in our first hour today, you can grab that podcast wherever you get your audio. Spencer Nussbaum of the Washington Post covers the Nationals for the WAPO and joins us now. So, Spencer, when you saw that they traded Gore and you saw the return, what was your initial reaction?
I think the return was a bit of a surprise, but the fact that they traded him wasn't. I say that in the sense that they really kind of felt the need to trade him this winter, given, again, when you're dealing with pitchers, you deal with that injury concern, and holding on to them can be a big risk in the way that maybe a position player can't. But the return surprised me. I had kind of heard that Texas had interest, but they never felt like the team that was going to pull the trigger. And I always thought that, hey, maybe the Nats are going to go for, one or two surefire prospects and then take a lottery ticket. I didn't necessarily expect that they were going to go for 5 legit prospects, but none of them, being top 100 ones. So I would say some mild surprise there, but and I'm sure we'll get into this in a second. Overall, I like the deal.
Well, I was going to say, just to dig deeper, does that mean you like the return or you're whelmed by it? Like, where are you?
I'd say I'm like a 6 out of 10 on it, just to put a number on it. I think that the biggest takeaway that we've gotten from talking with evaluators around the sport is that there are 5 real potential big leaguers here, which is not usually what you get in a deal. And so there's a lot of, surplus value and all those kind of buzzwords you want to throw around. But no, I mean, the part that doesn't make it higher than a 6 out of 10 is that there's real risk involved with the top 2 guys in the deal, Gavin Feen and Alejandro Rosario. So overall, yes, I like the deal. I think the Nationals have done a lot of good here. But, there is some cause to hold your horses a little bit.
So I had a good conversation with a couple of Nats fans last night, Spencer, and bear with me here. From a baseball perspective, this makes perfect sense. You're not going to compete this year. You've turned Mackenzie Gore into several potential big leaguers, 5 as you correctly said. And the guy stopped me and said, "I reject the notion that they wouldn't be able to compete this year, not based on their roster. That's of their own making." In other words, pragmatically, you are dealing with something that you made, and then go, "Well, this is where we are. Now we have to do this." They could be a lot better, and they should be a lot better. Their top 6 or 7, I think, payroll numbers don't equal Steven Strasburg, who hasn't pitched in 4 years. Like, how would you answer that?
Yeah, I think it's a fair criticism, and I think it's also fair to be upset. Kind of the way that I've been thinking about it through this offseason is, hey, if you have all this money all of a sudden, say you give $200 million to Pete Alonso, say you give I don't know, $150 million to Ranger Suarez. Say you add a couple pieces here and there, that's, I don't know, 10 wins? They were a 66-win team last year. So the way that I think about it is, hey, I think it's fair to be frustrated that, hey, this team doesn't look like it's going to be competitive next year. That being said, I think that, you got to think if you're going to be good starting in 2028, it doesn't just mean you're going to be good in 2028. It means you're setting yourself up for 2029, 2030, 2031, and beyond. But again, I know that's not easy for a fan base that's really gone through it the past 6 years at this point.
Spencer, as always, we appreciate the insight, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, bud.
All right, let's talk weather. And let's find out what the snow total
Winter is coming.
I knew he was in there.
Is going to be. Tucker Barnes of Fox 5 in town joins us now. Tucker, thanks for hopping back on. How are you, buddy?
Good to hear from you guys. I have a rule in life on TV. I never follow cute puppies or cute babies, but I'm happy to follow the Nationals because, boy, that's a sad situation.
Yes, it is not ideal.
That is not cute.
It's a good act to follow, I would say, at this point for sure. All right, so we had you on earlier in the week. We were talking about what the storm at that point looked like it could become. So what has happened? Where are we now?
Okay, we are still on track. Late Saturday night, really Sunday morning when you get up, we're going to get a big thump of snow. It's really going to be coming down. It's going to look really impressive. Some of our best snow rates we've had here in years. We'll probably blanket the area with a quick 6 inches of snow. And then, the monster shows, the mix line, and that's been the big player the last couple of days. Where will that mix line show up? But it looks like eventually we'll transition from snow to, that messy mix of sleet, maybe if you're well south and east, some freezing rain, and then we go messy from there. But the catch here, guys, is temperatures are never going to get out of the low to mid-20s. So it's going to be so cold. It's in some ways, it's kind of a worst-case scenario because the sleet is just going to become kind of like concrete out there.
Right. So how long does that last? That the freezing rain, sleet, ice from the heavens misery. How long is that going to go for?
So let's just call it the snow gets going around midnight Saturday night. It'll probably be with us through the morning hours, probably through about noon. And then at some point, depending, where you're listening from, we transition over to that sleet or, a sleet-snow combination that will last all afternoon into the evening. So probably 6 or 8 hours. Potentially, we could be talking about 8 inches of snow and then 2 or 3 inches of sleet on top of it.
Wow.
Imagine how heavy that's going to be.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now, we were talking about this earlier, Tucker. You'd almost rather like 20 inches of just snow than 8 inches of snow and an inch or two of ice, right?
100%. I think everybody would prefer. I think the snow's a lot easier to move when it's kind of light and fluffy. This is going to be really heavy. When the sleet arrives, it's going to be really tough to move. The temperatures are going to be uncooperative, so nothing's going to melt on its own. I mean, we're going to be in the 20s all the next week. Guys, next week we could do low temperatures, record lows on Tuesday morning. We might hit 3 or 4 degrees even in D.C. early next week. So this stuff is going to go nowhere. It's just going to lock up.
So, Tuck, I heard a smart person told me that even though it might be miserable for not you, but one of us, people out here to do, is in between that snow and then kind of when the sleet grossness starts, that's a good time to shovel. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to because you're just be trying to move ice blocks.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, get to it. Get out there early to be nice and fluffy early here. But I will also mention this. Right before the sleet starts, that's often when we get our heaviest snow. So the snowfall rates might approach 1 to 2 inches an hour there for a couple hours. It might really be coming down if you're up early Sunday and, you're looking out the window. It'll be beautiful.
Are you saying early morning, like sun's up, or are you talking about overnight?
No, I'm talking about through probably mid to late morning. You're getting up and having your coffee, looking out the window. It should be snowing and looking great.
So when are the roads, do you think, going to be at their worst?
I think travel is going to be real tough most of the day on Sunday, as it will either be snowing or sleeting all day right through sunset. You're fine tomorrow. You're fine tomorrow night till about midnight. Unlike if you're not Steve Shenavine, you're not out at the club after midnight. You're good. But yeah, I mean, other than that, Sunday's going to be tough. It'll be a challenge on Monday. I know the crews are working hard, and the mayor in D.C. here has declared a state of emergency, and they'll go hard at it. But it's going to be tough to get to the neighborhoods and that kind of thing because I think this stuff's going to be tough to move.
That's what I'm wondering too. If like,
because there's no melting, right?
Hypothetically, our producer had to be here on Monday to run our radio show for like a 2:00 start time, and he was a little anxious about it. Do you think by Monday things will be looking up?
I think you guys need to put a cot in the office for him and just let him stay there for the weekend, right?
That might be the move.
Man.
I told him, how bad does he want it? Just go. There's a couch over there.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, I think by Monday we'll be trying to get back to normal, but I'd be shocked if schools are back in session Monday or I think even Tuesday. Listen, with the extreme cold we're going to have, it's going to be tough to get it off the sidewalks and secondary roads and that kind of thing. I think it's going to be real challenging. And I won't even mention to you that some of the computer models are trying to throw another big snowstorm at us next weekend. We'll just skip that conversation.
No way.
Come on.
Are you
Come
kidding?
on. No.
Well, I told you I wasn't going to talk to you about that, so we won't do that.
Oh my gosh! But that would be incredible.
Oh my God!
Basically it's still ice and snow.
Just bury me under it.
You used the word cement. I saw one of the sites that I look at was like it's going to feel like cement, and I'm like, okay, that's hard to move. Then you dump more snow on top of it
Because it's going to freeze, and so it's just piles.
Listen, it's not a guarantee by any means, but it's something to watch. And, if it pops up on your phone, don't be shocked.
Wow. All right, Tucker, so prediction. So what's the best place to use in the area for, like, later in the show, we're going to do a prediction total for all of us, and we're going to see who can get closest to the pin. Which measurement location should we use for that?
Okay, well, do you want a number that won't match anybody else's? Then you want Reagan National. If you want a number that might feature the most snow, I would go with Dulles.
Yeah, let's do that then. We should use Dulles. So what's your prediction for Dulles?
Oh, I think Dulles could probably get to 10 inches. I'm going to go double digits. I'm going to go 10.7 before they flip over.
All right.
How about it?
We got Tucker in at 10.7. All right, thank you, buddy. Always good. We'll be watching you all
Tucker.
weekend. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I'll be on Sunday, early, hopefully when it's snowing heavy. Good to talk to you guys. Have a great weekend.
You too, brother.
bud.
There's Tucker Barnes of Fox 5. It's going to be a fun weekend for him, talking snow all weekend long.
Yeah. I mean, there's, it's, I don't want to say it's their Super Bowl because that's kind of the time we're in, but it sort of is. Just the different models and all the different cool stuff and this band, and then this will stop here, and this is what the freezing rain is. But they know that minute to minute it is miserable for the regular folk.
Danny.
Power outages, dude. That's what's coming.
Next week. No school next week for your team.
Oh, yeah. Pummeled.
Monday through Friday.
Pummeled.
They're going to be at home.
Pummeled.
Get ready to put your snowsuit on, Rouye.
Yeah, buddy.
Play with those kids.
That's great.
Enjoy yourself.
That part's great. That part's good.
No school.
Yeah. But it's, what's funny about that is the grown-ups have to work. See, that when it's everybody's at home, I get it. No problem. That happens, man. The weather got us. It's going to be later on when 90% of the people can get around and it's a bit of a nuisance. We'll just go slow. Maybe you put your blinkers on. Maybe you don't. But those kids will be home then, too. That's the one that gets you. That's the hammer to the shin.
The newest top prospect for the Nationals, the centerpiece of the deal for Mackenzie Gore, Gavin Fiend's going to join the show. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny. In 30 minutes at 5 o'clock, we will dive deep into the NFC and AFC title games with our previews on Grant and Danny. 6 o'clock, confidence points picks, our final snow predictions for DC with a big storm looming this weekend as well. But right now I want to get to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, new Nationals prospect Gavin Feen, who was the centerpiece of the trade that sent Mackenzie Gore to Texas to the Rangers. Feen comes back with 4 of his minor league mates in that system to Washington, D.C. Gavin, first of all, congratulations, man. I know it's a weird way to start the convo because you've been traded, but the Nats are very happy to have you. That's got to feel good. How are you?
Doing good. Yeah, thank you guys for having me on. Very excited for what's to come. So, happy to be here and talk to you guys more.
Is it strange that you were like taking history class like a year ago and you've already been traded? Like it's just like welcome to the adult world, huh?
Yeah, I was post-practice. I got called, and it happened when I was in the shower, got out, and I was like, oh, that kind of happened. So a little caught off guard. I graduated 7 months ago, and now I'm already traded team. So, it's crazy, the life that I live, but I'm looking forward to what the future holds for sure.
Gavin Feen was the 12th overall pick in the draft in July out of high school, where he was one of the top prep stars in America, had the best slugging percentage, one of the best hitters on Team USA. With his draft class, also the All-American game MVP as well, with all the best players in last year's draft class. So he showed very well on the circuit. So go back to finding out. You said you were in the shower, you get out, you find out you've been traded. Did somebody call you from the Rangers or the Nats, or did you find out on Twitter like the rest of us? What happened?
Yeah, so post-practice, I'm at the Rangers complex post-practice. Just get in the shower. I look at my phone. I have a missed call from our president, and then I look at my notifications, and I see like an Instagram that I'm tagged in. I'm like, oh wow, that really happened. And then I call our president, and he tells me and stuff, and I'm kind of just like, oh okay, that just happened. And then I'm like, say goodbye to all my guys. But it was so crazy. I didn't even think it doesn't even feel real. You kind of just like, whoa. But yeah, talking to some of the Nationals, the president, Paul over there and stuff now, and everyone seems so bought in. So, I'm very excited for what, the future holds for us as an organization and me, myself as well.
Newest member of the Nats org, Gavin Feen, joins us here on Grant and Danny. So you already know Eli Willits a little bit. You guys part of the same draft class, now only separated by a few slots. You guys are both in the Nats org. What do you know about Eli?
Yeah, I first met Eli at USA Trials, like the tryouts last summer. And then we got to play Team USA, perfect game events, that MLB All-American. So got pretty close. He's a great kid, stud of a player, obviously. But I'm really looking forward to, progressing with him, having some good competition to go off of and just continue to get better throughout these years.
Gavin Feen, 18 years old, a California native, now one of the top prospects with the Nats, was acquired in the Mackenzie Gore trade from the Rangers yesterday. For Nats fans who are not familiar with you, if you wouldn't mind, just tell them about your background a little bit as a prospect and as a ball player, your style of play, and kind of what you bring to the table.
Yeah, obviously drafted last year at a high school, right-handed bat, kind of left side profile. Yeah, I just like to kind of bring I have a lot of faith in my bat, and kind of what that brings along with myself is someone that's reliable and can kind of, always be, adding to the lineup. So, just being able to kind of contribute to my team, whether that's, getting on base or, slugging, but mainly just having a lot of confidence in my bat and just always, improving my infield, learning how to play the left side and the pro style of the game. So just continue to get better. And, I pride myself on my work ethic. And, if I have a weakness, I'm going to turn that into a strength eventually because of the work that I put in.
What are some of those things that you live into my question, Gavin, that you say, you know what, I want to work on X this coming year. I want to be better at that than when I started?
Yeah, I think a big thing, obviously, like I said, my bat has always been my carrying point. So really just focusing on glove and kind of trying to just become more of a complete player, whether that's, whatever position they want me at, whether that's third, short, second, outfield, whatever, the Nationals want. But mainly just putting that focus into getting better at that craft and not just being a one-dimensional player, really trying to be complete and having impact on the game on both sides of the ball.
Have they even mentioned that yet, or one day in, is that not really come up?
Not too much, no. I think right now just sticking in the infield, whether that's obviously Eli's there, but short third, third when Eli's playing, stuff like that. But right now I'm kind of looking forward to meeting all the new staff and going from there.
So what's the timeline like for you, Gavin? As you said, you find out yesterday. It's got to be a whirlwind. Are you reporting to West Palm Beach now, going from the Rangers facility to the Nats? Do you do that later this week? Like, what actually happens now?
Yeah, so I'm going. I was at the Arizona, and I will go to Florida, West Palm on Monday, and then I'll be training from there. Just there through spring training, basically, being able to kind of meet everybody and get more comfortable with the guys. So Monday I'll fly out, and then Tuesday I'll report to the complex.
All right, so Gavin, this is going to sting for us a little bit here. You're way, 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 way younger than we are. Who were your favorite players growing up?
I was a huge Mike Trout guy always.
Growing up,
I think, yeah, I was being from Southern California, and I was an Angels fan growing up. Just how he goes about his business, kind of that humble confidence and everything, has been true. I took little things from his swing to my swing, so I think that was my go-to guy growing up for sure.
So where you're in California, I'm just not familiar with, like, I know you're a Great Oak High School guy, but like, where in California, like, who's your NFL team?
Well, I used to be, I was, still kind of am. I was a big Aaron Rodgers fan when he was, so I was a Packers, but my brother, he's with the A's actually, my whole family's kind of a Chargers fan. So the local team's the Chargers for sure, especially when they're in San Diego, but we still support them now that they're in LA.
So that would be the sports market. It would be like Padres or Chargers before they moved, like San Diego.
What'd you say?
That's the sports market. Closest to you would be San Diego, California.
Yeah. San Diego is like 50 minutes, and then LA is probably like 2 hours, so definitely closer to San Diego.
Gotcha. Well, looking forward to getting you here to D.C. Are you a hockey fan at all? Caps are fun. That's entertaining to go to. You'll be able to do that. That's kind of maybe the most entertaining team to go see. Are you into hockey?
I mean, I don't follow it too much, but I've gone to some few games when I was younger, and I absolutely love it and how entertaining it is and how the guys just are so scrappy and get after it. So I would love to go to a game for sure.
If you weren't a pro baseball player, what would you be doing?
I was big into I wanted to be like an engineer. So that's probably what I would go with if I went to college and everything and studied to be an engineer.
He's smarter than I am.
Yeah, I just realized that. I have no follow-ups about that. I'm like, that sounds hard. Back to you, Grant.
I was like waiting. I'm like, where are we going with this, Dan? He's like, engineer. Okay,
engineer.
very good.
I have no
Well,
idea
Gavin,
about
we're
that.
pumped, man. We're excited we're going to be down in West Palm in a few weeks.
See you in a
we'll
couple
get
weeks,
to
buddy.
Meet you and chat there, but it's a time here. I mean, Nats fans are starved for a winner, and they want this team to start competing, but they're loading up the system. There's a lot of prospects like yourself coming. Obviously, this deal's going to help. We're excited about it. Have you played with any of the other guys in the deal? Who do you know best of the other four players coming over with you?
Sorry, you cut out. What'd you say?
Have you played with? I know you only had the 10 games after the draft last year, or have you been around any of the other four guys in this deal that have come over at all?
Yeah, I played with my 10 games. I played with Yermy Cabrera. He's a beast, fast-hitting outfielder, great guy. And then Fitzgerald. I don't know Rosario and Ortiz too much, but me and Fitzgerald have gotten really close. He was rehabbing, and I was in draft camp. So we've gotten really close, and he's a stud player and a great human, and he's from that Florida area. So it's great for him, and, I'm very excited to, continue this journey with him as well because we've gotten so close.
Gavin, we're excited too, buddy. Congrats. Welcome to D.C., and we'll catch up soon, buddy. Thank you for joining us.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
All right, be good. There's Gavin Feen, the new member of the Nats system, joining us on Minors and Majors here on MLB Network Radio. Fernando Mendoza has declared for the NFL draft. Is it a lock he goes 1-1? And the Cowboys hired a defensive coordinator. What did that hiring do to maybe change how you feel about Washington's search? We'll get into that next as well. clip to the audio vault, it would appear. I don't think I got... Yeah, I got some tweets here about it. I was going to say, I didn't hear from as many people as maybe I anticipated about this. But Danny, we go to break, and you said, do you know what you've just done?
No.
And I said, I have no idea. What do you mean?
No.
What a moment. So I have a show on the weekends where I talk about prospects in minor league baseball a lot called Minors and Majors.
Yes, you do.
I've had Gavin Feen on that show a couple of times before the draft. I think I had him on once since the draft. It's how we tracked him down and got his information for the interview today. Whatever part of my brain, I guess, that thinks, let's talk prospects, let's break this down, was awake.
And active.
This was the end of our segment. I didn't even know I did this until Danny pointed it out.
Okay, so I hear it, and right as I'm about to maybe wave or kind of say, hold on, just behind the scenes, breaking the fourth wall here a little bit, Darius has what's called a talkback feature. He goes right into my ear to let me know that I have my Fanatics Sportsbook read, right? I have that coming up. So I'm sort of listening to you, realizing that maybe something has happened, and I kind of turn, I'm like, yeah, I got it. And then you've already said, hey, we're going to talk about Fernando Mendoza, maybe the number one pick, maybe not, next on the Fan. And I take my headphones off and said, did you mean to say fill in the blank? Gavin, we're excited too, buddy. Congrats. Welcome to DC, and we'll catch up soon, buddy. Thank you for joining us.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
All right, be good. There's Gavin Feen, the new member of the Nat system, joining us on Minors and Majors here on MLB Network Radio.
Nope.
Wrong?
Not correct.
I didn't just say Minors and Majors. I also said we were on MLB Network Radio. Yeah. The double dip makes it incredible.
Because that's, you're like, I don't know how to describe this. That's autopilot Grant there, right? Like you're right. Looking sort of away. This is I'm going through the thing. I've got to say a certain set of phrases. I'm just going.
You're teasing ahead to the next segment. So what you say in that moment as you prepare for your tease is kind of the furniture in the room. So a lot of times what people in radio will do is they'll throw out the number or something just as the transitional phrase, like, you can contact us next at 866, whatever.
Right.
I'll give you the XM number if you want, since we're doing
What is that? We have Brendan Darr to screen the calls.
652-6696, right? That's the number. So you could throw out that number, and then as you're doing that, you're kind of pivoting to your next thought. So that was kind of in my mind. I'm resetting. Yep. I'm saying, okay, he's joining us here on the show. The show is Grant and Danny, though. That's the show that's here.
This one, yeah.
And we are currently, let me just make sure where I am, on 106.7 The Fan.
That's right.
But, it was just, when do we ever talk to a prospect? When do we ever break down the minor leagues? He's talking about Hickory and reporting to a site. This is quite literally the type of interview I'm going to do 3 of this Sunday on Minors and
Exactly
Majors.
Right. And you no pun, you major in it. Like that's what you guys do on the show.
So I guess my brain was just in it, man.
Yes.
I mean, I was just there, and I had no idea. You had this big S-eating grin when we went to break, and I'm thinking there's like a joke going on behind the scenes that I'm not privy to, and I just kind of looked at you, and you said, did you mean to say Minors and Majors?
Because as again, the moment is interrupted, and I'm not blaming anybody, but just for my processing, when Darius is telling me, hey, you got your read here, right, coming up. And it's a lengthy read if you guys have heard it. It's a couple minutes, and there's a lot I have to do for it. Happy to do it. I love those guys, but it requires some effort on my part. So once I'm about to start with that, I said, did you, like, in my brain, I go, did Grant mean to do that because he's going to use it this weekend?
Well, see, that's the other thing that I think is hilarious. I'm like, well, what do you think I was doing? He's like, well, maybe you're going to use the interview on your show. And I said, you think I'm just going to say that live on the radio rather than taping something later on? Like, no, I wouldn't have done that.
I didn't think so. But again, I didn't think you would say that we're on MLB Network Radio and this is Minors and Majors. I didn't think a lot of things would happen before 440. That just did.
It's insane. But this does happen sometimes, honestly, where more so it would be a threat if I'm doing my Sunday morning show, which is once a week. That, like, when you're in that mode where I'm throwing out a number, I would give 800-636-1067. Hasn't happened, but I have to think about it. Or I might say, like, just resetting Grant and Danny. I don't think that's happened, but it could. In fact, the draft coverage I did this year for MLB Network Radio, when Gavin Feen went 12th overall, we were live at the MLB draft in Atlanta. And my co-host, or one of them, was Danny Wexelman. So just to be funny, my producer for the draft, who's based in D.C., occasionally listens to the show, had this rejoin where the big voice guy is like, now back to Grant and Danny, live from Atlanta. And
just to tool with
just
you.
to do
a little
bit.
bit.
And he said, and it was like true, like, I kind of freaked out. Like, there was this very visible, like, wait, what was that?
Huh?
Like, where am I? And he kind of saw it and was cracking up. And he, like, brought it up later. And I'm like, dude, it's freaked me out.
I
It's
gotcha.
like, wrong place, wrong time, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Yesterday, when we were breaking down all the players and I was, like, launching into minor league mode, being psyched to talk about Gavin Feen, I caught myself, but I thought about, like, saying minors and majors in a reset, but I caught myself. I didn't even notice I did that today.
You thought I was lying or something at first. You're like, that I made it up.
And people probably don't care. I'm actually fascinated by how the brain works on this.
Yeah.
Like, what is it about that conversation that just had me so comfortable? And it's like, oh, clear. It's like I'm eating a donut. I must be at Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, just
You
throwing the
know what
ball
I'm
around.
saying?
I mean, so just to again, more behind the scenes, you and I both do Nationals postgame shows, right? The number of times I've either caught myself or not even noticed that I've said on 106.7 The Fan and not the Nationals radio network. Because you lock out, you say the same phrase thousands upon thousands of times. Whatever, 17 times a day, 5 days a week, for hundreds of days per year for years. And it's like it's ingrained in there. It's fascinating that it went the other way. Like, I've never once been tempted to say, here on the Nationals radio network, when you and I are talking on 106.7 The Fan.
Correct.
It's the other way that it goes.
But it's to me, it's an easy thing because that show that I'm doing is so niche to the very specific thing that we don't really talk about here that we were doing. We were in the niche. So imagine if I just did a baking show where all I talked about was cookies.
Yes.
And I did a show for 2 hours at least every weekend where I talked about baking cookies.
By the way, this has legs. The Cookie Monster show
I agree.
just came to me.
But then you and I ended up doing this couple of segments where we interview one of the guys that I have on the baking show about the baking stuff. You know when it was actually yesterday? It was when we were talking to Jim Callis. It was one of my regular guests.
Yeah.
And I almost reset and was like, Jim Callis on minors and majors? Nope, not on minors. Darius, play it again. This happened minutes ago right here on Grant and Danny.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
All right, be good. There's Gavin Feen, the new member of the Nat system, joining us on minors and majors here on MLB Network Radio.
Like, you don't, before you heard it, you didn't remember doing that. Like, you weren't aware that you did it.
It wasn't remember. I had no idea. Again, I saw you smirking, and the video's the best because on the YouTube, you can see Danny kind of look and smirk, and then it turns into a big smile. I don't know if you realize I didn't know, but as soon as we go off air and we go to the break and I take my headphones off, you go, did you mean to say minors and majors? That's when I knew I did it. At that moment, and I still didn't even know. I'm like, I don't think you're making it up. But it wasn't until Darius played it back for me that I knew that I also said MLB Network Radio. I mean, I double dipped.
Well, it's funny. We actually have an old friend of the show who actually wanted to give you some advice about what just happened there.
Unfortunately, we're not XM.
It's a good point, Brendan.
Brendan has made that point before.
He has let us know before that we're not XM. And we're certainly not minors and majors.
Yeah, that story, by the way, is still one of my all-time favorites.
Do you want to fill in with me this week? You want to do minors and majors from 8 to 10?
I got to tell you, I'd actually like to do that with you one of these days. If it's cool with your bosses over there,
you absolutely should.
I'll
join
say 106.7 The Fan a bunch.
Yeah, just make sure you promote Grant and Danny to the national audience as often as possible. All right, Darius, you can play us out one last time. I do want to get into Fernando Mendoza. That's the other thing that's odd.
Yeah,
I would never be teasing ahead to Fernando Mendoza. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like on minors and majors, it's a baseball show. In the same sentence as saying MLB Network Radio, let's talk about the Cowboys defensive coordinator search. It tells you that some wires definitely got crossed here. Josh in Upper Marlboro, what's good?
Yeah, I was fascinated by this as like a close student of this radio.
Did you notice it live?
You noticed it, right?
Oh, 100%. And I was like, either this is like a sly way to announce some really cool merger that's happening between like Odyssey and MLB, and like it's like for Grant.
Big
and like
news.
So either that, or I was like, he had a mini stroke, like live on the radio, because it was just so like extensive and it wasn't like you just said one thing. It's like you read the whole deal. It was fascinating.
I might as well have said on MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM, where you can listen to every game all season long. Don't miss a pitch.
And what's weird about it is this is the thing that you do every day for 4 hours. So like, that's the other thing. That's the little thing. This is the big thing.
Right, which again
Thanks,
is
Josh.
true, but it's the niche. We were doing the thing that when I'm doing it is only over there.
But what I'm amazed by, at kind of to Josh's point, is it's not just on minors and majors. Oh my God, I forgot what I was doing on 106.7 The Fan right now. Like sentences.
Oh yeah.
Commas, pauses, periods in between. Just the full spiel with the freight train left the station, it was just going down the track.
Absolutely. No, it's a real thing. All right, next on Minors and Majors here on Sirius XM, we're going to talk player development with the assistant general manager of the Cleveland Guardians. Let's preview the NFC and AFC title games next on Grant and Danny. All right. Thank you for the update, Toby. Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan, and we're sponsored by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. You can do that at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. I want to get into the championship games, give you a full preview, take out a shovel, and break some numbers down and see who we think is going to win those games. A couple people want to bust my chops a little bit, though. Chris is in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris? How are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this Sirius XM Radio? I thought I was calling the Minors and Majors show.
You're looking for minors and majors? You're one of our regular callers, right? You always have questions about the Cardinal system?
Yes, I'm always interested in, top 300 prospects.
Right.
But that's so funny, Grant. I had a similar thing happen to me. When I first got out of college, I had a sales job in Baltimore for the local TV station. And I would make just dozens of cold calls all day. And I always start up with the same spiel. Hi, this is Chris from Fox 45 and following it up. And it got to the point where on my way home, I would call friends and family. Like I called my mom once and I was like, hey mom, this is Chris from Fox 45. and I, not as a joke, but it just intentionally she's like, I know who you are.
Yeah, someone answers the phone and that's what you say.
That's outstanding. But your brain is just in a different place. He's very curious about the Cardinal system. J.J. Weatherholt will graduate start of the year.
Do you think he does?
That. Yeah, my big question is Liam Doyle. Does he get to the bullpen or does he stay in the rotation? Mike in D.C., what's up?
Hey, how's it going, Grant and Danny?
What's up, buddy?
So, appreciate that. That was fantastic. You just had the best Ron Burgundy moment of reading the teleprompter ever.
Who put a question mark on the teleprompter? He will read anything.
Whatever you put on there, he will read.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
And I'm in
All right, let's fire up the NFL Films music. Let's talk football. We got a Sunday championship slate to break down. Let's go AFC title game first, because that's the early game at 3 o'clock. Patriots-Broncos at Empower Field at Mile High. New England's moved from a 5.5-point favorite to a 4.5-point favorite. Patriots are led by their MVP candidate quarterback, Drake May. He's had one of the great seasons of any quarterback this year, but he has struggled in the playoffs, Danny. 6 times he has fumbled in the last 2 games. And one of the powers that he had all year was pressure was not turned into disasters. Like he did really well with pressure. Well, he hasn't had the same pocket presence, or teams have done a better job getting home against him, because those fumbles have nearly been costly.
Well, don't look now, but this line continues to move in various directions. I'm looking now at DraftKings, for example, has it as a 3.5-point Patriots game for being as the favorite. Some are at 4, some are at 4.5. I think the betting public is kind of catching on to the idea that, wait a minute, maybe the Broncos are being underrated here. It's fascinating. It'll be interesting to see what it is as the game progresses. But that's the Achilles heel right now for New England. It's not a weakness necessarily, as May has kind of gotten away with it to this point. But the fumbling has been a thing. As New England has looked really, really impressive. Mud stomping for a couple teams on their way to the AFC title game, and just the second year of this operation, first year of Mike Vrabel. Really, really impressive what they've done to get to this point. But now it's a pretty tough foe. Really good coach. Yes, backup quarterback, but you're on the road in a difficult situation to play with a defense that can get after you. That may be how Denver wins. You force one of those turnovers, a fumble, a tip pass, something gets knocked down, etc. Maybe if you keep May in the pocket, that may be the strategy.
Patriots offense has been slowed by playing really good defenses, and Denver's no different.
Yeah.
Houston's elite. The Chargers are top shelf. Yeah. And May's gotten hit a lot. The line for the Patriots is playing badly right now. One thing May did really well in the regular season is perform against pressure, as I mentioned. So if you're the Broncos, you can't just get to him. You have to actually hit him, which we've seen with the 6 fumbles, right? If you look at yards per attempt leaders at the quarterback position this year in the NFL, Drake May was number 1 at 8.9. Drake May under pressure, 8.6 yards per attempt would be number 2 in the NFL to Drake May. Sam Darnold, 8.5 is third. So, again, pressure not going to phase him if he's able to throw the ball. It's a matter of, can you hit him? Can you get the ball out? Patriots defense has carried them, though. That's why they're in the AFC title game. They've allowed 1 touchdown through 2 games. Number 1 among 14 defenses in the playoffs so far at 3.4 yards per play. They're number 1 in yards per play in the passing game at 4.01. They're third in sacks per pass attempt. I give Mike Vrabel and that staff a lot of credit because if you've watched the Patriots all year, their defense was solid. They had good games for sure, but they were mostly just okay. They are peaking at the right time, though, right now. They are playing like a championship-level defense.
Yeah, I think it's a good distinction. I was wrong about them on a couple fronts defensively, and here's what I mean. I said they're good enough to beat up on bad opponents, which isn't nothing. I know people scoff at that, but usually if your defense is just okay or even worse, someone that's not that good at offense can run up and down the field, get 350 yards, 20-some points on you, etc. They were shoving it on the teams that weren't any good. And I go, okay, at least you're above that threshold. But I don't think this is an elite group. I don't think that's who they are. They couldn't be that. I watched Buffalo go up and down the field for 30-some points on them, a couple different games. And I went, yeah, okay, this Patriots defense is fine. This is going to be about, whatever Drake Mann Company does. They have stepped up their game and elevated here over the last few weeks. Really impressive. They're taking advantage of offenses, again, that weren't their most efficient and not at their best. Certainly Houston was melting down, but you let them melt down and you ended up dominating that game.
Well, Houston melted down, I think, because maybe the weather, because of the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Patriots played their butts off. Christian Gonzalez is a shutdown corner. Do they have him travel against Cortland Sutton, take him out of the game or not? I'm not really sure. The Denver offense presents problems. I actually think while the quarterback situation plays very well into New England's lap, the fact that Sean Payton is so multiple, funky formations, personnel alignments, they challenge a lot of rules. They're a hard team to prepare for, in my opinion. But the story obviously is the fact that Bo Nix, with the fractured right ankle, is out. Jarrett Stidham's going to start for the first time since 2018. I mentioned off the top today early in the show, I saw that Roger Staubach did this in 1972. He's the last quarterback who didn't start all season long to play in a conference title game as a starter. He's been known, in his career, Stidham, to chuck the ball downfield. There's some Rex Grossman here. He's going to give both teams a chance to make a play. That's a big difference than Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Nix is normally going to take what's there and kind of death by paper cut you, throw the ball underneath. That's a difference between the two. The one big storyline, I think, if you're a Broncos fan and you feel like, all right, what am I tracking here to see if Stidham's going to give us a chance to win? Sack avoidance. Nix, 22 sacks and 17 starts this year. Stidham in 4 career starts, 13 sacks. He has not been good at avoiding sacks, and the Patriots have done a great job getting to the QB.
That's a sharp point. To me, this is Sean Payton's conservative hat goes on here, right? This is field position. This is punts, try to pin him back, hope for a mistake. I don't know that there are wow plays coming from this Denver offense in this game. I could be wrong. He could go against type and find some weakness where if this receiver runs here, this guy runs here, now there's something open, to your point about breaking rules of a defense. But I would consider, every fourth and short he's punting and trying to play this, old school Bill Parcells 1987 style.
We talked earlier about Sean Payton probably not getting enough credit for the job he's done this year.
Yep.
His team being the 1 seed in the AFC, now playing in a game to get to the Super Bowl with Russell Wilson's dead money being their highest paid player. Do you realize that Sean Payton has coached 22 games with a backup quarterback in his career? And that in those games, 22 times without his QB1, his teams are 14-8. In fact, it's even better if you take third and fourth quarterbacks out of the equation, because he's had a handful of those. When his backup quarterback, so a number 2 NFL caliber quarterback, starts 17 games, what do you think his record is as a head coach?
Out of 17 games, I'll say 11-6.
13-4.
Come on, man.
A .765 winning percentage for Sean Payton.
We don't give that guy enough shine.
Backup quarterback. Normally, starting quarterback included, it's a .644 winning percentage. So he's actually been better with his backup quarterback when he's scheming things up and going into his bag and trying to get cute. The area here for the Broncos defense that could be a problem, if there is one, I think is the Patriots' run game matches up well with them. I saw this stat somewhere. Must have been at ESPN.com I found this. So the Broncos defense allows 5.8 yards per carry against one type of run, a duo run, blocking scheme on the interior. The Patriots ran that the third most in the NFL. If you take that out of the equation on other run blocking concepts, the Broncos are the number 1 run defense in the NFL, 3.3 per play. So in other words, if you do this one thing, these duo concepts, well, they struggle with that. Everything else, they shove it on you and shut down the run. The Patriots are one of the predominant teams that do that. I think that matchup, which is a little game within the game thing, is a tell, and maybe the Patriots will be able to run the ball. The only thing I would say is, I'm basing that on 65 plays. Like, the numbers are bad when defending duo, but it's only been 65 runs, so maybe it's a sample size issue. If you're looking for a player prop of interest, Danny, I like running back R.J. Harvey to catch a bunch of balls out of the backfield. Stidham's going to try to avoid sacks.
Way, yeah.
He's going to try to get the ball out fast. Don't you think Peyton's screen game going to be heavily involved in the plan? Last week, Harvey caught 5 balls for 46 yards against Buffalo. I could see him catching, I don't know, is it crazy to say 7 or 8 passes for like 55 or 60 yards?
No, I mean, you're looking for comfort there, right? Stuff that's underneath, stuff that's easy. Try to stay ahead of the chains. I mean, Harvey, it's not like he's never caught passes before. Caught almost 50, and half the season he was in part-time duty with sharing the backfield with J.K. Dobbins. But it's definitely a part of his game and it's part of their offense. It's a Sean Payton staple to be able to throw to running backs.
A bunch of the matchup areas, though, that you'll find in this game favor the Broncos. I would pick the Patriots to win. I'm going to. I don't think they're going to cover. Certainly not the number most people got early in the week at 5.5. 4.5 is still a little too rich for me. I'm thinking about taking them on an alt line at like 2.5 points to win by a field goal, but I think it's going to be tight. Look at this, for example.
Yeah.
Denver's O-line is what, top 3? The Patriots have been great, but they took advantage of an awful offensive line that the Chargers have.
Yes.
The Texans' offensive line is one of their biggest weaknesses. So they've looked like this juggernaut, 27 Yankees pass rushing group with all these blitzes that they've dialed up. They've played 2 bottom 10 offensive lines in these playoffs. They're about to play one of the best O-lines in the league. So I do think they'll look much more average as a pass rushing group on defense. The other part of this is Denver is one of the 5 best pass rushing teams in the NFL. They come at you with edges that get home. The Patriots' tackles have stunk in the playoffs. I like Will Campbell, their rookie from LSU, who protected Jaden Daniels' blindside at one point when he was in college. He's going to be an awesome player, but he came back from injury right before the playoffs. He has really scuffled. That is a bad matchup. I think the Broncos are going to take advantage of those tackles, and Drake May is going to have to run a bunch.
Well, also, you mentioned the Patriots' pass rush. It's been incredible. Their best pass rusher, Harold Landry's out for this game. He will not play after being really recently injured with a knee. So, listen, Vrabel and company, they're going to come up with schemes and this zone blitz and that zone dog and make one pressure look like another pressure. They're going to throw everything and the kitchen sink at a quarterback that doesn't have a ton of playing experience most recently. I mean, Stidham's been around, sure, but there's nothing like live bullets in an AFC title game to kind of rattle you a little bit. So you'd imagine some elaborate pressures and some different things, and Milton Williams is a force in the middle. But to your point, not having Harold Landry matters to me in terms of them able to just dominate an offensive line. That this is a big step up for that group, talking about the Patriots front going against that offensive line of Denver. They have not played an offense that good in that area this postseason.
One other area that I think could define this matchup, red zone. New England, bottom 5 in both red zone offense and defense all year. The Broncos, top 5 in both red zone offense and defense. So if you're looking at areas, if you're a Broncos fan, where maybe the numbers are still in your favor, even though you've got the backup QB in there, that might be one of them. 1 seeds in the playoffs since 2006 are 21-5 straight up, winning by an average of 10 points. Against 2 seeds, 12-3. All of that boding well for Denver. We won't make our official predictions, but it does feel to me like this game could be a little closer than maybe the expectation. And I don't really buy this idea. Is it true that New England should and needs to take advantage of a break? Absolutely. When's the next time you're going to be in the AFC title game? You just never know. And lo and behold, that a good quarterback's going to get hurt and a guy who hadn't played in 2 years is going to start. There's no doubt. It's a golden opportunity. And if they don't win, it's going to feel like you let this slip through your fingertips. All of that is true. But I saw on one of the shouty shows, Stephen A. Smith basically saying, like, if you don't win this game, it's outrageous. Denver's really good. Like, the rest of the team is really good.
Yep.
And all year long, people told you how average Bo Nix is. All of a sudden now they're just plugging in Jarrett Stidham for him. Either Bo Nix is better than everyone gave him credit for, or everyone needs to calm down on the fact that they can't win without him.
Yeah, to me, Sean Payton went and found somebody that fits what he wants to do. So it's like, I have another guy that fits what I want to do. Now, I don't think he's as good as Bo Nix over 16 games, 17 games, multiple seasons, et cetera. There's a reason he's the backup and Bo Nix isn't. But at the same time, this to me is about people sleeping on Sean Payton and his acumen and his ability to get looks that he wants and have the best game plan possible for someone who doesn't have a ton of experience. I like him to keep it close, man. This to me feels like, does Drake May make that play? That's how this game is going to come down. I hate to oversimplify it, but I think it's going to be back and forth. And
agreed.
If he's got that football, is it that scramble? Is it the back-breaking get out of pressure and throw something down the field? Is it that unbelievable throw with no time on the clock? It's going to be the Drake May play that decides it.
I'll do you one better because I agree with that point. Does he protect the football? He has not had an interception issue in the playoffs. People will point out 2 picks. One was a Hail Mary, which is a nothing burger at the end of a half. The other was a batted ball at the line of scrimmage. So he hasn't really made bad interception throw or bad decision interceptions. Does he protect the football, which primarily means holding on to it, but also avoiding some of those bad throws or picks that could go to the other team? And then also, does he play his best game? Like, does he get them over the hump against a really good defense? You'll have played 3 of the best defenses, not only in the playoffs, but in the league on this path. Next, speaking of good defenses, let's talk Seattle at home against the Rams in the NFC Championship game. Round 3 between a couple of the heavyweights in the National Football League. Grant and Danny with you on The Fan.
Listen to Grant
So I got a tweet here. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny, all things social. The basal ganglia is how I'm going to say it.
Yep.
Maybe ganglia. How do you think this is pronounced? B-A-S-A-L.
Basil.
G-A-N-G-L-I-A.
How do you let's say it at the same time? Ready? 1, 2, 3. You didn't say anything.
I'm going to say ganglia.
Ganglia.
But maybe it's ganglia.
Ganglia.
This is the primary hub for habits and learned motor routines. Things like driving a familiar route, typing, tying your shoes, or swinging a bat rely heavily on the basal ganglia.
The basal ganglia.
Once a behavior is well learned, the basal ganglia let you run it without conscious attention. Whatever this thing is, I think my version of it is super strong. My wife will tell you this. I have never once, not one time, Danny, not ever, correctly left our house and gotten on 95 South when we're going south. I always get on 95 North to drive to work. Every single time. If she doesn't say, we're not going to work, Grant, if she's not sitting next to me, I will get on 95 North and I will start driving. I'm not joking.
Well, you know me, I when we're on location every
time.
Friday, there's a 25% chance I just go to the station. So whatever that is, I got that.
That's your basal ganglia.
That's my basal ganglia.
I think mine is just operating on all cylinders at all times. And that's why you and me are hosting minors and majors today. Don't you get it?
I think I see now.
NFC Championship game, Rams and Seahawks, round 3, 6:30 East time. Seattle is a 2.5-point favorite in this game. Does that line feel right for you?
It does.
That's tight.
For them. And I don't know if that's scientific, I don't know if that's exact, but it feels like this is who they are. If you're the best team in the league, they will mirror you. They'll play just like that. If you're mediocre, they'll end up playing that way too. They have as high a ceiling as anybody. You've seen it. They beat this Seahawks team 21-19. They forced all the turnovers from Sam Darnold. They went on to lose to them in overtime by a point in a game that both teams really, really wanted. It led to a little mini swoon where the Rams didn't play particularly well the following week against Atlanta. Led Sean McVay to say, you know what? We are not resting starters. We're playing everybody. He's Mr. Rest all the time. And he said, we're playing our starters, and we're going for it. And they messed around with Arizona for 3 quarters. Whoever they're playing, that's who they are.
The breakdown of this game for me starts with the familiarity of the two teams and how closely they played their 2 games. The Rams won Week 11 at home, which you referenced. The Seahawks won Week 16 at home, and that was in overtime. In the 2 games that they played against the Seahawks, the Rams scored 58 points. In the 2 games they played against the Rams, the Seahawks scored 57 points, 1 point separating the 2. What's crazier is the yardage. For a 3rd straight playoff win. It would be the first time in team history they've done that. Obviously, you got to be the last team in and go on the road and win twice and then win in the conference title game to get to the Super Bowl. That's only happened 6 times in NFL history, where a team has won 3 straight road games on their way to the Super Bowl. I think a key matchup to watch here is the passing attack for LA, which is the best in football. The Rams dial it up, man. This is a Sean McVay compliment. This is a Matt Stafford compliment. This is an endorsement of Hall of Fame receivers Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and the rest of that core as well. They pass protect well. They move the pocket efficiently. The Rams, though, Danny, average 8.9 air yards per attempt, number 1 in the National Football League. It's the best passing offense in the NFL. At times last week didn't look like it, but when they're outdoors in the cold, in the elements, kind of come back down to earth a little bit, so I'll be curious to see what the weather's like in Seattle. In fact, somebody look up the weather in Seattle for this weekend, because that could actually be a factor. The Seahawks, though, facing the number 1 passing offense in the league, number 1 passing defense. 4.7 air yards per attempt. Best in the NFL on the other side. I love best versus best.
It's so cool. I love it. It's kind of why we do this, right? You're number 1 against my number 1. Let's go see what happens.
Good on good.
Yeah, but this Seattle defense, it's interesting. They are dominant. They are excellent. There are a couple of weeks, though, in back-to-back weeks, Lions, Seahawks. Now, they won 1, lost 1, whatever it is what it is. Excuse me, I've got it the other way around. That Rams game is still, I'm still thinking about it for them in terms of that defense. Like, they were so good most of the time, but that was never mind, we're not playing any defense this one. That was like a West Coast basketball game with the Denver Nuggets back in the 80s. I mean, this was